We've got one shot to feel alive. We've only got one shot. We've got one shot, one shot. Do you feel alive? We've got one shot, one shot. We've got one shot, one shot. Do you feel alive? Get in, get out. You know that we won't back down to feel alive. Waiting for the chance to show the world who we are. We've only got one shot. We've only got one shot. Oh, we gotta do it right to feel alive. Waiting for the chance to show the world who we are. We've only got one shot.
And welcome to Atlassian Williams Racing in the Experience Centre. I'm here in the Esports Lounge and we're here for the Creator Series Winter Cup. Just over in the other room in the arena, if you'd like to call it. Our creators are already getting their laps in and getting themselves set up for what's set to be a great day of great racing. Lots of fun to be had, giveaways, everything you can think of, and maybe even a couple of games in between for our creators to really keep them on their toes. Who knows what could happen? I'm looking forward to it and I hope you are too. 4 races coming up today in the rigs next door, and we will start at Australia at Albert Park with a 25% race. We'll then hop over to Spa-Francorchamps for another 25% race, our third and final 25% race. Yeah, we're just putting our creators through a little bit of winter hell at Monaco, and those 3 heats will then decide the starting positions for our final race, the 50% race at the Red Bull Ring at the Austrian Grand Prix. All of that coming up and more. We've got reigning champion, we've got former champions, we've got memes. What more could you possibly ask for when we're here at the Williams Experience Centre, the Atlassian Williams Experience Centre here in the Esports Lounge? And I've got to say, it's a fantastic facility here. Just out of shot, we've got some podiums, so I'm going to drag them in actually. Yeah, they are just out of shot, I've just had to check. But they are just out of shot. They're going to be here just on display. It's a fantastic venue to go racing here as well. And of course, that's all happening next door. 2 sets of commentary teams that are going to take you through the action as well, and we'll introduce them as they come along. All we're pretty much waiting for now is our drivers to hop in to the lobby for the Austrian Grand Prix. Oh, no, that's last. That's last. It's the Australian Grand Prix. Why do they put Australia and Austria at the opposite ends? That's to catch me out, and it's worked, annoyingly. But anyway, we'll have Albert Park. So how it's all going to work then, 25% race at our 3 heat races. Your average finishing position at each and every race is calculated after the 3rd and final heat at Monaco, which then decides your heat or your final starting position for the finale. And well, whoever comes out on top in the finale is our Creator Series Winter Cup in association, of course, at this lovely facility at Atlassian Williams Racing. I have to say, if you do get a chance to come over to the Experience Centre, do. It's a fantastic venue. I love it. I dressed up for the occasion as well, because I warned everybody that I would. And I didn't disappoint, did I? I really didn't disappoint. Spa-Francorchamps also on the calendar. Who knows? It's the longest circuit on the calendar. Of course, 4 meters and 7 kilometers. Technically, actually, it shouldn't be on the calendar because it's too long, according to the FIA regulations. But we let it off because it's Spa. And then, yes, Monaco, the Principality, racing around there, a 25% race. Yeah, hell hath frozen over at the Creator Series Winter Cup, that's for sure, and that's for definite. So Monaco should be a little bit crazy. I've already heard some whispers in the paddock that people are maybe looking on the causing collisions and creating mayhem side of the Creator Series Winter Cup this time around. But the whole point is, and we're trying to remind the drivers, Gareth has tried to remind the drivers as well, that it's a bit of fun here today. We've got a LAN race, we've got creators from up and down the country, and Lolin Ober, of course, who's come all the way from Italy to race here today. So it's international. That's it now. We're at the stage now. We're getting international races, international competition for this exhibition, this one-off exhibition here. And of course, who are going to be the favourites? Let us know in the chat as well who you're supporting today, who you reckon is going to come out on top in the Creator Series Winter Cup with Atlassian Williams Racing. And just let us know who you're supporting. That's what we want to see. We want to see your favourite creators take over chat, if you like. Yeah, take over chat. Why not? It's I don't know. I'm not looking at it now, so that's fine. I'm seeing a lot of I'm seeing Ewan saying that he hopes Concept ends up in the wall. Well, quite a few of them might end up in the wall, so we'll wait and see. Please don't show Concept. That's sort of the opposite of what I was asking for. You know how I said support your favourite? This is detractions. This is good. No. Seeing some support for TMF Marduk as well. Chappers F1 the GOAT. Yep, Chappers is in as well. Great to meet him. Lovely guy as well. Lots of TMF Marduks now coming through. I'm just expecting to see TMF Marduk himself say TMF Marduk. Lots of love for Ben as well. No love at the moment. Nothing yet for Meraki, the reigning champion. Of course, the winner of season number 11. And we'll wait and see if anybody does want to put in. Adam Sanderson there. Yeah, shout out for him. Yeah, he arrived here. Devon Butler ready to cause some chaos, maybe. Watch this space. Watch this space. Well, we're just about getting ready to hand over to our comms team, our very first comms team for the afternoon's worth of racing. We're going to head to Albert Park for the Australian Grand Prix for our first 25% heat. And we'll have on there Jess Ball, who's going to be our pit lane reporter, who's going to be scouring around the paddock, all of those rigs in next door to try and find some scoops for you. And we'll also have a fantastic duo, Carl Poranic and Jake Sperry, who will take you through the first race worth of racing. So once that lobby gets in, and once I'm told by production that I can hand over to them, we will. Let us know in the comments. But without further ado, then with Jess Ball in the pit lane, let's hand over to Carl Poranic and Jake Sperry.
And what a wonderful place we find ourselves in here at Williams headquarters here in Grove. It is truly now just started to quiet down just behind us as we get into serious mode here for all of the great sim racing that we've got. I'm Jake Sperry. Here's Carl Poranic alongside with me. And Carl, it is going to be massive. 3 heats, 1 final, and say everything that you want to get out of it. You have to give yourself every ticket possible to get to the end.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more with you. With that reverse grid stipulation as well, at the end of each one, it's going to be a fun set of 3 heats. And you know, what better way to bring you some winter warmth and some Christmas cheer than with the Williams Winter Cup for our Creator Series. It's going to be an excellent one.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and we're going to start with the very important start to racing action, which will be over in Australia. So Albert Park will be racing around near St Kilda, and it's going to be absolutely brilliant. But let's talk about our creators and the drivers that we have here today and where they are all going to find ourselves then. So as they sit, you look around in the Williams, you've got Hoodie Pete there, and you've also got Chappers who will be working through. I'm looking down the order is Mr. Dale and Meraki who will be out there in the Red Bulls as they represent. You've got Ryan L83 and John Eyes Amusing. So it looks like Rally Squad has decided to hold themselves out in the Racing Bulls. Devon Butler, Adam Sanderson there is going to be with Heather in the Mercedes. And then the McLaren Dream Team deciding they're going to do their own Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. It's Alex Gillen and TMF Marduk, both with smiles and thumbs up as they work themselves out. That's your left side.
On the right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, in the Kick Sauber, the Green Machines, it's F1 Alex and Super Noodle Bagel. Will be an interesting lineup there. The American Dreams, it's Chesnoid Gaming and Jorrit van Heffen. If not, Jorrit van Fluten. He's already played it there 3 times. He's off and running tonight. Lolling Over and Concept 7 are in the Prancing Horses. In the other Green Machines, we have GB and Safso leading the line. And finally, the Endstone outfit, it's Razin Chai and it's Gwat. Great lineup today.
It's a fantastic lineup, and I'm sure Das Fluten Duten will continue on in terms of racing action today. But when it comes to this circuit, it is absolutely as fast and frenetic as it possibly can. 4 DRS zones they're going to have today, so every chance to overtake and have a huge opportunity to make the places in this opening race.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, it's a good contrast to circuits as well. We have the first and the third race. We go slightly more claustrophobic, but cool circuits in the form of Australia and Monaco. And then we have slightly more expansive, a bit more excellence in the circuits in the forms of Spa and, of course, Austria as the final one. So very different characters that they have to play with. That first run down to turn 1, though, with that slightly shuffled up grid, that's going to make things a bit spicy.
Yeah, we'll see at Brabham who decides that they're going to be the bravest on the brakes as they will set themselves up. They know how critical that the run today is going to be, but they will also have to set themselves up and realise this is the first race of 4. This is the tone setter that they will have to deal with today. So who decides that they want to go all guns blazing to start and say, you're going to have to race around like that? Who's going to be a bit more conservative and go, I just want to pick the points up to give myself the best place for the final?
It's a tricky one. It's a psychological game, like you say, because the people at the back, they know they're fast enough to get up there. They know they can rise through the ranks at a rapid rate of knots. But sometimes patience is a virtue. You've got to make it happen. Sometimes just sitting back, letting the chaos unfold in front of you can reap massive, massive rewards. So like you say, approach to turn 1 is going to be intriguing. But nonetheless, Australia, what a venue to start off. We're looking forward to it.
We're looking forward to it, and we will have pit reporters all along the race, staying along with it and giving a first little chat. We'll hand over to Jess.
Thank you very much, Jake. And the atmosphere is getting very, very busy at the moment with 20 creators on their sim rigs at the moment and a lot of sweat ahead of the practice session coming up in Australia. But we got to see what all the magic happens. Let's look at what the drivers will be racing for here today. This is our lovely, beautiful sim rig. It is the Fanatec DD Plus, a direct drive wheel with 8mm of torque. They also got the CSL Elite V2 pedals and a playseat. They all have the same rig, so even playing field, they could change their full speed back if they want to, because for some of them, it may be as strong as they would have wanted, so they would have probably gone a little bit lighter as well. They could also tweak the brakes settings in the game as well, and also they've got the assists as well, that they can want any assist they want, of course, but we're not going to allow pit assist. That is definitely turned off. So it's one of the highest levels of technology that we got. It's using that F1 sim racing as well, so it's for the best. And don't forget, we've got some drivers, some creators who have never touched a sim rig in their life. So this is going to be a very new experience for them. We have some who have been used to a controller, some who haven't even touched a Fanatec as well. So they've been spending the past hour getting used to the technology that they're going to be racing at here today on our screen. So it's going to be a really exciting one. Who will survive? Of course, we were here in July in London in the LAN event, and that was the same rigs that they were racing in there as well. And there was quite a few drivers that surprised us in a good way. Hoodie Pete, for example, did very well until he hit the pits and crashed into the wall. So I expect him to do quite well. And we also got the ones who are used to the LAN environments. Of course, Alex Giddens, for example, Team McMahon, many other creators that are so used to this, and they don't have to do this at the comfort of their own home. It's very tough for them. They're going to have the commentators shouting at them at their ear, possibly trying to distract them, like Jake there as well, who's probably going to end up shouting at them if they're not too careful. And they're even still sweating now. Now look at this, all 20 of them all excited, raring to go. And me and Alex are going to be interviewing them all throughout the paddock as the safety cars maybe go through all the action today and catch to see if there's any rumblings going on. Is there any tactics going on with some of the creators? We'll have to wait and see there. And you can see some lap times being put on already. And don't forget, the first race is random grids. So random grids for the first race. So we won't know where they're going to be placed. There might be some drivers that will be in the place where they're not going to be based at. There'll be people that may not be used to being at the front. There might be some fast drivers at the back. We don't know. It's random. And then when we go to the final race, that's going to be different as well. It's going to be very, very exciting here today. Even playing field, there's people travel from all over the world. Make sure you let us know who you're rooting for in the comments. It's going to be exciting. I'll hand it back in the studio.
Well, thank you very much there, Jess, and we are going to get ourselves right in for racing action. Drivers looking to ready themselves up into the lobby and get themselves ready. It's 15 laps worth of racing action, so 25% race distance. That doesn't give you much time to think. One mistake is going to mean a lot compared to what we normally see in Creator Series, where you see the 50%, you see the 100% race that comes on out. But more importantly with that, Carl, you also need to talk about the fact where is now 4 times quicker than what they're used to.
Oh yeah, oh absolutely. No, you're completely correct there. I think also the thing for them is they've only got 5 presets to choose from, and we know the way the dynamic of F125 works in terms of low downforce is key. You need to basically build yourself Apollo 13 in order to get anywhere. But how much downforce do they actually want? You do have the other default setup stipulations. You can't change your cambers, you can't change your suspensions. That is all by the by. You have to do it with your wing setup and also with your brakes and your differential. So not much to change, but you never know. I'm sure they can work their magic.
It's pretty close to a fixed setup race, as we have the best driver who can get the most out of this situation is going to come away with victory in this race. And street circuit, we talk about this often, a street circuit, the margins are finer. There are places you can run off at Albert Park. They used to race this back in the 50s the other way around the circuit. So this is one of those tracks where it has had a lot of running, it has had a lot of heritage, and has been the traditional season opener on and off since 1996.
Just to put your heads in a spin a little bit more, why not do it in the other direction? So nice we'll do it twice, but you know, honestly, I think strategy will be key for this one. Like you say, street circuit, chance of safety cars. Do people gamble, go for that softer compound first and think, if that's the only safety car, if I'm going to bank on it, go straight onto that harder compound. Make sure that's the only pit stop I do. There is a good opportunity, particularly at this one and at Monaco, to really prize away a good result. But it's survival of the bravest. Fortune favours the brave and the bold, but I'm excited. But I think we've got a big question to kind of ask ourselves, and that is, who do we think is going to do well today? Who do we think is really going to make the most progress? Who do we think is going to shine the brightest under the spotlights today?
Well, I think it's going to be a case of who is going to stand up and get themselves counted. Various drivers are going to be looking around and saying, hey, look, it's me. But it's not going to be a guarantee today here, Carl, that just because you're quick in your own sim rig, you're going to be quick here. You've got to adapt, and it's that adaptability factor that is going to play the biggest factor. Those who I think who have gone out, who have done a few things like these before, are going to have a great chance. I've just seen Meraki give a little bit of a nervous look over at us at this point, and there's some nervous giggling there behind. I'm not sure he's confident.
Boise is living nervousness. He's got Blackpool Illuminations on today. Look at him. Absolute star of the show is Meraki in the wonderful Christmas jumper. But we'll see. I think Meraki's pace was actually pretty decent. I think he's got a good chance. I think we'll see the traditional guard make their way through to the front. I see no reason why they can't. But like you say, there's so many other factors at play, not least of which is the fact that they're all using the same equipment today. So if they win, it's going to make it even more sweet.
If it's going to be as sweet as possible, we're going to see who is going to be jumping up on top and saying, I am the yardstick after the opening run. And there's also that transferability that's going to be very key. I look at someone like Adam Sanderson, for example, as someone who jumps in, is normally in and around, but can't find the way to jump up. I think had a very unlucky run over at Piccadilly Circus, could very much turn the fortune and the tide around.
Absolutely. Glory in Grove. You never know. It bodes well in the corner of Adam Sanderson. Who else? Who else do we think is going to do well? I think both Aston Martins might have a decent chance. You can't really ignore the McLaren duo, can you? But I expect fireworks. Furious fireworks. I mean, what a play to put them as teammates. That's going to be one to watch, surely.
It absolutely will, and we know that this is more of a faster run since they've reprofiled the circuit, made it more adaptable for overtaking, because it used to be a high downforce style circuit where you couldn't really get anything done. Those 4 DRS zones, you'll get the run down the main straight, you'll also get the run in towards turn number 3 out there on circuit, but you then got that run, they've taken away the Clark chicane, and now it's a fast run to the left-right, which says, I want to overtake at Ascari corner turn 11. That's going to be the best place on circuit to pass today.
Yeah, and it's important that they do, let's be honest, because of the way the mechanics of F125 are, that dirty air is going to play havoc on them. They need to be decisive. They need to make those moves. But again, you're playing with psychological gremlins. You only have so much ammunition and artillery at your disposal before it can go usually very wrong. So they've got to play it carefully, but they've got to be decisive about it. That dirty air is going to ruin their day if they don't make it happen.
So they'll be looking at this going, if I want to be stuck in the train, that's the last place I kind of want to be. If I'm going to be at the front, I'm going to need to control from the front. But with the way that these grids tend to go, if you get a slower driver in front of you, you get this massive crunch, this accordion. The opening couple of laps of a race like this is going to be, I think, telling for how everyone wants to go about and do this, because some drivers will be able to go out there, gain 6, 7, 8 positions because they can just dance their way through the traffic. Others won't, and they'll get stuck, and that is where you're going to see frustration find themselves out there.
Yeah, it's the right place at the right time as well. I mean, you can't account for everything, unfortunately. As fast as their reflexes are, as much as they've honed their knowledge into this game, there's only so much they can control at the end of the day. So pace is one thing, but sometimes Lady Luck playing his part, as we see Jorrit van Vleuten playing us an absolutely sumptuous solo. That is number 4 on the flute today. We have been counting, ladies and gentlemen, in the commentary box.
Yeah, flute count is going to be in full play, but we got some wonderful race to go through. There's Chesnoy Gaming, who is out there. He's done very well, actually, as Chesnoy Gaming, especially seeing as he's come out of the jungle in Australia and has won the entire tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, he lost his crown of leaves in the post. I don't really know what happened there. Surely he's got to sort that out with shipping and customs. Come on.
Yeah, he's absolutely got to try and sort that out. So we'll get to see how that all plays its factor as we have camera rolling around, trying to see some of our drivers here who are getting themselves set and ready in lobby, waiting for action here. But we are now looking at this and saying we are about half a minute away from running in. They have no idea what the conditions are going to be. So my question is, would you, for a first race of the championship run of this Winter Cup here with Creator Series and Williams, want a dry, wet or intermittent race?
Oof. I think as a 25% race, let's let them in gently. Let's give them a dry race to start off with. I think when we get to Spa in the next race, that's when we can just flip the script a little bit. But either way, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be immense fun.
It absolutely will be, and now is the time where all of the talking will stop and all of the drivers will now set themselves up. Let's go and get our starting grid into play and see exactly who is going to be where. So on your starting grid for racing action, we will work on back from the back. Apologies there, ladies and gentlemen. You may have lost our commentary there for just a moment, but the grid has been run through, and there are drivers who are there. So it will be Alex Gillen and Meraki, GB68, then Tiamat Marduk back to front. Racing Chai and Lolinoba then on row 8. Adam Sanderson and Gwot. It then follows Safsho and Concept 7. In the top 10 will be Chappers, followed by Jorrit van Geffen. And then you've got Ryan L83 and F1 Alex together, 8th and 7th. It will then follow on through Chesnoy Gaming, Super Noodle Bagel, Hoodie Pete, Isa Musing, with Mr. Dale and Heather on that front row, Carl. So they look around and they see it is a glorious day right now in Australia.
Call me the weatherman, because I've absolutely played them there. That's fantastic news for them. But here we go. This is it. First race of the Winter Cup. It's now or never. Don't rest on your laurels, because cutthroat competition is well on our way. Be interesting to see the strategies, like I say, whether they go, of course, it's a 25% race. We assume they'll use the softer compounds of tyres, but whether they go for that soft compound, gamble on an early safety car, or whether they go for the mediums and, if it all plays in their favour, maybe gamble on a late safety car. There's so many stipulations that they've got to think about in that driver's seat, but may fortune favour the brave and the bold.
Well, they know if they're going to be on the soft tyres, they're going to have to get the launch done in the opening couple of laps because the wear will be absolutely huge, and then they'll have to switch on to a medium or a hard tyre to get themselves over, and they'll have those 3 compounds of tyres to work with, and of course the green-walled intermediates and the blue-walled wet tyres if it does end up getting to those sorts of conditions. But they'll also be looking at how are they going to find themselves if they get stuck behind a medium runner, because they've got DRS, but they don't have it immediately.
Absolutely. No, you are quite right. And actually extending that on battery management is going to be a crucial factor this race as well. When you have those 4 DRS zones, when you are maybe trying to hold the front of the train, whether you have that track position, you want to preserve as much electrical energy as possible. You want outstanding output at all times. But that's only possible for so long. Like you say, 4 DRS zones. It's a tricky ordeal to hold someone back. F125 mechanics, they can gamble on them only so much, but as soon as the overtake's available,
and And so now is the chance for many. They will look at corners like Prost Corner. Turn 13 is a place of the last chances to go and get moves done. But as they get themselves set, we're ready. Lights are on here from Australia. Your Creator Cup now is going to get itself started. A non-start there from Mr. Dale, who got absolutely nowhere. Great start by Isa Music, who powers into the race lead and goes through one of the McLarens, and Ferrari's there around at the back. So that looks like Concept 7, who's pointed around the wrong way. Damage on the other Ferrari there of Lolanova, trying to work up through to turn 3, and one car being pushed there. Razin Chai given no room by Super Noodle Bagel. Yellow cautions out there in sector 1, and it looks like we're going to be back down under pacing.
Yeah, immediately virtual safety car called out. Chaotic start in the Winter Cup, ladies and gentlemen, but look at the start. Amazing, fabulous from Fienza, Isa Music and Ryan L83, 1 and 2 at the moment. Those are the tyres though, and look at this, actually a spread of all 3 compounds. Very interesting stuff, and well, Yorit's got a 10-second penalty for ignoring yellow flags. We hear shouts of, "What are you doing, sir?"
Well, they were waiting to get the launch, to get themselves back out into play. Jorrit van Heffen's gone, I don't care about a virtual safety car, I'll pick the 10 seconds up, try and put that all into play, and then serve that later on in this race. If it gets him the track position, it's good, and the virtual safety car ends, and we're back to going. Rally Boys 1 and 2, Isa Music from Ryan L83, another yellow comes out then through sector 3, as they have to be very cautious as they go through. That looks like Chesnoy Gaming maybe falling down the order slightly, but now as they work through, Tim Martin already up to 11th on the opening lap.
Massive burst on the power, burning up the rear tyres, but it's decisive from the Australian sensation. Contact with Meraki, drama and extra contact from GB and the Aston Martin. Drama upon drama, it's the snowball effect in full flow.
Yeah, well, GB knew. Big dive down the inside by Adam Sanson. Going to get that done on GB. Lolanova in the wall. Very much a case of what happened to a couple Alpines. Safety car is deployed for the front wing.
Lolly said having part of a nose wasn't enough. I want no nose. And you know what? Wish has been granted. Safety car, but now what do they do? Those people that started on the soft tyres have an open goal to get that free pit stop out of the way, or do they want to stick it out, knowing that maybe there's another safety car on the way later? So many considerations to have.
There's your biggest movers and gainers then in this field, and Alex Gillen, 12/13 is the margin that he's got up there from right at the very back of the field, already up to 7th and 8th, just got the clearance on Hoodie Pete. But we talk about being behind safety car and getting those on the softs have a free chance to jump off, and actually what hasn't been talked about, those 3 drivers who are on the hard tyres can get off the hard tyres onto a quicker medium at this point.
They can indeed, whether they want to bear the brunt of the tyre wear, they absolutely can. It should be fine, I reckon. Medium tyres usually are relatively sturdy around this track, but we shall soon see what they do. Highlighting this man though, up 13 places, a man that can pour a pint into a shot glass. He's an absolute weapon, is Alex Gillen. The leader of the 2 McLarens, both of them in the top 10 though from the back. Excellent start.
It's a brilliant start, and it's done well. In comes Isa Music, in will follow then Ryan L83, and he is backing himself up into pit lane, so he gets a free pit stop. So that will put F1 Alex in trouble, and Alex Gillen then, a couple of drivers getting reset back out there onto circuit then as they get their pit stop sorted. So they'll look to get those all put into play, and they will be okay and out and going once more. But it is all about making sure that their pit window is working, and they've got themselves a chance to get back out and gaining all of that time for the next phase as they go through. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we do have giveaways available out there. You can use !Bottle over out there on Twitch. The command is available until race end, and we will pull a winner.
Absolutely we will. Thought for a moment that some people had an absolute howler in that particular pit entry. A Safso gets a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Many people already attracted. The ire of the stewards as Adam Sanderson does exactly the same. Penalties upon penalties. There's your chain drive-through penalty for Chappers. It's complete chaos out there down under.
Yeah, they've forgotten that there are rules in Creator Series sometimes, and they will sometimes have to follow them if they don't want this to be trouble. Drive-through penalties for Chesnoy, for Super Noodle Bagel will be picking up those as well. It is currently Isa Music who has picked up as Tiamat Marduk gets 10 out there for ignoring yellow.
They're stuck in the pits. Some of them are stuck in the pits currently. They've tried to box and get some new tyres. We're going over to roaming cam. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Dale
Over here,
and
mate.
Brian. stuck.
Well, here's a look at Roman Camp, and just get as much of a little look down in there as you possibly can at it, and it looks like a couple of drivers just in the wrong place. And so I think that is going to bring a few dramas in there. Mr. Dale then retires it from the session, and so as everybody looks to find themselves through, that's sometimes an issue that you run into in LANs. It doesn't always go your own way. There are things that happen out there, and it happens in all competition, right to the very top, right to the very bottom.
Absolutely. There's only so much, like we said, that you can keep in your control. Now 19 remain in this race. Ryan L83 still apparently having the pit symbol next to him. Levy's just started to move around, so hopefully that's a bit better. Another drive-through penalty. That's Gwatz this time, ignoring yellow flags. Loads of people falling under the penalty cosh.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and they're all finding themselves in the worst possible place. Ryan L83 then looking for that clearance, and look at it. Drive-throughs and 10-second penalties find themselves galore here on lap 4 of 15 behind the safety car. It has been a dramatic start, and looking at the times, they're looking to try and get themselves back into order and to set themselves then into place as they go through. As we're going to see a little bit here from Ice Music. Fortunately for him, out there in the way he's running, there aren't many trees on an F1 track. The way that he's rallying has certainly been seen. He's wrapped himself around a good half dozen.
Oh, well, quite right. But at the moment, luckily, barriers between those trees mean he's actually extended the olive branch, and there's complete chaos here on the leaderboards. Not entirely sure what's going on. We've got Tiamat Marduk overtaking GB. They're all just trying to process, but no one really knows what's going on. We've got Chesnoid absolutely stationary. This is chaos, Jake.
It is chaos, and we're not going to restart it. We're going to live with it. So if you don't like it, lump it out there as they look to try and get themselves into order. So now this is going to be a game of who's got a penalty, who hasn't, and who is going to assess themselves with a chance at the end of this race to hold themselves steady. And there's some exasperated faces around that is going to let them all try and get into where they need to be. So this is going to be quite dramatic, to say the very least. The one thing I do know here out there is that they do have the safety car running around as they go through, and we're just getting word that we will have a lobby reset out there. So that is going to be a red flag that will be called out, and so we will be going to this condition and saying, right, we're going to hold it back, bring some less laps in, and say, let's try and this all over again and have that much to get to the end of the race.
Baraki punching the air. He was P1 as all the retirements begin, but extremely unfortunate. You'll be back with us in the comms booth in a matter of moments, so we'll give you a wave once we're here. But as you can see, well, hello guys, we're back. What can we say? Darkness has descended on the room, and it has descended on this first race.
Well, it is always tough when you're out there and you're trying to get everyone together and coordinated. There were some great starts out there in that opening round, but one thing you have to note is that these drivers now have a little bit of extra time to think about what went right and what went wrong on that opening couple of laps, because it could have very easily have been a case there, Carl, that one of those drivers would have had an absolutely awful start and, right, I've got now a second chance to get myself back into play. There'll be others like Isam using Ryan L83 who went, it's 1-2 for the Racing Bulls, it's absolutely fantastic, and it just didn't pay off.
No, quite right. Couldn't agree with you more, honestly. I mean, it's a battle of the mind again, isn't it? Do you stick with the same game plan? Do you change it up? Who knows? But I think the thing to highlight is that those front runners, those guys that started right at the back of the field, they had a great start. They used their pace to perfection. They were decisive. They were committed. Yes, there was drama between Tiamat Marduk and GB, but of course that's going to happen. There's only so much time they have in those races. But like you say, I don't think they'll change their approach much, because clearly it seemed to work quite well.
Yeah, there was a lot to unpack in those opening first 4 laps, and Jessica Bell is down here with us, who has got all of the understanding of it.
Been a lot of errors going on at the moment. There was a few drivers actually stuck in the pit lane as well, and it was an absolute nightmare. But for one driver that actually benefited from the chaos was John here. John, how did you find that with all the chaos going on?
Well, I got a great start, and then all of a sudden I saw chaos behind me. We thought we'd double stack, and then Ryan got stuck, basically, and we were trying to figure stuff out. I was trying to not crash in front of the safety car, and Yeah, I mean, I had a good start, and I have a funny intuition that might be my only good race, which is mildly concerning for me.
But now you got the lobby restart, John. What is going to be in your mind now? You're probably going to have a focus reset, right?
Focus reset to not crash. It's difficult enough, but we'll see what we can do. The main difficulty is actually getting a clean start into turn 1. I did that, and so the chance of it repeating twice are very low.
Yeah, and what are your goals for the Winter Cup then? Because of course you're mainly a WRC expert, iRacing expert. How many hours of practice have you put into this before today?
Wait, we were meant to practice? I think my goal is just to try and survive, to be honest. You know, it's one of those things where I'm more comfortable in the gravel trap. So, yeah, I think just survive the races and see if I can get a clean race in some points.
Surviving the race. Thank you very much, John. And I think there was one other driver who had an absolute nightmare that race was Ryan. What happened in the pit lane?
I don't know. I thought I'd back off and obviously try and do a double stack, but unfortunately I think my pit crew were a bit, bit knackered from doing this man's pit stop and decided to wait for 2 minutes, and eventually they did it and just got ahead of the pace car, safety car, and managed to go on there. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy, that race. So.
Yeah, talk us through that one instant there. You must have avoided quite a bit of carnage there.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought I'd just go for it down the middle of 2 cars, and it worked out a treat, and then tried to pass my teammate just before the safety car came out, but unfortunately it didn't work. But it was a good start. Hopefully in the second, when we do this restart, it'll be a bit better, and do a bit of teamwork, try and pull away from the field, and see how it goes later on.
Yeah, talking about that second restart, are you planning to change your strategies a little bit?
No, same strategy as always. I may tweak the setup, maybe go for a bit more of a top speed setup, because I was going for increased top speed.
Yeah.
So initially it felt okay, but I think down the back straight with the DRS is a bit tricky. You might have had an issue trying to pass John, but we'll see how we get on. Got plenty of time now. Might have a talk with him, see what tyre strategies as well, so we don't have the unfortunate mishap of double stacking again.
And what happens if the pit crew do the same thing again? Are you going to fire them?
No, I'm going to sack them completely off the board.
Fair enough. Well, we'll let you go into your best of luck for today. And yeah, there was a lot of chaos up and down the grid. I think there was quite a few people getting stuck in all the carnage there. And I'm just trying to see who could we speak to that's had a bit of some trouble that one. There's lots of people going down the pit lane. I'll speak to you. What do you think of that start?
I think the start was amazing. I was enjoying it loads, but we had a little bit of a safety car scuffle with Hoodie Pete, my friend.
Sorry.
I was trying to let him by, but
I did not get the communication. My
the
bad.
10-second time penalty and everybody had to go in reverse. So high five.
So that's why a lot of people got 10-second time penalties there.
Exactly. Pure chaos, but a lot of fun.
So how have you been finding the rig so far? Of course, you've been in your rig yourself. How are you finding this facility?
Well, I mean, being at the facility is great. It's like a fever dream being with everybody here, because you speak to everybody on Discord, Twitch, and whatever. Being here with everybody is incredible fun. I happen to have the same kind of rig at home as well, so for me it's easy to get used to. I can imagine that some people have a lot of other stuff and they take a bit more time to get used to it, but this one feels better than at home.
And what's it like having fixed setups? Because you're so used to your setup that you run with your own company. So how's the fixed setups like?
I mean, it's something to get used to, but if everybody is on the same type of level, then yeah, there's no problem in it, I'd say.
Yes, and what's your mindset now going into the second race? What are you going to change compared to the first one and do for this restart?
Pure chaos.
So you're going to cause chaos, and I can see you got your flute with you as well. Here we go. Here is the Yorick with the flute. Give us a little play, shall we?
We need my teammate. Yes. You have to be the snake. Tips can be sent to my rig over here. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or something. You can send tips over here.
Yeah. So if you want the flute being played, give some tips. That'll be great. Thank you very much. I'm sure you're going to annoy that for quite a long time today. So best of luck. We'll let you go and get settled in. And I think we are going to let the drivers settle in now, because otherwise we're going to bother them. So we're going to go back to you in the studio. Oh, we are?
Well, we've had a lot to try and unpack here. Just getting word that is going to come in that we are going to be looking at this, saying that Australia might just be put behind the wall and it won't count in terms of the points of what they're looking for. So it might be that we'll be jumping over to Spa. Not quite too sure yet, but we'll get more word when we hear it.
Yeah, in the land of the upside down, it is disaster. I won't spoil anything from a recent Netflix series you might have heard of, but it is disaster, quite frankly, which is a shame. Australia does have its character, but in other ways, we go to Spa. We go to a thoroughbred. We go to a much more expansive circuit. You've got iconic corner names dished around everywhere. La Source, Eau Rouge, Radillon, Les Combes chicane, Pouin, the bus stop chicane. There's so many pieces of history that you can find entwined in every single apex, and I'm sure they'll relish it.
So we are going to get ourselves a little oiled look here at how we are playing about this, as we will get a little look here at this lineup here and where everyone will be sitting. So in terms of team composition, obviously when you've got a teammate out there, it doesn't mean too much in the sense that, oh, you two are working together and you're going to get it done. What it will mean is that if you shuffle it up, that's the driver you're going to have to keep notice of when you come into the pits, because you can't come in at the same time, otherwise you're going to end up double stacking.
Absolutely not. If there's like any one lineup I could probably see there that will play that game, definitely McLaren, 100%. There's gonna be some double stack demons being played there, I reckon.
Yeah, those demons then could be exercised if they both have a really good start to racing. I would also maybe give a little concern to the Racing Bulls, who look like they've got some very similar pace out there to go and work with, but they will be certainly hoping that their run is going to be good in the next race that they have all set up. Everybody looking to try and give themselves the opportunity to say, look, this is where we're going to be, this is how quick we can be. And when you have a false sort of start like we've just had, it does two things to a driver. Either it is going to make them more nervous and the field's going to be a little bit more tense, or it's going to relax these drivers and they're going to have a really nice, open, expansive race.
They'll hope it's the latter for their sake, honestly, but you just never know. Every driver has a unique approach to the way that they race, whether it's the way that they go for overtakes, how aggressive they want to be, whether it's the way that they process the handling of the car, whether they throw it into corners. It's all a completely different ball game. But, well, we have news, ladies and gentlemen, confirmed just now, hot off the press, as it were. We are going to Spa. Australia is in the bin. It is no more. We do apologise. However, I think it's a good time to say that we do have a giveaway still going on. Now, there's been some confusion, but don't worry, we've got you covered. Next race, as Spa-Francorchamps starts, exclamation mark bottle. You'll find everything you need to know there. It is very exciting, and it will work, we promise.
It very much will. If you've already put exclamation point bottle in when the second race starts, do it again, because you will still get yourself the opportunity to put on in. We're going to head over to the Creator Series couch now, where Kieran McGinley has all the fallout.
That was a race and a half, wasn't it? Well, it was less than half a race, but you know what I mean. I have a guest coming on with me, Yorit. Hello, Yorit. Let's give you a microphone. Let's have a chat. Let's sit back here. Let's have a relax.
And have a look at what happened there.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, talk to us about it from your point of view, because that was interesting.
It was definitely interesting. That's the right word. I would say, for the first time in a big while, I had a wonderful start. I was truly happy with that one. Then the safety car came around, and Hoodie Pete and I had a little bit of a squabble. I don't know what happened exactly. I tried to swap positions. There he is, the man in question. I tried to swap positions with him. I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding, because everybody slammed on their brakes under the safety car, and then I think Safso had to go in reverse to dodge the cars that were coming up. Absolute
ridiculous.
chaos.
Oh,
Absolute
chaos. Okay, well, that's why we're here, isn't it? Maybe not that much chaos, but hey, what can you do?
Depends on what you prefer, eh?
I will say as well, don't forget, we've got the giveaways as well. It's !! giveaway, and make sure you get into that giveaway for the Williams sim rig, the Atlassian Williams sim rig. ! Bottle as well is our first mini giveaway, so make sure you get in that to get the entry in, and you can also join the Williams Gaming Club Discord. !WGC. So make sure those are your 3 exclamation marks. They're live now, so make sure you get them in as you go through. Back to you, Yorick, because you know you're an important man here. Of course, you're an established, distinguished guest. What's your expectations coming in for today? Fun or glory?
I'm always here to have fun, but if it's possible, I'll try my best. I haven't had the best track record on F1 25, but coming in today, sitting in the rig, it actually felt pretty good. So who knows what will happen today. For now, Maxime is driving for me in Spa, because we need to make sure that Maxime gets some driving time as well.
Oh, fair enough.
But I'm most looking forward to Monaco.
Oh, yes. I remember in one Creator Series race commentating you at Monaco, I called you Yorick Jan van Geffen just because you had a J at the start.
It is correct.
Well, there you go. Just to have a word as well, there is a change in the schedule, so Australia is getting in the bin. We're going to go to our second race is going to be at is it Belgium? I've got to check now.
It's going to be Spa.
It's going to be Spa. All right, okay. Yeah, you did actually just say that. There you go. Hoodie Pete there, giving some love, I'm sure. I didn't see. I'm sure it was love. So yes, it's going to be going straight to Belgium. We're going to bin off Australia, so there we go. Sorry for you Down Under fans, but you just saw that. It went a bit mental. Anyway.
I hope it was a good watch still.
From here, it was a great watch.
You know what the thing is? The thing I'm most bummed about is that Alex Gillen was behind me at the safety car. I wanted to see that battle.
Oh, so did I. I wanted to see Isaac Musing up at the top. Finally, he gets onto tarmac and he's actually leading the race.
The grid was perfect.
It was great stuff. Although, unfortunately for Mr. Dale, he, in that Red Bull just didn't get away. Luckily, he ghosted, but that's by the by. But
I didn't really see what happened there, but
he got it. We had the perfect grid position, and then it looked like he just didn't get away. But hey ho, there it is. But obviously you're swapping out for Belgium in this race, back for Monaco. So the all-important question is, who's driving your rig in the finale?
In the finale, it's going to be me.
Okay.
So I'm going to see what I can do. Hopefully I can build some confidence in Monaco. If that one goes well, maybe it's a positive outlook for Austria. Austria is a track I'm not always really that good at, but I think what I'm going to do is just capitalize on the chaos today, because from what I heard, there's one side going full gas and the other side is going it for the fun. So we need to make use of the chaos.
I am actually, sitting in, believe it or not, I am next door and I can hear the commotion going on. I think I heard an Adam Sanderson yell at the top of his lungs.
Adam Sanderson, I think, was the loudest person in the room just now. I tried to peek him, but I couldn't.
It was a case of, I heard him from there and it just peaked. Oh, there was an Adam who just walked past. His ears were burning, you see.
The loudest man of the session.
Yeah, absolutely. Loudest man.
Projection, he says.
Projection. We'll leave that to you. Yara, what's an ideal finishing position for you in the finale then?
I think anywhere in the top 10 I would be happy with. But I think what's more important for me is joining in on the competitiveness. If you look at the previous Creator Series races, I've kind of been at the back. But I just want to see if I can be competitive alongside the rest. Maybe due to luck with people not being used to the rig, or maybe having some shaky legs. I'm pretty comfortable here. I'm enjoying myself, so no shaky legs here. So I'm just trying to kind of follow the group and not be a backpack type of guy. And otherwise, I have a nice battle with my teammate Chesnoid.
That sounds great. I mean, behind us as well, we've got like rigs up there, and I turned up early. I tried them out, and I am slow. There we go.
Maybe you should participate then.
Maybe I should, but you'll show me up. It'll be fine. Yora, it's been a pleasure to have an interview with you. I'll let you get back into supporting Maxime for the Belgium race.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yora. Give us a handshake. Good one. There you go.
Thank you.
So Yorick van Geffen there. Thank you very much, sir. swapping out for the Belgian Grand Prix, which is coming up next. And, well, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, it's the longest track on the calendar, 4 metres and 7 kilometres. Like I said at the start of the show, it is a case of it's the longest track on the calendar. And it technically shouldn't be there because, according to the FIA regulations, the track can't be longer than 7 kilometres. But it's Spa, we'll let it off. You know, Eau Rouge and Raidillon, come on, that's one of the best corner complexes on the entire calendar. Let's just end the discussion and end the debate there. We're going to be joining shortly, I hope. We'll get those little gremlins swept under the carpet. But hey, who knows? Who knows what could happen? That's the glory of finding out. But yeah, we've got Australia. We've got Australia now that's in the bin. We're not doing Australia anymore. So everything's now going to be the right way up for the rest of today. So we're going to be going to Belgium, going into the second race of the schedule, which is now technically going to be the first race of the schedule, which is the Belgian Grand Prix. And we're going to be joining there very shortly. I believe Tom Squared is going to be taking on the mics for that one. So that should be a very good stuff indeed. But as you can see, we're now going into Belgium. Then we'll go to Monaco for the final heat of the day. And those 2 heats should then decide our grid for the finale at the Red Bull Ring. Your average finishing position over the 2 heats will then decide your grid position for the finale. So it's really important you still get those good results in Belgium and at Monaco to give yourself the best chance of securing a best possible start for the finale. And then when it comes to the heats, it is a case of, well, the heats don't matter after that. And once they started your grid position, once they've decided your grid position, that is that. And then whoever wins at Austria after the 50% race, they will be our Winter Cup champion, Winter Cup Series champion in the Creator Series, and with Atlassian Williams Racing. And a huge shout out to them as well for hosting us here at the Creator Series today. We'll look to see what we can do in the near future as well. I'm very much looking forward to it as we'll take on. I've got another microphone here. Here we go. I'm switching over. I'm on this camera now. No. Oh, okay. Not yet. All right. Okay. I'm switching cameras soon, but there we go. So I'm going to get a word in my ear from production when that's all ready. It feels weird. I've got 2 cameras on me on a sofa. Okay. Anyway. But we'll go. Okay. Now we're going to roaming. So you should see me there now. Hello. I've got to switch microphone. That means, well, I won't hear myself in my ear. So let's jump up and come and follow me because I'll not get tied up in any cables. That's going to be really important. I believe now we're heading over to the reaction test. So come follow me and we'll squeeze through and have a little bit of a competition whilst we wait for the Belgian Grand Prix. And we have our 4 semi-finalists, if you like. Gareth, talk us through the action. What's going to happen here?
Basically, we have 2 reaction tests and the creators are going to face off in a World Cup style format. 2 creators versus 2 creators. Well, no, 1 creator versus 1 creator in the semi-final, and the winner will go on to do the winning of this meaningless game.
The winningest of this meaningless game.
Yeah.
Tag that. That's the tagline. That is the tagline. So talk us through who's the first semi-final.
The first semi-final is Adam Sanderson and Maxime.
Ooh, okay, bring it on then, Adam. Thoughts into this one?
Gonna hit the buttons as quick as they pop up, and my thoughts. I'm gonna win. That's all it's gonna be. Place your bets. Bet 365. Odds on me winning 1-1. That's what you're gonna get.
Other betting apps are available. Let's have a chat to Maxime as well. Let's have a chat to Maxime. How are you feeling? Bold words from Adam. Can you match that?
I have no words because I lost my voice, but at least I don't need my voice for this, so I'm gonna give it a try.
Well, we've got 30 seconds on the clock. Let's find out what happens then. Okay. It's the middle button, and you'll have 30 seconds to get the score. By the way, Alex Albon got 73, so no pressure. All right, then I'm counting you in. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. 30 seconds on the clock. And once that light comes up, get started. Here we go. Who's going to be miles out of the blocks? They're neck and neck at the moment for right now. Though Sanderson's getting a slight lead over there in the far left-hand corner. 20 seconds left on the clock. It's well, I can't imagine what it's like doing it in silence, let alone a crowd around you with commentary over it as well. Adam, I think, has just broken into 40. Yes, he has. So we've got 7 seconds on the clock now. Can anyone get close to Alex Albon's time as well? Or at least in that. A couple of seconds left then as we head towards the checkered flag. And that is a win for Adam Sanderson, who wins the first semi-final. Well done to Adam Sanderson. He wins there 55-46. Close, tight in the end, as we've got our first finalist in this one then. So let's have a Let's have a look at our next semi-finalist then. It's Gwatts, it's G-Watts, who knows? But how you feeling going into the semi-final here?
Not very good, to be honest. I've never done this in my life before, so I think Ben is going to, he's a professional, you know, so I think I'm going to not do very well. But let's see. I've still got a bit of faith, so yeah.
So they say. Ben, a professional, that's high words. Can you back that up?
Well, anything above not doing it before is, I guess, pretty good. So, yeah, I did it the other day, so I might be cooking, I might be not. So I'm going to have to think of an excuse if I don't win. So, yeah, let's do this.
You got about 30 seconds to think of that excuse.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Gentlemen, get yourselves ready then. And on my mark, you'll press that centre button in the middle. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Press those buttons and let's get this underway. When that first light comes up, your time will start. Get ready and go. Here we go then. Fast out of the blocks we go then. I think Ben's got a slight lead at the moment then as we head our way through. The crowd. Our commentators are getting involved with this one as well. Why not? Ben's got a big lead now at the halfway mark of this one. He's approaching the 30 mark then. Gwatts meanwhile 25 at the moment. 10 seconds on the clock to go. It's still pretty close. It's still pretty close between them as they're coming up to the line. 5 seconds to go then. Checkered flag at the ready. Team Marduk's broken through the 40s then. And 30 seconds are up. That looks like to me, that's a Team Marduk win. That's 47 to 44. So Team Marduk is into the final by 3. Nicely done indeed. Okay though, now it's time for the final. So Adam, Ben, come back here. Let's have a chat then.
Which one do you want to go?
Well, oh, you're being honourable. You're letting Ben pick the rig.
I'll beat him on either, it's fine.
Okay.
Right. Beat me at something, mate.
Ooh!
You're first for a change.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll stomach that, that's fine.
Right, final thoughts then. Adam, what are you thinking?
Hit the buttons quick.
Sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
It's a winning plan.
Ben, is that a good plan or are you thinking something different?
I hit buttons quicker.
Oh!
Hopefully.
Let's find out. Let's give them 30 seconds on the board. Gentlemen, take your starting positions and on my mark. Oh, nice bit of gentlemanship there. Okay then, on my mark, you'll press that button. 3, 2, 1. Press the button and get ready to go. Here's the final then. It's Tiamat Marduk versus Devon Butler. Fast out of the blocks though is Devon Butler. He's already into double figures and continuing to go here. He said he wanted to press buttons fast. That's exactly what he's doing. He's got a lead at the moment then as we approach the halfway mark. Now Sanderson into the 30s. Ben's only just into the 30s now. This is a good lead here for Sanderson. Can he wrap this up? 5 seconds on the board then. Sanderson's already into the 50s here. He's already surpassed what he managed in the heat. He's finished there, and that is the winner. Adam Sanderson is the winner then, takes the final, 57 points. And I'm just going to slip in there. Adam, congratulations. How are you feeling after that?
My heart was racing. I'm sweating everywhere. What do I win?
You win a handshake.
Oh,
wow, look at that.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Thank you. Come on, up the Trident. Up the Trident.
Up the Trident. Right, any tips for any worthy adversaries to take this on later?
Press buttons even faster. Yeah,
That's
how about
good.
that?
That's good. Okay, right, so can you reach Alex Albon's 74 though?
I feel like that might not be real.
Well, they just made it up.
Yeah, I think maybe, but that's a great time. Alex, if that is truly you, fair play. Fair play. That's insane. Absolutely insane.
That's high praise from Devon Butler.
I know what I'm saying. The highest of praise.
Adam, congratulations. Well done on the win. Go and take a well-earned rest as we head our way through. Well, that's a little bit of a challenge here. 57 on the reaction challenge there. Should be a good one. I mean, I tried it earlier and I got 42, so I would not have been worthy even of the final because Ben managed to get 47. So there you go. We're getting ready then to head over to the Belgian Grand Prix. What are you talking about? It's the first race of the day, the first heat of the day. Don't know what you're talking about. Australia doesn't exist. We'll be joining our commentary team very, very shortly indeed, and we'll find out how it all shapes up. We'll take you through the grid as well for that Belgian Grand Prix, as of course it was meant to be the reverse grid of what the race results were in Australia. But Australia didn't happen, so I assume there's going to be mixed up grids once again. But that'll be confirmed by our commentary team, who I lovingly call Tom Squared. So it should be good with them. We're just waiting now. Hopefully that lobby is getting ready very, very shortly. We'll be able to throw in our drivers and see who comes out on top, hopefully this time at the Belgian Grand Prix. 11 laps await our drivers at one of the largest and longest circuits on the calendar. So without further ado, with Alex Heron in the pit lane, let's hand over to Tom Wilkinson and Tom TK Knight.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Williams Experience Centre. And as you can tell, we are not the pairing of Jake Sperry and Carl Paranek. You've got a slightly different commentary team on hand here for the race 2 of 4 that we have here in the Winter Cup. My name's Tom Knight, Tom Wilkinson, alongside me. A fantastic duo between myself and you. We've done a lot of broadcasts, actually, none in person, but it is good to see you finally.
We have never met before, only virtually, so Tom Squared is officially in the building. I think everybody, myself and yourself included, delighted to see that, and delighted as well for the race that we've got coming up, a legendary venue.
Absolutely. One of the originals on the 1950s calendar and one that still remains on our calendar to this day. And if you're not bored of Kieran McGinley talking your ear off about how it shouldn't be on the calendar in 2025, well, we're not going to mention that, at least for the remainder of this broadcast. But it is where we're heading for round 2 of the Williams Winter Cup, or the Creator Series Winter Cup. One of the same.
Okay, we get the Creator Series in there. Get the publicity going. We love it. It's been a fun day so far. We've been seeing people behind us just stealing each other's steering wheels from the rig, so making their life a little bit harder than it needs to be. But the vibes, absolutely on point. I can tell you that for free.
I can confirm Tim Marnick's wheel is not on his rig at the moment.
Problematic.
Only slightly, but certainly one that I wouldn't want to try and drive without. I know where it's hidden. I'm not sure whether Ben knows where it's hidden. Spoilers for you at home, it's just behind your camera over there in the right-hand corner. So if anyone wants to tell him, feel free. But I don't know how you're going to be able to tell him when they can't stream at the moment.
No, I don't think he's in the stream either. So somebody's going to have to shout very, very loudly for him to try and find that one. But just trying to get a leg up on your rivals, and especially Tim at Mardick. Strong record at the venue we're heading to as well, though didn't win the last time we visited.
Certainly didn't. That victory went to Lolly Noba, didn't it? Back in Season 10, if you can remember that far back. It was when, realistic performance cars were tested and tried for the first time on a Creator Series broadcast. And then we headed in to Season 11, where we had realistic performance for 99% of the races, with the exclusion of Abu Dhabi, where we went back to equal cars for a very one-off special, where Jake, of course, won his second championship.
Third driver to become a multiple Creator Series champion, following behind Tim at Mardick, Alex Gillen, who was the recently deposed champion from Season 10, and now Jake, who is not in the room currently. I don't know where he's gone. I think we saw him just skip along the floor behind us a few moments ago, going to enjoy some of the amenities that we've got in the other rooms.
I don't want to make assumptions. He is very snake-like, that he just disappears out of nowhere. You try and grab him for a chat or an interview, but he does just go out the room.
Slithering out of sight. Slithery on the circuit as well. That reputation that we all know he has just spawns in P3 after a very substandard, very quiet race. So a snake on and off the circuit, I think everybody will agree.
You're absolutely right. And also, whilst we're here, I think it's very valid and very right to shout out to the guys that aren't necessarily in front of the camera today. We've got some very talented individuals that are running the stream behind the scenes. Obviously, our resident expert, Mr. Gareth Allen, who is on overall executive director duties. We've got the wonderful Ben Sappytron, who's running the broadcast, and of course, Josh Richards, It's Chocolate. You all know and love him. He's run a couple of broadcasts for us. The Creator Series, he is on the game running, essentially.
Spectator cam for himself. Your TV director, he has been better than what it has been in real life. So look forward to that in the next 3 races that we've got for the rest of your attention this afternoon. Should we run back through, just have a little bit of a chat about what's going to be going on?
I think we should. Why not? I don't know if we're able to pull up the schedule for this afternoon. Broadcast producer back the week. And following it, quite possibly the second most historic circuit on the Formula 1 calendar, we head to the Principality of Monaco.
We do. What a lineup we've got in that Monaco race. Stay tuned for that one. Still 25%, but that mandatory 2-stop strategy will still come into its own, and that will shake things up, believe you me. That should be an absolute cracker, especially with the faster guys you would expect still starting towards the back.
And don't forget, as well, if you're watching along in the live chat, whether that be YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Kick, there's one that I'm forgetting, Twitter? I don't know.
X, yes.
X. Let us know in the live chat of whatever you're watching from, who you think is going to do rather well indeed. Well, for the time being, we've had a nice little chat, haven't we, Tom? We will be back on your screens later. But for the time being, we're going to throw it over to Mr. Kieran McGinley, who's got a little bit more for us.
Thank you very much. Well, let's have a look and, well, let's have a chat to Ryan L83. Ryan, welcome to the sofa. Consider yourself an esteemed guest. How are you feeling?
Yeah, all good. I'm happy to be here, obviously, so thanks to the organisers for inviting me down for this event. And yeah, I mean, it's been going okay so far. First race was interesting, to say the least, but no, happy to be here and have a good time today.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm loving it just watching here, just having a chat to everybody. You can see the sort of the hustle and the bustle behind us as well as we look to hopefully start the next race shortly. But talking of the next race, Belgium, 11 laps. We were sort of speaking off the mic that maybe this is not one you're looking forward to.
Yeah, obviously I come from an iRacing background where I had the F4s here a few weeks ago and did pretty well on that, but obviously this is a different type of machine and I've not really had experience on the F1 games for quite a long time because I'm a bit of a veteran on the F1 games from 2010. But yeah,
long time ago.
I'm the boomer of the drivers here. But no, I think the biggest thing for me is going to be the ERS system and trying to learn that because I think it's been my biggest deficit on this game. But depending on where I'm starting in this race coming up, I'm just gonna play it safe. Hopefully do a different strat to my teammate because we had a bit of a disaster masterclass in Australia with what happened to us. But I mean, it's gonna be slipstream galore as well. It's gonna be, don't know what the weather's gonna be like because Spa is known for unpredictable conditions. So I'm kind of hopeful it's gonna be dry because I'm not good in the wet on the F1 game with no assist. So.
Can be cruel, those F1 gods, I'll tell you that right now. Who knows what they're going to throw into the bucket?
I know, definitely. It's going to be interesting, but it depends on how the quicker drivers fare through the, Tim Etmard, Meraki, Alex Gillen, GB, how they get through the field if it does rain. Because I know there's going to be some drivers who may be a bit tentative with trying to pass through quickly and try to keep it on the track, basically. So we'll just see how we get on. And, I mean, as I said to most of the people here, I'm just here for fun, and if I get a top 10 in at least a race, I'll be happy and satisfied with that, but we'll just see how we go on.
I mean, just as sort of this side of the microphone and this side of, watching on, it seems like a great atmosphere. I mean, I heard Adam in there shouting at the top of his lungs in that Australian race. I mean, if I heard it from here, you surely must have heard it right by him.
I mean, he's 2 across from me. I'm I'm thinking, is Adam Sanson in the game or something? I just keep hearing this little noise in the corner. I'm like, okay, this is not ideal going through an apex of
and that's with the headphones on as well.
Indeed, yeah. It's been very interesting, but you got to get that though in any events like this. We're all here for a laugh at the end of the day, and you with Adam, there's someone playing a flute apparently, or a recorder. I think it's Jorah, I think it is, who's brought that in, which is very unique to the event. Could be a tactic to try and distract some of the drivers, but no, having Adam next to me will be interesting. Might bring his Devon Butler out of him potentially.
Absolutely. My final question then. We're here at Williams. Who's your favourite Williams driver of all time? It can be.
Oh, it's a tricky one. I'm going to be a bit of a boomer with this answer because it's going to be an old one, probably Nigel Mansell.
Nige. So red number 5 is your sort of era.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was born, it was when he won the IndyCar, and then obviously he won some F1 championships as well at the time. So, but no, he's probably the one, and I think probably modern. I'd probably say if I had to pick between Albon and Sainz, probably Sainz for me.
There you go. Ryan is a Sainz fan. Thank you so much, Ryan. We'll let you get back underway.
Thank you, mate.
We'll leave it there. Thank you, Ryan. And, I think we've got Alex Heron over in the pit lane. So let's hand over to him. Over to you, Alex.
How is it going, everybody? We are now in the pit lane and people are getting ready for their Belgian Grand Prix. We had quite a slow start to the event with a little bit of problem in Austria, but overall it was very good. Do I need to talk louder? Smile. I'll give a smile. Give a smile. I'm just getting told off by my production team. I'll look like I'm actually happy now. But yeah, we are here at the event and it is looking very good fun, to be honest with you. We've got Mr. Dale over here. I'm going to grab him because he hates being grabbed by people. So Dale, mate, couldn't have gone worse in the start, to be honest with you, mate. DNF in the opening round.
No. I refuse to take responsibility for that DNF. The game, it was an unfortunate event. The pit lane, unfortunately, we had a bug. It stopped me. I went to leave the lobby to try and reset it, and it retired me. So we got all of 1 lap out of it. But in that 1 lap, we did lose our front wing. So, sticking to our best abilities as we always are.
Yeah. And what are your thoughts about being here? It's pretty cool, isn't it, being at this event?
It is an unbelievable facility. What these guys have put together, it's amazing. come here, see your friends. In December, the Christmas spirit is high. We've got some amazing hats and jumpers.
We certainly do. I have stolen TK's hat. But yeah, it is going very well indeed, folks. And we are just lining up for the start of what is going to be a very exciting Belgian Grand Prix. Of course, TK and the other Tom, as he'll be now known, is going to be doing their commentary. And they're looking at me with some evil looks over on the other side. But as we move further down here, we can see Mr. Adam Sanderson. Adam, mate.
Hello.
Couldn't have gone worse in that first round for a lot of drivers. But you know what? You were at P4 at one point during that race.
Well, on my screen, I was P1. Just saying. I think we should take it from exactly where I saw it and give the Mercedes a P1, P2. That's what I think.
I think that's a good bet, to be honest with you, yeah. But overall, you know, we're at this event. It's pretty awesome, isn't it, to be here at this event? And what are your thoughts about doing it in general?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, Creator Series has come a long way since the early days. I mean, I wasn't... Where did I start? Season 2? Did I do like a preserve race or something? I can't remember.
Like yeah.
It's been a long ride. It's been good. And look, we're here now. We want to do more of these LAN type events. So if any teams, any companies want to help host us, hit us up. Come on.
Yeah, and you want to hit it. Look at his face. That is a beautiful face right there. But yeah, we'll be getting shortly ready as soon as the production tell me to swap over. But yeah, as soon as we're ready to go. We've got down here the big dogs, of course. Well, obviously you're one of the big dogs, Adam. But this is the other big dogs that are down this side. They'll give us a wave on the camera. We're expecting a big crash, guys, here. Spa. These two, yeah, keep an eye on these two in the Grand Prix. We're going to be wrapping it up now. We're going to be sending it over towards TK and the other Tom, as I'll now call him now. But thank you very much, guys. We're back in the pit lane shortly. Let's hand it over to the next stage of the Grand Prix.
Well, hello everybody. That hat toss went better in our heads.
It didn't have the velocity, didn't have the divergence. It was a poor throw.
Yeah.
It was a poor throw. Alex Heron needs to be shamed for that because that was embarrassing. He was in a good position as well.
It was what, 6 feet away? He was pretty much there.
It's just on the floor. It's quite an upsetting sight at Christmas. Santa hat just sat on the floor.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, we're going to get ready for the starting grid then for Spa-Francorchamps. Get ready, everybody. 20 drivers, including one slight change of plan, is about to take to your screens. And here we go.
First of all, we have to start at the back and where we were in the previous race. There will be big names that'll be on that back row and they'll be very familiar with them as they try their best to work their way through the pack. The last two Creator Series champions, indeed. Alex Gillen from P20. There it is, the reigning champion, Meraki, from position 19.
One row above them in 18th and 17th, respectively. It's GB68, and of course, one of the other 2 times Creator Series champions. Could have been 3. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. It's Timo Marduk from 17th.
3. Could have been 4 if you look at the law as well. In front of them, Razin Chai, season 5 champion, of course, only controller champion. And Lolin Ober, the last victor of the Belgian Grand Prix.
Absolutely, in 14th. And lucky for some, 13th. There's Adam Sanderson. It's Adam Sanderson that starts 14th place. Gwat starts from 13th as well.
Just ahead of them, in a legendary duo, it is PS1 Hagrid, the Season 1 champion Safso from 12th, and Concept 7 in that Scarlet Ferrari, just outside your top 10.
And now we do head into the top 10 itself. It's Chappers who starts in the Williams from 10th place. Maxime replacing Jorrit van Heffen, who starts from 9th place.
The flute playing, coming from the sidelines today. Ryan 83, the professional snooker player in the Creator Series, in position number 8, and alongside him, F1 Alex in that Sauber car.
Snooker player alongside semi-professional darts player, I think we have on that row. We go from darts, we go to amateur football for Chesnoid Gaming, who starts from 6th place, with Super Noodle Bagel starting from 5th place. Unfortunately, they have to be returned. They are not subject to UK health laws.
Just in front of them, 2 to go, Hoodie Pete, the Italian man, in that Williams car. And Isa Music was leading very early on in the season opener, the Australian Grand Prix. Can he keep that surprising form up, translating rally driving into Formula cars?
You'd certainly like to hope so. And here we go then, your front row for race number 2. It's the same as it was for the first round. It's Mr. Dale J.E. that starts from the front row. In front of him, though, Heather, in what will be technically her first ever Creator Series race.
Will indeed. It will indeed. Now, what we need to hope for as well, we saw in that opening start, both of the drivers on the front row failed to get off the blocks. Bit of carnage down to turn number 1, and this is not a very long run into a heavy braking zone at La Source.
Absolutely not. Turn 1 is one of those corners on a circuit that you have to get the car slowed down. You have to get it turned in absolutely correctly. And we can see Dale just over our right-hand corner. He's in the second rig back, just behind Meraki. So we will be keeping a very close eye on him, won't we?
100%. Looks like he's getting some tips as well from one of the best in the business, the reigning champion. Just giving some final words of encouragement for Dale, going from second.
Well, here we go then, on your screens to race you. Don't forget, whilst this race does happen, we can do !bottle in the Twitch chat to enter a giveaway to join yourself up with some lovely, lovely Williams merch.
Make sure you get involved in that one, !giveaway as well. You can win yourself some lovely sim racing gear, can't you?
You absolutely can. And the winner of that will be announced in the Williams Gaming Club Discord. !WGC, that's !WGC. And of course, all of those on Twitch, you can get yourselves, or at least find out who the winner is, even if you don't decide to enter. Do go get involved, because they're doing a giveaway every day over on their Discord there.
They are 100%. Make sure you get involved, have your eyes on the prize, because it could be you that wins it. And how lovely would that be, wouldn't it, to pick up some of that gear?
Can confirm, I have entered. I'm not sure if we're allowed to. I have entered.
Controversy, maybe?
Well, we'll see what happens. If I win it, there could be a few calls of bias to the commentators. We are just awaiting everybody here as they get themselves ready to go racing. You can see the focus on everybody's faces already here, Tom. I mean, if you look across the grid, who's the most focused out of all of these drivers?
Difficult to see. I'm seeing people down our left-hand side. F1 Alex is looking pretty locked in. Concept 7 as well, ready to get going.
5 lights are on, and we go racing in Spa-Francorchamps. I think, his contact further back, the Hasco spinning around. Who's that going to be? I think that's Chesnoid Gaming getting caught up, but wide goes Ryan L83. Both Saubers going through the source, into the grass. Who is that? Ryan L83, and I think Kai's amusing. Both V-Cubs getting caught up early.
Well, it's F1 Alex that sneaks through. Both Saubers looking good, as is the Season 1 champion Sapso flying through Rouge and Radion for the very first time. Tiamat Marlett still down in position 20. This is where we could get 3, maybe even 4 wide. Look how close they are. Running down the Kemmel straight into Lake Comis. Sapso charging to the inside, shows the nose, but a little bit tentative.
It's an old school circuit. Are we seeing old school Sapso? Come and get involved. Round goes Super Noodle Bagel. Couldn't quite keep all the toppings on the round breaded pastry, but as we run down in towards the final, the second sector of this circuit, let's keep an eye on who's trying to get involved. It's the Alpine of Guatz trying to hold off our current reigning champion of Meraki.
100%. Big names already towards the front. The 2 on the back row now nestled inside the top 6. Tiamat Marlett made up about 8 places as well. Going through the Lake Comis chicane. We've got screaming behind us as well.
I'm trying to look and see who's screaming out in the background because I can't quite figure out who's going around. But F1 Alex almost has led for an entire lap here if he can hold it on until we get to the start-finish line. But Sapso well and truly on his tail. Soft tyres across the board apart from 4 drivers. They've opted for the medium tier for 11 laps.
Mr. Dell, the leader of them, of course, in position number 3, was a little bit wobbly coming off the blocks, wasn't he? As Lolinoba now charging through Corporal Frere and taking 3rd place off the hands of the driver that started from 2nd.
As we run down, look at Alex Gillen though, he's found some pace in that 3rd sector. We run down towards bus stop chicane. Lolinoba, the Italian stallion, looking fast, looking strong. Gillen looks to the inside. The right-hander, they've managed to avoid contact. But Lolinoba, how long can he hold on here? I don't think the answer will be long, Tom.
Looked pretty headstrong there. He had Alex Gillen ducking and weaving all over his rear end into the bus stop chicane, holding firm in that podium spot for the time being. Into the pit, Hoodie Pete towards the back of the pack. Lots of changing for position. We've got a Mercedes and a Haas over the sausage curb through Las Sources. Maxime this time in a bit of trouble.
Both Hasses, I think, having technical difficulties. Chesnoid's all the way down in 18th place. Eyes amusing as well. Into the pits after his earlier skirmish through the gravel stuff. A rally driver at heart. He knows how to do this, but look at Sapso, our Season 1 champion, running down the Kemmel straight. Sapso is in the lead of our race.
Brilliant move on the button, Sapso, as he always is, as F1 out slightly wide through the Lake Comis chicane. The 2 Alpines getting stuck into GB as well on his return to the Creator Series as well. Quads up into P6. Razin just having to sit behind, but slightly wide goes the Aston Martin. Opportunity is their eyeball to eyeball down to Brigels. Can GB just about hang it, dance it around the outside, hold on to 7th place. Still a little bit of tyre banging. You're going to be brave to go side by side through No Name. Still Razin tries to keep it clung around the outside.
It's still side by side though. GB has not lost the Alpine as much as he would have liked. Razin Chai, the pad merchant, still tries around the outside of Pouon. Can the Alpine hold on? He's doing so. Every serve that is sent his way is being answered with an even better return hand. As the Alpine looks to the inside, they're still inseparable. But GB68 holds firm.
Daggers on the elbows, box office battling between two of the big boys in the Creator Series as Gwatz is allowed a little bit of respite to just scamper off into the distance to the tune of half a second. Adam Sanderson just behind. I wonder if he was the driver that maybe clattered into the one of the Hasses going through La Source at the start of the lap.
Look at the gap, though, that Safso's built himself in the lead. Nearly 8.5 tenths is the Aston Martin clear from the Italian Sally, and we watch on board with our reigning champion Meraki as he runs in towards the bus stop chicane. He's on the chase of Alex Gillen. Of course, friends and foes, I think, is probably the best way to describe them within the Creator Series. But Lolly Nova, fastest lap. Meraki, again, just looking for it into the source, but he's going to be patient. It's a long race here over 11 laps.
100%, just trying to work out where Alex Gillen is strong and where he's a little bit weak. Lost a lot of time in the middle sector. Surprised he wasn't tucked up with Lolly Nova and F1 Alex as well. Meraki still applying the blowtorch up through Rouge and Radial. But it's F1 Alex under the cosh here. 8 tenths of a second, 9 tenths off the back of Lolly Nova, and in front of them, the Italian stallion galloping into the lead, takes the lead from Safso without any cause for concern.
Alex Gillen as well trying to go for a move on the other Alex as well, around the outside of the exit of the Lake Com chicane, gets the move done, does the McLaren, and F1 Alex falling down the order even more so. Meraki now in 5th, looks to the inside. The Sauber's wounded, I think, as they fall down the order. Surely those soft tyres are starting to fall off here, Tom.
Feeling spongy, feeling second best. That's got a little bit of time in hand, 2 seconds ahead of the next group, the chasing peloton behind. Still the 2 Alpines trying to do one over, maybe trying to double team the Aston Martin of GB as he fights his way through. Look at the gap though between Safso and Alex Gillen. A second and a half forming between second and third. That could be crucial. Strategy though is going to come into play in the next couple of laps.
If anything, this is helping our season 1 champion of Safso as he continues to try and chase down Lolly Nova. He's got to crucially not allow that to go over 1 second as they get onto the start-finish straight. He'll have the opportunity to open the DRS on not 1 but 2 occasions as they run down the Kemmel Straight. But I'm just looking behind us, Tom. I'm not sure if we can pull up the pit camera of Meraki. The focus that is on that man's face right now as he's trying to chase down our champion of Alex Gillen. It's a fantastic battle.
Giving us a bit of a wave as well as Jake there as he chases Alex Gillen, tries to cling onto the coattails. Gillen going for it here,
He's in
trying
DRS.
to get himself within the 1 second, successfully doing so. Really attack the braking zone and the curbs through the bus stop DRS that open as they go down the main straight.
Ooh, the lights have just been turned off in here. Sorry, that caught me off guard.
Spooky.
Safso's still on the chase, though, 6.5 tenths or so as they run down towards Rouge and Radion for the 4th time out of 11 laps. We're expecting those soft tyres to come off in the next few laps or so, aren't we?
100%. We've had drivers that have already been in the pits from Chappers downwards, making 1 stop already. Yellow flag going through the bus stop. I think it's a Mercedes going slowly, potentially Adam Sanderson. No, Heaver, who's had a little bit of a whoopsie there, maybe over the enormous sausage curbs. Battle for third, though. Jake has stolen a march on Alex Gillen, picked the pocket. The two most recent Creator Series champions, trading blows into Lake Com.
Yeah, I think the medium tyres certainly becoming the more optimal in this situation. We're 3.5 laps through this Grand Prix already, and I think the soft tyres have just said, you know what, I've had enough here. I don't want to continue on this endeavour, and that's why we're starting to see the likes of Meraki continuing to build the advantage as he now tries to chase down towards Safso. 1.2 seconds is the advantage, but if I know Gillen, and you know Gillen quite well, he will not want to give this up.
Not one jot, but I think it is smart just to let Jake go, try and cling onto the coattails of this group, and you can see there the gap was 1.6 seconds. Reform that 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th train as F1 Alex has been dropped a little bit with 3 very fast and potentially slightly aggressive cars coming through. You can see Gwatz getting all out of shape there through the Fanier chicane.
Yeah, the double duo at the front now becomes a quartet. Meraki is caught up within DRS range and actually closed that gap by half. 6.5, now 7 tenths between the Red Bull and the Aston Martin in 2nd and 3rd respectively. We watch on board now as they run down towards the bus stop chicane. Those medium tyres, I think, almost certainly are the more optimal tyre to be on here, Tom.
Looking very, very strong indeed is our reigning champion. Back in the Red Bull racing car, of course, where he had a lot of success. Ducking into the pits goes Safso, season 1 champion, first to blink of the leaders.
Absolutely. Well, one of them had to do it, and almost certainly was going to be Safso. Follow the status quo. Wasn't going to try and divert from anything other than that, and we'll see him drop down the order. The question is going to be, where is he going to come out of this pits?
Got a big, big gap separating 12th and 13th. Over 15 seconds. He loved to get a lovely bit of fresh air as he comes out of pit road. Raz and Shine as well, along with Concept 7. Raz was at the back of that group that was chasing F1 Alex with Adam Sanderson about a 2.5 seconds off the back of them. Good strategical choice there, try and give himself some clean air and a bit of an undercut.
Yeah, 9th place he comes out, or now make that 10th as Super Noodle Bagel manages to make his way through as they exit out onto Rouge and Radion. We watch as they climb the top of the hill, the season 1 champion Safso. The tyres, can they fire up in time? They can, as he runs down the Kemmel straight towards Lake Com. That is done and dusted, almost certainly to get himself back into 9th place and in contention for a race win.
Dicey though, wasn't it? Just about, given the time of day on the outside, for someone that in his early days in the Creator Series, had a bit of a reputation for being a bit passive. That definitely wasn't passive. That was punchy from Safso.
Passive, not punchy, is not what he is anymore. And you can see him. We can have a look at our drivers, which is a very unique opportunity that we've got here in this venue this afternoon. The focus on that man's face, he certainly wants this, and I know he's going to give it everything to try and get a race win.
It's so interesting when we look. Beforehand, smiles, all giggles, flick of the switch, and now they're locked into what they have to do. They know the job at hand. A gap out in front. Alex Gillen got himself back ahead of Meraki. That gap just hovering around 1 second. Gillen just trying to eke out as much performance as he can in this final set to get within the 1 second of Lolly.
But equally, they're going to be on equally damaged tyres. They're all on soft tyres from the start. The McLaren there of Alex Gillen just holding firm. The mediums well and truly have to be the optimal time. But they were all into the pits at the same time. The medium had no tyre advantage here.
Not really. Looked like he had a pace advantage in the closing stages of the first stint. GB in as well, 4.5 seconds off the back of this leading trio. As GB now he gets a 10-second penalty. Not good news there for the Aston Martin. Probably going to rule him out of a decent points-paying position. Now we look for his teammate, though. Where is our Season 1 champ?
I wonder if we're going to see GB switch from attack to defence, help out Safso, help out his teammate in the opportunity that is starting to present itself. We watch Safso. He takes the lead of the race. He's got the better of Lolly Nova on pit exit as they run down to where Rouge and Radion. The tyres will certainly be warmer on that Aston Martin. The Ferrari will have to try and hold on to them until they get into that prime operating window. Half a second and then 2 seconds. Back to the likes of Alex Gillen and Meraki. They run down the Kemmel Straight. Surely there won't be DRS on this occasion. Bagels into the pits. Lolly Nova immediately back into the lead of the race.
Jake through as well. Poor pit stop phase for both of them. Alex Gillen losing over a second to that duo in front as he came out of pit road. And now they must even more battling through the Les Combes chicane. Jake getting the job done. Alex maybe just lacking a little bit of outright performance.
Maxime's got the better of Concept 7 down for 10th place. The DRS straight proving rather effective for all of our drivers. Both of those cars powered by the Ferrari engines. Of course, the Haas and the Ferrari, well, manufacturer team essentially. But they run in towards the second sector. Maxime weaving, trying to avoid giving the minimal amount of toe to that Ferrari, but gets the inside line. And Concept 7, I'm trying to keep an eye on him because he is focused again. He wants this.
Both of them wounded though. Left-hand end plate missing for the Haas, right-hand end plate missing for the Ferrari. They're going to continue their spat on the run down the hill into Peel, and I don't think Concept's close enough to make any real impression into what is a bit of a 50-50 corner if you go for a move like that. Maxime comfortable holding on to that point, that position I should say, inside the top 10. Chappers though catching very, very quickly.
One thing I'm keeping an eye on is right to the lead of the race, Safso, who was nearing 9/10 of a second back to Lolly Nova. He's starting to gain himself forward, but look at the gap between second and third. It's 3.7 seconds between Safso and Meraki, and I think the continuation of the battle between the McLaren and the Red Bull is only aiding the front two to continue to run away.
100% checking out in front. Alex Gillen locking the rears a little bit into the bus stop chicane. Razin Chai's joined this party as well. In fact, he's alongside Alex Gillen, picking the pocket of the former two-time champion to turn one. Little bit of contact as Alex Gillen's shown the door by the Alpine driver. Still side by side coming out of it. Gillen, really good run actually on the outside, and Razin might have to concede defeat. Jake could get bored into this scrap as well. Throw Rouge and Radion, nose to tail, just the space for the Alpine on the inside.
That was the barest of margins. They climbed up the hill. Razin Chai will not be impressed by that, though. He'll have felt he was entitled to a little bit more space, but the run down the Kemmel Straight contact between the McLaren and the Red Bull. Razin Chai once again coming into it at the Les Combes chicane. The Alpine one and done. And Meraki falling not one but two places, but keep your eye on GB68 as he's going to try to bull his way through as well.
On the back foot, as was Razin, because he went through the gravel on the exit of the Les Combes chicane, leaving himself exposed to the Red Bull and the Aston Martin. Remember, GB with that 10-second penalty will not finish in position number 6 as things stand. Big Angler cars again going through the Les Combes chicane. This was the battle we saw in the previous turn, and it is Chappers that has caught the back of the pair. Both of them with front wing damage, now dangling the nose down the inside into Brigel's long, endless, clumsy, long right-hand bend. Maxime just about holds on, repels that assault.
Yeah, rear end just kicking out ever so slightly. Easy to do when you're on controller. Just a little blip of the throttle too much, and unfortunately that car responds a little bit over-exaggeratingly for the Williams car. Of course, Chappers racing on controller here this afternoon, opposed to which everybody else is racing on the sim rigs provided at the Williams Experience Lounge. But we look on board with Safso, who's 1.8 seconds off the back of Lolly Nova, and I think a win could be out of contention as we watch GB trying to go around the outside. Meraki into bus stop chicane. The Aston Martin has found form. The medium tyres compared to the hards are starting to fire up, but the question will be longevity again.
Easy as you like there, and Jake to boot as well. Big tail snap coming out of the bus stop chicane, having to relinquish that position without putting up too much of a fight straight around the outside. Beautiful stuff from GB. Alex Gillen fastest lap on the previous turn, 4.5 seconds off the back of the leader. Lolinoba has absolutely checked out in front. We both know he was one of the earliest here today, so maybe that little bit of practice just starting to provide a little bit of benefits. Don't know what the words were there.
He was so early here. He was here yesterday. As soon as he got to the Experience Centre, he was trained to Monaco, which I thought was a rather interesting endeavour for the young Italian. He wanted to try and prove himself around the streets of the Principality, which we will go to for the next race before heading to Austria for our finale. We watch here Chappers get the better of Concept 7, who hasn't had the best of restarts, essentially.
Got himself back through the pack very nicely. Tierman Marlik's just joined this party as well, hot on the heels of Maxime in 12th and 13th. Was one of the big losers in that opening lap skirmish that we saw, the former two-time champ Tierman Malik down in 13th. Points probably not on the table unless he can try and steal a march on Chaps. He's going for it around the outside into Brazil's there. You can see gets it done before the braking zone. That is straight out of the playbook of Tierman Malik, isn't it?
His playbook might be mighty, it might be massive, but that is certainly an opportunity that presents itself on page 1. And the McLaren just having a bit of a wiggle as he came through the left-hander, but nothing the Australian can't handle. That McLaren looking completely intact, which is a very unusual situation to see with a car of Tierman Malik. We saw back in Abu Dhabi, of course, getting, damage very early on in the sprint race.
100%. We'll be lucky that he hasn't seen Jake so far, because they were knocking 10 bells out of each other in that season finale, weren't they? The two main championship protagonists. Alex Gillen is just slowly closing the gap to Safso as well, who'll be thinking about the cars behind rather than looking out at the Italian standing through the halo. And Razan Chai still very much under the microscope as well, with Jake outside of the 1 second window.
I do wonder if it's more a situation where Safso's actually dropping off the back of Lolinoba into the clutches of Alex Gillen here, because you can see the gap between the Italian and Safso now 2.3 seconds, give or take a few tenths, and that unfortunately is going to feed into the hands of Alex Gillen, who is making a breakaway from Razan Chai. Let's not completely rule that out. 1.8 seconds off the front of that Alpine as GB gets the better of him down the Kemmel straight in towards Lecom. DRS overtakes, a very common sight to see here at Spa-Francorchamps. But whilst we've got a little bit of a lull in play, let's remind yourselves of the giveaways that we've got going here this afternoon. If you want to try and get involved and win some Williams merch for every race that partakes, you can do !bottle in the chat, and that will get you some Williams merch, hopefully, at the end of this race. And the overarching giveaway that we've got going over the entirety of the stream, ! giveaway for an entire sim rig.
Sure, you get involved. Look at this ghosting going through Rouge and Radion. Ryan at 83 and Mr. Dale inside each other up through the hill. And now onto the grass, goes down and spearing into the barrier. The brake's not working on the grass as he goes 2011 Lewis Hamilton style into the wall. And that is the end of Dale's race with a couple of laps to go. Front left rip from the car. And that is not a particularly good end for him.
I tell you what, it could have been written in the stars. Mr. DNF himself out once again to make it an incredible 63% DNF rate for Mr. Dale J.E. as he drops down the order. And that is rather unfortunate to see how that went down.
Look out in front though, Safso 3 seconds off the back of Lolinoba and on the bubble here, because Alex Gillen is marching up to the back of the Season 1 champion. Season 1 champion versus Season 2 champion Alex Gillen, of course, to go with Season X that he just lost that crown to Meraki. This could be a titanic duel on the last couple of laps.
We can see on your screens the reaction of Mr. Dowd. I don't think he's too happy. Of course, the first proper race he's had in the Creator Series, I believe, for over 280 days. And it's not the return I think he would have liked to have here at Spa-Francorchamps. But keep your eyes on that papaya McLaren as they run down towards Rouge and Radion once again. I think this move could be said and done before it even comes into fruition here, Tom.
He's got so much more pace and confidence. He's going to absolutely breeze past the Aston Martin as if Safso's not there, jinking around, trying to break the toe as best as he possibly can. Safso playing ball. There is absolutely jot that he can do about that. Alex Gillen up into second place. Started last, remember.
He absolutely did, and this will give him beneficial, well, I would say beneficial opportunity for race 3, but actually it will send him right to the back again. So Alex Gillen will have to do this all over again around a much narrower straight circuit in the Principality of Monaco for race 3, when we're back joined by Jake Sperry and, of course, Carl Peranic in a few moments' time. But for the time being, let's focus in Belgium. Let's focus at Spa-Francorchamps. We've got a lap and a half to go here of round 2. And who's that? That's going to be Tierman Malik making a very uncharacteristic mistake at Lecom.
Trying to get himself up inside the top 10, diving down the inside of Concept. Must have missed his braking point ever so slightly. Still definitely an opportunity to get Safso on the last lap, but a big drift. He almost drops it, clatters into the Ferrari, and then the Armco that sticks out through Bajels, and well, that top 10 position can forget about that Tierman Malik with big damage to the front wing.
I have a feeling that could be a little bit of commentator's curse. We said somehow he was running through a race without damage, and you know, lo and behold, next time around he has picked up a considerable amount of wing damage with the Ferrari of Concept 7 that now chases in towards the distance. The man that's always seen wearing a beanie, no matter whether it is rain or shine out on the racetrack. And that's a little bit of a lock up there from Razin Chai towards bus stop chicane. But look at how close everybody is within the top, what is that, 5 drivers? We've got Alex Gillen all the way down to Razin Chai, all within a second of each other.
Chance for Razin to be clever potentially on the last lap, try and work against the 2 Aston Martin cars. He knows he's going to inherit 4th place with the 10-second penalty that GB has looming over his head. Can he maybe try and work one over on Safso, try and catch it by surprise?
Here we go then, final opportunity, final key opportunity to try and get some overtaking done. With the exception of the bus stop chicane, the DRS will tend itself to the drivers as they work their way through. Razin Chai will be the recipient further back. The Aston Martin of both GB and Safso in front, 2 Wall looking to go 3 on. Razin switches outside, goes to the outside line of the Lake Com chicane, couldn't quite get the opportunity this time around. GB, albeit with a 10-second penalty in hand, holding firm as Razin's just having to wrangle with the car to the inside. He tries it. It was a bit of a fake, but a bit of a half-committed move. It's not something you want to try and send on the final lap.
Booked him a little bit wide. GB was slightly wide as well, going through Malmedy on the run down into Brigel, left himself exposed, but Razin couldn't quite get close enough into the braking zone, remaining in 5th position for the time being. I tell you what though, Alex Gillen, absolutely rapid. This is a bit of a statement. He's taken chunks of time out of Lolinova, dropped this battling trio as well. Could be very, very dangerous.
I think should this have been a 50% race, it could have had Alex Gillen's name written all over it. So who knows what we will see when we head to Austria and that 50% race. But we do, with anticipation, expect to see Lolinova come around the final section. Yellow flags are flying in that 3rd and final section. It's GB having an issue.
I think he's run out of fuel, GB, there. He's already got the 10-second penalty. He's tumbling through the field. He's pushed it a little bit too hard.
Well, there's one driver that's had an absolute nightmare here, but the Italian stallion himself through the final corner of bus stop chicane. He couldn't quite do it on race 1, but Lolinova wins race 2 at Spa-Francorchamps. It will be Alex Gillen that comes home in 2nd, all the way from the back of the grid. And our Season 1 champion, Safso, puts himself on a podium.
Reserved but very pleased there from Lolinova, clapping himself there. Very, very solid job. Got through the early track as well, and that proved crucial. GB still trundling out of the final couple of corners, still with that 10-second penalty, but might, because of the gaps that have formed, might still keep this P9. It's close.
It's absolutely close. Let's see how it goes as everyone else comes across the line. No, it's not quite enough for P9. Can he hold off in P10? Yes, by the barest of margins as Concept 7 finishes in 11th. Maxime finishes 12th in place of Joran van Hechen. Ryan L83, Super Noodle Bagel, Eyes Amusing, drags themselves across the line for 14th place. And it looks like Timo Mardik has had some shenanigans going on, from what I can infer, going on at the back of our studio.
100%. And suddenly rapturous in here as well. Adam Sands and F1 Alex separated by less than half a second at the end, just getting stuck into each other on and off track, I think we're about to see.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting one. I don't know if we're able to put the camera up from our screens. Ben pulls into the pits to come across the line. Heather will finish down in 19th place, and of course Mr. Dale J.E. finishes off in last place. You can see the damage that McLaren. They won't be too happy. That's a very expensive repair bill.
It is, but they've had more expensive ones across the 2025 season. Both you and I know that all too well.
Well, here we go then. We'll wait for your final race classification, but confirmation, I think, at a bare minimum, that Team McMurdoch finishes in 18th place. And that'll be Heather, I think, just passing him out of La Source. So we'll get full confirmation here in the next few minutes. The Italian stallion himself. Of course, what other team would it be than Ferrari to stand atop the table for himself? It's McLaren and Aston Martin that joined in 2nd and 3rd. And what a round we've just seen at Belgium. Of course, from me and Tom, we'll see you for the final round in Austria. But we're going to head over to Mr. Kieran McGinley on his couch.
Thank you very much. And I'm joined on my couch here by our race winner, Lolinova. Lolly,
Hello.
Congratulations on
Thank
the
you.
victory. That looked a bit of a tight one, especially at the start. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, I don't know how I managed to be safe in turn 1, but after I just gained speed. I don't know how. I just win. Like 2 seasons ago, I just win in a Ferrari in Spa. So back to back.
Back to back. And of course, you had that pit stop phase as well, and that was critical to get you ahead of Safso. Talk us through that sort of pit window escapade.
Yeah, so my engineer say to box 1 lap earlier, but I say no, I don't care. And after, I just joined the pit lane, and I was worried because I don't know the button, so I was so worried. After I just let pass Safso, I don't use the overtake button, and yeah, I just get the DRS.
And you managed to pull away from Safso, managed to break DRS as well.
Yeah.
Were you ever worried about Alex Gillen, who was closing and closing? No?
No. Really no.
Is that someone you have to look out for in the next race?
Next race, I don't know, because I think I start last,
You
so
do, yes.
I'm worried about my wing, no people. I'm
Yeah.
so worried.
And of all places to start last in the next race, it's Monaco. I mean, God.
It's Monaco?
Well, yes, of course it is. It's Monaco for the... Did you not read the schedule, Ollie?
No.
Yeah, it's Monaco next.
Okay, maybe I need to box the first lap.
Ah, there you go. You see, he's already got the strategy rolling and ready to go. See, that's a man who's just come off a race win. Now
Thank
has
you.
to focus on the next one. I mean, okay, so now if you don't know it's Monaco. Starting from the back, don't give away too much. But what are you thinking?
I think we need to box. We need to box 2 times. So I think in the first lap I am going to box really.
It's about 19-20 laps around Monaco. It's going to be tight. It's going to be furious, and I imagine it's going to be no heroics into Saint-Devote. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm so worried. I'm really so worried now.
I'm worried for you.
Yeah.
Just
Good
making
luck.
it through turn 1 is going to be a bit of a nightmare.
Turn 1 is going to be really creepy. I need to focus. I don't know. I just need to enjoy the race.
Absolutely. Well, of course you do. Of course
Yeah.
you do. That's why we're all here. But I mean, the better you can do in Monaco, the better your average position will be, and that will be important for your grid position in Austria. So, what are you feeling right now? I mean, Monaco, hard to overtake. You're starting at the back. What's a best case scenario for Lolly?
I'm going to take P10.
P10. Okay, you
Yeah.
heard it here first. P10 for Lolly Noba. Okay,
That's
agree,
good.
chat, disagree? Let us know in the chat below. But Lolly, I just want to say as well, Monaco for you, Austria as well. Are they tracks that are you like at this point?
I really like Monaco, but I don't like the P20 in Monaco. And in Austria, I think I'm fast, but not with the battery. I don't know how to say, but my hybrid is not very good. So I need to investigate how to manage.
We're going for, as well as DRS sides, we're going from one extreme to another. At DRS at Monaco, you get the one straight
Yeah.
around the not so straight to start
Yeah.
finish line, but then you get 3 of them in Austria. I mean, it's going to be battle management. We always see battles in Austria where positions are swapping left, right, and centre. But what's that mentality you take into Austria? Is it a case of you're looking to battle, or are you happy sometimes to just let drivers through?
Depends, cause if I'm P10, I just need to push. If I'm P1, P2, P3, I don't say I need to wait the last lap, because in the last lap you can win or you can lose all. But I think I need to manage really well the battery. So this is probably the main focus on me.
And how are you finding the facility as well?
Yeah. I still need to manage everything.
Oh, absolutely. Right, we are at Williams, of course, at Lassian Williams Racing. So I do have to ask this question. Who's your favourite Williams driver? We'll go current day and we'll go of all time. So it's between, first question, Albon or Sainz?
Sainz.
Okay, it's another one for Sainz. That's 2 so far. Okay, and how about all of your Williams Racing drivers of all time?
If I need to say someone, can I select 3 driver?
Oh, okay, I'll let you select 3 because you won the race.
George Russell.
Okay.
Mansell.
Yep.
And first Senna, of course.
Senna. And if I have to push you to pick one of those 3, who would you pick? Gut feeling.
Senna.
Senna, there you go. Senna sempre.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. Well, Lolly, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Good luck in Monaco.
Thank you.
I think you're going to need it, but you heard him, P10 and no less. Absolutely.
Yeah, we can do it.
Lolly, thank you so much for the chat. And we'll hand back over our commentary team to go through the race results.
Ciao, ciao.
Well, that is Mr. Kieran McGinley having a word with our race winner of Lolly Noba, who takes essentially the second race of our championship here this afternoon. It will be Alex Gillen and Safso that line up second and third in our race results. Rajan Chai in fourth with Meraki in fifth. It's Gwatz who finishes sixth with F1 Alex in seventh. Adam Sanderson in eighth. Chappers F1 finishes ninth, and GB68 barely holding on to a top 10.
Just about clinging on ahead of Concept 7. He was desperately waiting to see, obviously running out of fuel coming into the bus stop chicane, under a little bit of pressure there. Maxime, you can see in P12 ahead of Ryan L83. We're getting into the drivers. They had a few dramas out there, didn't they, to say the least. Soup Noodle Bagel ahead of Isa Musing, who started towards the front and then lasted all but one corner before he was pitched into the gravel and got reacquainted with some of his rallying skills. Then Chesnoid Gaming, Hoodie Pete, TMX Marduk, who was involved in that first lap skirmish. Heaver, and then Mr. Dale, who we saw crashing out into the Lake Com chicane.
Yeah, unfortunate, but technically not last for Heather. She did finish 19th. Well, did finish 19th. Of course, Dale finishes with another DNF to his name here this afternoon. We will, of course, be able to catch up with him slightly later on. But that is your race results for round 2 from Spa-Francorchamps. We hopefully will have, in a few moments, to throw over to some Creator games that are happening over in the other half of the lads. But Tom, just whilst we have a bit of a discussion here, I'm sure the lights will be coming back on. Ah, there we go. We can now throw it over to Mr. Kieran McGinley, who once again might be on his couch.
Well, okay, something different now. Look at this, we've got a relay race on our hands. 3 laps of Silverstone, and the teams are looking like this. We've got Super Noodle Bagel, who's in car number 1, if you like. There he is. Super Noodle, how are you feeling going into this one? You've been trusted to start this relay race.
I'm pretty confident. I'm one of the better drivers in the Creator Series, so it makes sense. First driver, get a good lead. Get a win.
Better drivers in the Creator Series. Don't let Ben or Alex hear you say that.
Wow, I always rein it in a little bit in the Creator Series races. So yeah, I might unlock my full potential here. Show you guys what I'm made of.
Chat, did you hear that? Full potential. Okay, let's see how he gets on. Super Duper Battle. Thank you so much for the chat. We'll have a look at team number 2. Jorit van Geffen is starting this one. Jorit, how you doing? You've been trusted to start this relay race. How are you feeling?
I have no idea why they would trust me to start this race, but I'm doing it. I have full confidence in my team, being Alex fine over there, and we're getting some wordplay from the enemies already. I have a very special strategy that hopefully will come to fruition, that you'll definitely see on the camera. So keep your eyes peeled on our team in specific.
So it's Team Super Noodle Bagel versus Team Jan van Geffen. And I'm going to call him Jan van Geffen because that's that. Why not? But it's going to be 3 laps around Silverstone. And I said it was a relay race. We've got 2 other drivers on the team. We've got Heather and Meraki, who are on Super Noodle Bagel's team. And team number 2 with Jan van Geffen. I will get that name right. We've got Ryan and Alex there on the other team as well. Handshake before they start. A lovely bit of conversation between them. We're not too far away from starting this one. So the relay then. They're going to do 1 lap. They have to then stop the car at the start-finish line and change driver. So watch out for that. Just make sure for our drivers that they just watch out where they're stepping. Don't trip over anything. Otherwise, we'll get it on film and it'll be very, very funny and we'll repeat it for all of time. Let us know in the chat who you're supporting. Is it Super Noodle Bagel or is it Van Geffen? You're at Jan van Geffen. They're off then. Here we go then. First of the 3 laps of the relay. Side by side we go through in towards turns 1 and 2. And we head away now upwards towards the loop we go. And that's Van Geffen then. And now into the lead. Super Noodle Bagel getting all sorts of out of shape there on the entrance in towards the loop then, but we get ourselves back on the power then and we make our way on towards the straight then. Who is going to be making sure they Jorit's not even got the right camera set up. He's doing that down the Wellington straight, way too deep in towards Luffield. There we go now, and we get back onto the power. Watch out for Super Noodle Bagel. He's right on the tail then of our 2 Williams compatriots, but now they make their way through in towards Copse Corner, the old turn 1, the newer turn 8. Try and full throttle through here if you can. It's down a gear then for Super Noodle Bagel. He's gone off the track then, but look at this run he has then through in towards Maggots, and Beckett's will go then, and Jorit has just gone straight on. Surely that's not in the rules, and Super Noodle Bagel's returned the favour to a roarous applause from Meraki there. Try and keep within track limits. I think that rule went out the window a long time ago. But anyway, here we go then. Super Noodle Bagel rounds his way through in towards the final couple of corners for this lap then, as we make our way through in towards Copse, and Meraki giving Super Noodle Bagel. We stopped doing track limits a long time ago apparently, but there we go then. So, end of the first lap then. So the drivers then have to be stationary. So Jorit crashes into the back of the Williams. They have to be stationary. Jorit just absolutely clouting the back of the first Williams there. But we've got Alex who's just jumped in now. He's taken over from Jorit Jan van Geffen and takes over the lead. Heather now is up into the rig, of course. They have to make those adjustments to the rig as they jump in as well. But, I mean, if there's a man you want behind the wheel at this stage of the race, it is Alex Gillen, who now takes the track and makes his way through. Heather now slightly too deep now in towards, taking a different line in towards the loop. I haven't seen this one before. However, she has managed to negotiate the loop. It's not over till it's over there, says Yorit. True words there. I see Meraki here. He's got, hiding behind his hands at the moment. He's just trying to see. He's itching to try and get behind the car and try and get involved here. But Alex Gillen building up a sensational lead here. He's already making his way on towards Cop's corner. Meanwhile, then Heather, I think, getting into this one, getting more and more compelled into the car, and track limits for Meraki calling track limits. Meraki, Super Noodle Bagel asking who would do that? Who would do that? Well, so would Super Noodle Bagel. Alex given the flourishing kiss there, but he makes his way down on towards the final couple of corners. Meraki's encouraging Heather to go just straight on, and she does so, and cuts out a big part of Maggots and Beckett's there. But Alex Gillen also taking the rallycross line in towards the final couple of corners. Remember, this is now making way onto the final lap. So Alex Gillen, has he got to finish the lap? Okay, he's got to get away across the line. Critical seconds lost. Okay, now he's stopped. He's got to stop the car, and now Ryan will jump in and take over. They press the pause button, so they get a little bit of a head start maybe. Well, the rig has to be adjusted on the fly, but where's Heather going? Right at the final couple of corners, taking that rallycross line, but she's trying to make her way back onto the pits then. And Ryan, well, I think it's just a little bit of steering there. That's not ideal, but Heather has to come to a stop, and Meraki will now jump in. That's a wounded Williams there on the right-hand side. Ryan has got to limp this one home after Alex has gained the lead. Now Jake jumps in, and now he gets underway. Can he make up the deficit with Ryan there having a bit of trouble, making a way out of Village then? But look at Meraki now, and there's no chance. Surely there's no chance for Ryan. He gets back onto the power. Now, he's got to keep up. He's got to get control, and now he's moving again. So hopefully he can negotiate the wheel spin. But look, Meraki has managed to close up that gap right away with those issues that Ryan is facing. And at the moment, Ryan just has to make sure he tries to get this to the line. He has to stay out of the wall. He doesn't stay out of the wall. Meraki, meanwhile, making his way now through. And he can see the gravel there. He can see the other Williams right on top of him there as Alex Gillen tries to deploy the tickle tactics. Hasn't worked as we make our way through in towards Cop's corner. This is where the steering lock really won't work for Ryan, but there goes Meraki. They run side by side, and Ryan tried to take out Meraki. Meraki having none of it there. Through in towards Maggots and Beckett's we go. Meraki straight lining through in towards Maggots and Beckett's, but no way. No chance for Ryan, he's into the wall, and all Meraki has to do now is sail away onto the start-finish line to take this victory in this relay race. He'll make his way through in towards the final couple of corners now. He can take his time if he wants. He's going to take the track limits, of course, as he makes his way through in towards the final corner, slumming it right down here and making his way towards the line. A couple of donuts as well, and a reverse across the line for our winners of the relay race. Really well done. Super Noodle Bagel, Heather and Meraki take the victory in the relay race. Commiserations there to Yorit, Alex and Ryan there. We'll see if we can have a quick chat. Come on, let's follow Meraki through then as we make our way through. Jake, well, reigning champion vibes there, that's for sure. How are you feeling after that one?
Very good. It feels very, very good. After the tactics they deployed in that first stint, where they hit us after we'd stopped, karma. Very good.
Well, does that give you good momentum then in towards Monaco?
Oh yeah. I mean, Monaco's just a fight for your life thing. Just don't get damaged and you're fine.
Well, there's no track limits at Monaco, so you've got to be careful.
Noted.
They're only walls, so be careful.
Is there damage on?
I can't say. Probably, I don't know.
Okay.
No, you think I know? I'm just in a suit here. I don't know.
There's one way to find out, and if I try wall riding, I'm going to die. So it's like, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, congratulations, Jake. I'll let you get out of the rig. Congratulations. Commiserations to Ryan. Ryan, what on earth happened there?
Well, the sensitivity on the wheel like quadrupled to what I normally drive on there. It went to like 2,500 on the radius to 360. So
did you hear me say as I got out of the rig, don't break the rig, because I could hear I was all handsy on the rig just trying to get out quickly, and clearly I've broken it. So sorry.
I brought my rally skills at the end there, just on there, but no, it's just a good laugh anyway. So Gillen carried it in the second half, but kind of let him down.
I also shafted you though, so you know.
Oh, it is what it is though. It's a laugh at the end of the day, isn't it? So it's all good.
I mean, Alex, you made you put in a not unassailable. It looked unassailable at the time, that lead, but it was eaten away. What on earth happened at the changeover?
Wow, it's never over till it's over, is it? I was just so desperate to try and get out, and obviously they're quite low rigs. You're basically lying down, so I think I just must have put my hand on the wheel to jump out. Realised I was doing that, so I said don't break the rig, but clearly he still pressed the button, and I think was it on 2,500 degrees rotation, so yeah, no chance, unfortunately.
Well, he gave it a good shot though, and not too far away either, so that's fair play.
Yeah, he also had no sound. I don't know if you caught that. He, because we were so quick, trying to be so quick for the changeover, he also sat on the cable, so he also had no sound, which is why he was spinning so much. So yeah, basically I've given us a good lead, and then I've tied like both of his hands behind his back and his legs. Yeah.
Wow. He did a good job, though, in fairness.
He did, yeah. It was, like you said, I thought it was unassailable, but then, yeah. How did we bottle that? That's quite impressive, that, isn't it?
It was pretty good. I liked it. I'm sure the viewers at home chat like that as well.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Anyway, Yora, I want to have a chat with you as well. Recorder in hand, that's never a good sign.
I'm just preparing for the next race, you know. I need to get in the head of my opponents and make sure that the recorder is heard at the start. It startles everybody here. So everybody will go straight on turn 1, lap 1, because I will go... They will never see it coming.
I mean, talk to us about the track limit saga in that relay race.
It wasn't only track limits. So I told you I had a strategy in my head, right? It was to jump out on the left so they couldn't get in from the right side. That didn't work. But on the track, I discovered the idea of like, it has to be stationary. I could bump them. They're not stationary anymore. It worked, but unfortunately, things happened how they did.
Things happened how they did. But I mean, Alex put in that lead. It all went wrong at the changeover. But how are you feeling after that?
I was loads of fun.
Good. And that's what we're all here for.
That's what we're all here for. And up next, Monaco.
Monaco, baby. I was wanting to have a see if Super Noodle Bagel is around. I can't see him at the moment. He's gone. Okay, fair enough. We'll leave him to it then. Well, thank you so much for the chat, Yorit. And good luck at Monaco. Good luck with that recorder. My goodness. I'm past the giveaway winner here by our own Gareth. And it's Mr. Crozzle 3011. So, Mr. Crozzle 3011, congratulations. You are our first giveaway winner here. And we need to announce a new keyword for the next giveaway. So, Gareth, who should we get involved to have the next line?
Let's say Williams.
Williams, there you go. Yeah. Exclamation mark Williams in the Twitch chat to enter your chance for the next giveaway. So a big congratulations, Mr. Crozzle, 3011 for our first giveaway. Now it's exclamation mark Williams to enter the next one. Don't forget as well, exclamation mark giveaway as well for the Williams Sim Racing rig giveaway as well. And don't forget as well, WGC, exclamation mark WGC for Williams Gaming Club. Thank you very much, Gareth. I'm going to hand that back to you because I'll probably steal that from you. I mean, I'm loving the vibes here right now. Let's stick with it. Heather, obviously, I want to talk to you about that relay race because that was madness.
Yeah, it was really difficult. I couldn't see the gears because I was too short, and then the force feedback and then the brake, awful. But yeah, it was fun. Thank God for Jake to save the day.
He really did save the day. I mean, as well, the other team's changeover, where they managed to increase the wheel rotation 2,500 degrees.
Okay, I didn't even know that happened. I was just so focused on getting out of my chair and passing over the headphones. So I was like, once it was over, I was like, in shock.
Well, great stuff. I hope you had fun, and we'll see you in the next race at Monaco. Good luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Gonna need it. Well, let's hand over to our commentary team. Hopefully, they get a full race this time. Cross all your fingers for them. We'll hand over to Carl Paranik and Jake Sperry.
Nestled in the hook of the Col d'Azay over La Turbie and the run over from Nice over towards the all-important French Alps is the little town that could, or the little city that could, or the little principality that is, which is Monaco, the crown jewel of racing for long before to where we are now. Back with Jake Sperry here along with Carl Paranik here. And Carl, the circuit where overtaking never seems to quite happen now has to require all drivers to find a way.
Oh, it does. And I feel a little bit more Christmas cheer in the air as well. Sorry about the outfit change, everybody. It just sort of happened. But anyway, Monaco, goodness me, who will be the diamond of the day? Many questions, many answers that we will provide very, very soon. We have no doubt. By the way, for those of you, obviously you probably caught wind, Ben had some technical problems. His paddles were switched, a gearbox problem. Very unfortunate for him. Apparently, though, he's in a charitable mood. There's no retaliation planned. How about that?
Yeah, that's all very good. I heard as well that he also had himself a bit of a brake issue out there, that the brake just went flat to the floor. He couldn't get any modulation in it. So he had a lot of issues to work with. All of them we feel has been fixed because he has spent the entirety of the break just trying to get himself out there and really working through his setup to go on forward. But the story of the day is who got here first and who got adapted first and who found themselves in first. Lolinoba has not taken a flight from Italy here just to participate. He's come to win.
Oh, absolutely. And do you know what? His at least 72 hours of practice before the event has certainly paid off. He has literally not rested since he got here. But, I mean, credit where credit is due. An absolutely phenomenal pace all the way through. Did everything he needed to do, kept out of trouble, and as a result, he leaves this Winter Cup as our first race winner of the day.
And it's one of the shortest runs to turn one that we had at Spa, and that's the reason why everyone thought they could get a massive launch off of it. And we had about, I would say, 10 cars. We almost had a full dozen there in trouble in some way, shape, or form with damage going into that opening corner. Now you put it with, again, another short run to turn one over at Monaco, over to Saint-Devote. You are asking these drivers now to play even tighter with the lines and the margins because they know you brush the walls around here. You're not going to have the ability to just get away with a bit of damage. You know, you even look at a wall funny, you're in trouble.
Oh, of course. No, for sure. But, you know, honestly, my thing is, if there's anybody that I can trust to make some overtakes happen in Monaco, it's these 20 we've got here. I reckon they've got a good chance of doing it. There's a couple of spots that we can probably predict where there are potential manoeuvres. Of course, you've got that run through Saint-Devote, the first corner. You've got the Novelle chicane. That's the other big one. And a certain Ben loves a Rascasse dive bomb.
A Rascasse dive bomb is always very, very good. If you want to actually get into the Rascasse on a race weekend, I've heard it is 800 to 2,400 euros just to get yourself in. So it's one of the toughest places out there in order to get everything in and you know, to have the party lifestyle, one of the greatest places out there. But you are going to have some of the most famous corners in all of motorsport to try and deal with, be it that run up through into Place du Casino, if you're going to go down through to the Fairmont hairpin and all the way to Portier. It is some of the tightest, twistiest, most iconic racetrack that you can find, and there is a reason why, although everyone says, oh, it's starting to outgrow Formula One cars, it's still absolutely magnificent to go out there and race, because every time you're out there, Carl, these drivers know, oh, it's Monaco. It doesn't matter that this is in sim, that this is a game. They look at it and go, yeah, it's got all of the bragging rights that we would have normally.
It's glitz and glamour, glory and honour. That's what's on the line here. Race number 2, of course, in terms of heats, in fact, the final heat. And then we have that 50% race at Austria. So it all boils down to this, in terms of that final grid, to then decide who on earth will take this home, who on earth we will crown the Winter Cup champion. So there is a lot riding on this. Let's not forget, there is that mandatory 2-stop we have to think about. Even at a 25% race, they have got to calculate this very, very carefully indeed. We're talking incremental implementations at every single opportunity to figure out, do I pit early? Do I get myself in clear air? Eliminate a pit stop? Because if I'm calculating this correctly, those safety cars, they're not going to exist. So they've got to think on their feet.
They absolutely do. So we're looking at 7, 7, and 6, or if someone wants to go 1, 1, 18 and get all of their pit stops out of the way quickly, that might be going to be making that happen. Down in with all of our various drivers right now is Jessica Bull, who is taking a little look at what's going to be going on before the racing action.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Jake. And Monaco is always chaotic, isn't it? And with no safety cars, they really need to get a really, really good result. And there's plenty of people that like Monaco, and there's plenty of people that absolutely hate Monaco. And let's speak to the two drivers that did quite well with teamwork last time out. We got Guat. Guat, how are you doing? How did you find that last race?
Hello, yes, it was actually quite good. Shall I hold this? Is that easier? Yeah, it was quite good actually, I'm not gonna lie. We finished P4, P6, so it was decent actually. Yeah, it was a good track. Probably not gonna go as well here though, because it's Monaco, but yeah, Razin, your thoughts, mate?
Heroics into Saint-Devote, that's the aim. Me and Guat will be marching down the aims. And we have a strategy plan up our sleeve, so if you see the Alpines come out on top all of a sudden, you know why, so it's fun.
And with the mandatory 2-stop race, how's that going to change your strategy going into this one? Who wants to go first?
We've discussed the tactics. We can no longer reveal that, so that'll be kept private. So.
Yeah, we've got something up our sleeve, so we're gonna try it. I think it's gonna work, actually, not gonna lie. So this could be easiest P1 and P2 of our lives, but let's see.
You got something up your sleeves. I think we're not going to reveal too much into it. Best of luck to the both of you. And let's speak to Pete, who has had some good showings, but obviously Belgium was a bit tough for you. How have you found the races so far?
Well, the first one didn't start, did we? And then Spa before turn 1 got some wing damage. So yeah. It was a bit of a struggle to try and recover after that, especially around Spa with no safety car. It's hard to catch up.
Yeah, so tell us what happened lap 1 to give you that damage then.
I just got a bit of a slowish getaway and a few others. I think there was a Sauber and a Haas that came in and we all just got sandwiched in to one another, so that's why I got the wing damage. But yeah, I think we're a bit high up on the grid for Monaco, so let's see what happens here.
And that's probably a good thing, isn't it? Because Monaco usually qualifying is essential. Obviously, no qualifying now. You're starting near the front. Does that give you an advantage?
I hope so. I'm not confident on this, but I hope so.
And where do you think you're going to finish around Monaco?
I hope we get some points. Chappers will help us as well.
Yeah, talking of, speaking of Chappers, I think Chappers, you can't believe you're here today. How have you been finding it?
It's been surreal, and it's been really fun to try out the wheel for the first time and have the wheel adapted to me. My pace was a little bit off at first. I was a little bit apprehensive to do the race on the wheel because I feel like I would probably cause absolute chaos. But I was 1.2 off of my controller pace at Australia, so pretty decent for the first time, I would say.
Yeah, obviously, thank you very much to Williams for helping with that setup. And where do you think you'll finish today?
Monaco, I'm starting mid-pack, so I'm hoping I can potentially make up a couple positions, but yeah, we'll see what happens, and hopefully I can get some good wheel content after. Pete's got my back, so I think we'll be all right. I think he'll do a masterclass Checo defense, hopefully.
Thank you. We'll let you get on as the race is about to start. Best of luck to the both of you. Now let's find out what's going to happen in Monaco. Let's throw it back to our commentators.
As we get ourselves then set for starting grid then around this Monegasque circuit, and here on the streets of the Principality, who is going to be going from where? Starting on Albert I Street. Lolanova from winning will go from the back. Alex Gillen will be alongside in 19th position. We'll have it all to do from there again. Then on the 9th row, Safsho, who's only just had his first ever takeaway pizza. He said it was all right. Racing Shy giving that takeaway pizza along with that. In 16th position then, flicking over is Meraki. Guatz is going to be there for company alongside. Then on row 7 of the grid, F1 Alex and also Adam Sanderson are going to be there, so they're going to have a lot of work to do to charge on through. Chappers will be going from 12th with GB, who might be a long lost relative of Wayne Rooney. I'm not too sure about that. Top 10 then, you start finding on in. You've got Concept 7 and Jorrit van Geffen is going to jump back into the car and get things sorted in the Haas. In 8th place then on the grid, it will be Ryan L83. He's light 8th out there. He was 8th in race 1, he was 8th in race 2, he'll have 8th in race 3. Super Noodle Bagel will be there for company. A good nod of appreciation there behind me. Now to your top 3 rows of the grid. In 6th, it is going to be Eyes Amusing, and then along with that, Chesnoy Gaming will be going from P number 5. In 4th, on the grid is Hoodie Pete with Tiamat Marduk, who some would say he tanked in race number 2 to get that 3rd place on the grid. He will be going from 3rd and has a good advantage. But the front of your field, we know this. Heather is going to go from 2nd. And Mr. Dale, you can't retire. There's no damage. You start from pole in terms of this race. A big cheer from Mr. Dale as we get ourselves set. Carl, it is all on here at Monaco.
When isn't it on at Monaco, ladies and gentlemen? I can't go over the pizza fact. Safso, takeaway pizza to a pizza the action. That's the domino effect, ladies and gentlemen. But what a run to turn number 1 this is going to be. I honestly can't wait. It's that shorter run. They've got to be decisive. But ultimately, if you keep track position, you seem to have 1 foot already in the door. Ball is in your court to make a result happen.
5 lights on at the Principality. The race to Sandoval will start itself now, and we are underway. Racing action. What a launch off the start from Alex Gillen and co. They were looking to try and get a jump off of this start. Penalty still there. We've got one turnaround in the middle of the field. We got caution out there for one of the Mercedes. It's Heather, who looks like has dropped right down through the order, but now we start seeing a way through the opening few corners and we start ticking on through. A jump start for Alex Gillen to get to the front, but we'll have to serve the penalty, which will not count as a mandatory stop.
Absolutely. Well, scorching start, but equally very illegal. There's a V-card that goes round. Ryan L83, he liked his P8, didn't want to let go of it. Unfortunately, had no choice. Down he goes, slumping down the pecking order. They head into the tunnel for the first time. Eyes amusing, looks to be a man on a mission.
Absolutely, trying to charge Sanderson, who has turned around to the Mercedes 18 and 20th out there. We just cut away from the Nouvelle Chicane. They call it the new chicane, but it's been around for 39 years. They think they've come up with another name for it. But as they now start to work then through to back and over towards the Louis Chiron chicane out there. Oh, it's getting close there with one of the cars there. You can see Lolenova already up to 10th. He's trying to find a way past Rastin Chai, who's going to have none of it at La Rascasse.
Lolinova's been practicing, feels like it's been 84 years he's been practicing for, but you know what? Practice makes perfect. Up to P9 he goes already. There is a person in the pits already. They're playing that early gamble to change onto the new tyres to potentially pull a blinder. F1 Alex, Ryan L83, GB, Gwatz also in the pit lane. Meanwhile, a V-Carb trying to size it round the outside. Eyes amusing, gets all kinds of squirrely. And like you say, momentum moves mountains. Jorrit van Heffen's moved up a place.
Up to P6, right behind Chesnoy Gaming, so the Haas is in P5, P6, and they're looking at it. Look at the sends! There goes Isa Music, chucking it in as if he can get a Scandi flick out there on an old Metro. Not going to happen there. With Rally Boy out there trying to get that sorted, but they are starting to hold each other up. Chesnoy right now has everybody behind him. It's a gauntlet like he's a bush-tucker child.
It's a good day to be a McLaren driver so far. We'll see if the Haas drivers can sort it out. They're still battling into the Nouvelle Chicane. The show-stopping move there from Jorrit van Heffen, probably orchestrated as he moves on his way. Hoodie Pete next up the road, still eyes amusing, having a go. Razin makes a marvellous move.
That's beautiful around the outside of Louis Chiron, a driver who, of course, is the oldest ever to have a start there. That is Hoodie P in the wall at La Rascasse, as if he were Michael Schumacher in 2005 and 2006, and now will have to come down into the pit to make sure that that's going to be off of the set of hard tyres. They still have to get those two different compounds off, but expect soft tyres to be on everyone. Meraki, fastest lap of the race. So those who came in early now have the chance to start jumping up and doing what they need to. Alex will still have to serve that drive-through penalty that's there, and so now you're starting to think, where's it going to be? Race on at the moment is going to be with these two right now, Mr. Dale and Tiamat Marduk.
It's interesting actually seeing Ben start on the hard tyres. They know they've got no safety cars, they know damage isn't going to be a factor. So actually starting on the hard tyres might not be the worst idea in the world. Just keep the clean air. He's got about a second in buffer, as there's all kinds of conundrums going on in the tunnel. People trying to prize away track position. It's Meraki versus the Faenza-based team. Eyes amusing, looking now to try and defend from Lolinova. Italian Stallion versus Italian team, and on gallops Lolinova.
Yeah, Lolinova making great progress. Meraki there as well is holding good standing, but Mr. Dale has lost out the place now to Tiamat Marduk, and Jorrit van Heffen wants to try and find that chance. And if you feel like you're getting bottled up for a lap too long, it's going to be there. Look at the wheel just trying to slide on out, going through the Anthony Noakes corner, the first ever organiser of a Monaco race. Through goes Jorrit van Heffen, and comfortably up Beau Rivage. He will now find himself in second with 6 seconds to chase down on Tiamat Marduk. Look at that wall ride! Hello, Ross Chastain!
Mr. Dale, take him out. Jorrit van Heffen says, absolutely not. I raise you this. Back into P2 he goes. It was bold, it was brave, but he's down to P3. What that will do is probably wreak havoc on his tyres, bless him. So it's going to be even more problems. Now everybody else is getting in on the Ross Chastain action. This is fantastic stuff. Tiamat Marduk quickly. There goes Mr. Dale into the wall. That's the risky run. You're taking the higher speeds, you pay the price.
You're not going to get damaged, so it is going to be quicker to run the wall around the Fairmont hairpin. It is going to be a case where drivers now are going to try and play a brand new meta, and this is what Creator Series is. The wild card throws itself out. There's Alex Gillen, who is there in 8th place. He's trying to work himself there, so run the wall at the back, bang, into the wall. Use everything you can. Through Louis Chiron, past the swimming pool, which at this time of year would be an ice rink.
You wouldn't think we had a wild card, ladies and gentlemen, but welcome, we have one. on lap number 5. A quarter of the way through this race, Alex all over the back of Mr. Dale. It is pit row. Alex Gillen is visiting, of course, served his drive-through. He's going to get rid of his first set of tyres. First of 2 mandatory pit stops. Red Bull double stacking. And it's heartbreak for Mr. Dale, who applied the tactics, but it's been spiralled into turmoil.
All the teammates are next to each other as now Lolanoba around the outside of Chesnoid Gaming through Massenet and into Casino Square. We'll get that one all locked up. Razin with a 112, fastest lap 111 for Safsho on medium tyres. So you are now starting to sense the differences are in play, and Lolanoba making great strides here to say points are mine and I am doing what is necessary. So now how do they sit out there? Most drivers on mediums and hards because they know they've got to sit in for this one, and they know it's a different style of racing to what they've expected earlier on. A little bit of ghosting through the middle here as this is the likes then of Razin Chai and GB trying to give themselves room as they enter the tunnel out of Portier.
Completely changed the complexion of the race this with the low damage. People just taking as much liberty as they want to. Track limits to 1 corner, well 2 corners they probably are taking. First corner and this one here at the Nobel Chicane. It's about the only corners you are going to see today. Once it gets to Tabac, absolute anarchy will ensue. Around the final corner goes Eyes Amusing, who we're just highlighting, because Chesnoid and him going into a bit of a squabbles. There's a time penalty for corner cutting. You might think it's impossible, but it is certainly not. Hoodie Pete falls foul to the stewards.
Yeah, so easily done. Those 3 seconds we added on at the end of the race. We can't get them unserved out there. Eyes Amusing happy then to take away through here at Massenet, named after the French composer, as that is a car stop. That is Quat, who is on absolutely no pace trying to get back up to speed then. And we'll have there also one of the Aston Martins then also trying to find a little bit of ground there. I think that's Safsho there just behind the big man trying to get in with the business. Mr. Dale and Hoodie Pete, 2 drivers together who always find themselves together.
Alex Gillen, I think, has done his second pit stop as well. He's got them out of the way already on lap number 6, but he's got a lot of work to do. A mountain to climb. You're talking nearly 2/3 of a lap. Behind race leader Tiamat Marduk, more yellow flags emerging as more people fall foul to the extra surplus of speed that they have. That is the Achilles heel that they are going to face. But it is GB chasing down Razin Chai. Excruciated groans behind me as people try and extract that extra pace. Those are the stop situations at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that want to keep track, Alex Gillen, the only one so far to have completed their mandatory stops.
Taking a look at GB68 then, who is the face of concentration at the moment. A little scratch there at the face, but trying to work on up through the order and get what's needed. Eyes Amusing jumps down into the pit, but Alex Gillen, the only driver to have made 2 stops in this race. It's early to do that because you might get stuck behind someone who's a little bit slow, who's on a 1 stop. That's the risk you run because all your stops are there, but technically that's 1 stop because one of them would have been the drive-through.
Absolutely, but they're making the track wider as well, remember, with the extra speed that they take. They've got to play it tactically in terms of when to apply that extra pace, when to use the wall ride to good effect. And if they can do that, then maybe overtakes are even more possible. That's the other element we see as Eyes Amusing gets past Mr. Dale. Fury from Faenza bringing the noise. Oh, massive contact. Mr. Dale having none of it whatsoever. Torpedo straight into the back of our rally enthusiast.
Well, if it was a motion rig, he wouldn't be able to touch his pedals anymore out there with Eyes Amusing at that point, but he knows that he's got himself a lot of help now to try and jump up through the order. Concept 7 will be next on that. Ryan L83, his teammate, currently in P9 and happy, but gaps starting to form out there, and I tell you what, Chesnoid Gaming now in. Chappers will be very upset he's going to have to come in at the same time because he was trying to get the clearance.
Well, he's hoping on home turf in Williams land. He has, well, his pit crew work wonders. Razin Chai sets the fastest lap at 1:11.2. That is absolutely disgusting. But we are on lap number 8. A couple more drivers peeling in. Ryan L83 making his first pit stop of this race. Only a few left then that are yet to make their first pit stop. A lot of them went for those harder compounds of tyres to just keep in clear air, use their pace, not get caught in battles. That's the tactical nuance that they've got to have in this race.
Yeah, that nuance is going to be key. Alex Gillen is lighting the timing sheet. Purple 111 in the wall goes F1 Alex. He tries to cover across, and there is going to be ghosting then between them because of the fact there has been contact with the wall and get back up to speed. Concept 7 takes the traditional line. Look at how much time the traditional line loses you there. That's over a second.
Mr. Dale goes round at Lowe's hairpin to a chorus of cheers. Yellow flag on the top left of our screen as Tiamat Marduk is going to make his first pit stop here, Jay.
Yeah, that's critical. It's going to be followed in by Jorrit van Heffen. They've gone 8 laps in on the stint, and so now they need to make that stop and get themselves in play. Lolanova also jumping in at the 8-lap mark. That's as far as the tyres go. Racing Shai is going to now look to try and take that race lead. We'll see where it comes out in comparison. It's going to be close here between Razin and Tiamat Marduk. They are going to be neck and neck as they head themselves over towards turn 1, but Tiamat Marduk has got the coverage on Racing Shai in the Alpine.
Mission critical from Tiamat Marduk. He's done an extremely excellent job to keep it in front in this race. That is paramount because they've both done 1 pit stop. Now it's equalised. Now Ben can get up the road. He's got the newer tyres. He can just extract that pace a little bit more as Ferrari are fighting with the green machine.
Concept 7 trying to get by F1 Alex, and then you've got in the mix there Lolanova in 6th place. He's trying to stay with over the bump then and down into Mirabo, which is named after the Count of Mirabo, believe it or not, which was one of the big French revolutionary figures out there. But look at the Fairmont Hotel hairpin, showing everybody how it is that you need to get it done, because Safsho is making moves, making $1 million moves.
Safso, showstopper of all of the sweet treats. It was a marvellous creation as there goes Concept 7. Square it to the barrier at the tunnel. Shades of Alonso in 2004, but he carries on, luckily, due to no damage. Down to P11 though. And when now everybody has made a pit stop, Alex Gillen, just keep an eye on him as Hoodie Peak gets a 10-second time penalty for cutting the Nobel chicane. Attracts the eye of Alex Gillen, who goes round at the exit of Tabac.
Yeah, now he's going to need to find a way, a 360 to get back up to pace, but that will cost about 6-7 seconds. Speeding in the lane for Concept 7 was too early then to get that one close. So that's going to certainly hurt then, and that in this concept of this race. But now is where we hit halfway at the end of this lap, up the hill. Safsho still trying to eye up F1 Alex here for this 7th position, but around the outside, there goes the look of Adam Sanderson, who was around at the opening corner of this race and still looking for chances to go and get by, and they're all still in each other and they'll all try and work the big line going forward, and Sanderson gets it absolutely perfect. Razin's got 10!
10-second time penalty for Razin Shai. Unbelievable stuff in the contest for the win of this race. He's thrown it all away in an instant. Tiamat Marduk surely with a decent avenue to victory. It's Aston Martin versus Mercedes. Might be CrowdStrike on the back of the wing. I hope they're not. This is a cracking race. I think we've learned, if anything else, just make all F1 cars out of tungsten.
You know how the field all feels when the crowd just erupts on a penalty. Another 3 for Hoodie P, and there is F1 Alex, gets rewrited in the correct direction, will have the chance to go from 12th place, has now lost out ground. There's Lolanova, eyes on the back of Meraki then, on the fight for 5th place, then going through then at Sandevot, and now climbing up Beau Rivage over towards Massenet. Lolanova looking at this, thinking, can I get even more out of this run? And knowing with 1 stop to go, it's not a case of if you want to make a stop, it's when GB, now the biggest threat to Tiamat Marduk at what is 4.5 seconds back.
Yeah, top dog at Spa-Francorchamps looking for a way through. Credit where credit is due, they're one of the few people not choosing to wall ride every single given opportunity. Regardless, some great pace on display, but Lolinova's got to make it count. Contact Hoodie P as he goes round. I was just eyeing up penalties as F1 Alex and Ryan 83 get their second stop out of the way. Watts and a couple of others have also completed this. Just looked at the penalties, it's over 50 seconds worth of penalties. We are trying to accrue the same number of seconds as an actual Monaco Grand Prix.
It certainly looks like that, and here's the issue. Mr. Dell just got 10 seconds, is down in the pit. It's unfair for him, he can't retire from this race.
Absolutely. Jake looking for any crumb of reaction. Dale disconsolate, quite frankly. He can't believe what has happened in Monaco. Razin serves his 10-second time penalty meanwhile, and it will be mission go for the Alpine driver. Tiamat Marduk then assumes the lead. More people taking up their second pit stop. 10 seconds now the gap. Mr. Dale with a 10-second penalty for crossing the pit exit line. We're going for the 78 seconds.
Yeah, need all the penalty time that you can possibly get your hands on, and so we're going to see a lot of it. Racing Shai way down the order compared to GB, who I think's picked up 3, then coming on through. So GB's going to have to do a lot more than just get to Tiamat Marduk. He's going to have to get by as well, and that is easier said than done. As we watch with Adam Sanderson right now, who knows he's a full pit stop down here on GB. Massive kick of tail going down through the Avenue Princess Grace, and now there's the move through 48 to see that the tyres are letting go. Because they're being so aggressive through these corners, they are going to be real limited rather than front limited.
This is exactly the premonition we had earlier as well. Exactly the kind of feeling they're going to have in the car. We eye up the Italian stallion, still stuck behind the Red Bull driver. And when do one of these two pull the pit lane trigger? If they both pull it at the same time, no real consolation for Lolinova. But if he gets in, pulls off the undercut, he chooses not to, sneaks it out for another lap. Surprised that the race leader didn't want to go for it. GB does have those newer tyres, can just put down the pace a little bit more. So we'll see how this one plays out.
We certainly will there. We had a little cheeky flick at the tyres. Hoodie Pete on 26 seconds, Mr. Dale on 23. It's a race for who's got the most seconds at the end of the race. Unfortunately, Dale, you're losing by 3. And there goes Lolinova, trying to use the ghost to advantage. Now on the run to Mirabeau and the Fairmont hairpin. This is going to be where you need to have that almighty drive going through. And watch out in the background, GB making a huge course around, and suddenly it's rush hour in Monaco with Razin Chai, with Chappers and with Isa Music stuck on the inside.
Round the outside, I'll tell you what, Chappers pulled off a blinder. Outstanding outside manoeuvre at the Lowe's hairpin without using the wall for extra compensation. So fair play. I love that Meraki just threw caution to the wind instantaneously. As soon as GB was there, he was like, nah, not doing it anymore. Contact! Brings round GB at the exit of Tabac. Lolinova says, thank you very much.
I'll have 2, and GB knows it. Meraki getting into him, and that sometimes is the way that it goes around the Principality. In comes Lolinova with track position, making that stop. We still wait for Jorrit van Heffen. We still wait for Tiamat Marduk, but they are driving themselves out of contention. Mr. Dale with the fastest lap, immediately eclipsed by Razin Chai.
1 minute 10 points is disgusting, lads. It's absolutely disgusting. 5 into the pits, including Meraki, Adam Sanderson, Chappers, and Isa Music getting their second pit stops. Mandatory pit stops now out of the way. Only a few remain, but it is that critical phase. When do they pull the trigger? They need to pull it soon. As much as Tiamat Marduk has that extra 3-second margin to go, just look at it. It's absolutely delightful, but they have to just be careful not to play with margins too much. You can never gamble in this sport.
No, you might not have damage, you might not have the ability to, say, knock the wing and lose 10 seconds, but you can spin the car still, so you've still got to play with an of caution. Concept 7 is not a million miles away from P7, 1.3 seconds back. Adam Sanderson and Meraki then just behind that as well, and they're all trying to work out, how do I get this ball right to play the way that we need to? This is a completely different style of racing. Jorrit van Heffen in from second, and this should be the final run through, and so this is going to be huge.
Absolutely, absolutely. Also, by the way, credit where credit is due, as Jorrit van Heffen enters the pit lane. Alex Gillen completed his 2 stops. He's into the top 5. That's with a drive-through. That is with all the chaos and conundrums that have been thrown his way. Every single obstacle has been overcome. A superlative drive.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant here from Grove at Williams headquarters, because they are all there next to each other. They know what everything is doing. If they've got a problem, they can go beef it out outside if they should so want to. But right now at this stage, you know where everyone is. Hoodie P gets another 3 seconds. Adam Sanderson, we watch on the changing. Concept 7, who's got a bit of penalty time to go and work with. Bye-bye, around the outside. Easily done at Massenet.
Simply superb. Adam Sanderson, take a bow, my friend. 3 seconds to his next target up the road of Lolinova. Meanwhile, Jorrit van Heffen and Alex Gillen phasing through one another. It's an unorthodox overtaking method, but it almost worked for the McLaren Maestro. As hello, race leader is into the pit lane. It's a fresh set of softs, and depending on where he emerges, it's game on.
It certainly will be, but I'm looking around where GB is by comparison. 20 seconds looks like it's the margin, so it's telling you all you need to know, how tough it is, how many mercenaries are you going to have to pay to get Tiamat Marduk out of that race lead. Gap as they come out of the pits is going to be next to nothing here. It's 1 second. Remember that GB's got penalty to go and serve. Razin Chai is only 2.3 seconds back of that. Remember, he got 10 seconds. Run L83 is on wets.
It's an unorthodox strategy, but you know what? Complete the Rainbow Challenge. Why don't you ride an L83? I expect intermediate soon. Maybe if he can catch Quats, you know what? Instant driver of the day if he makes an overtake. But pretty much every single one of those 2 pit stops are done. GB has thrown caution to the wind at every single apex, throwing it into every single barrier possible. He wants this race win on track. He's going for it.
He absolutely needs to, and knows that he's got to build that time up to make it happen. But scrapping hard there with that racing ball as they're going to go through. So on top of that, we've got an overall giveaway as well. For those of you who are watching on Twitch, you know you've got the ability to add yourself into that giveaway. It'll be in description out there in terms of what you got. So I'm sure people will be saying, look, this is how you make it happen. Ryan gets 3 seconds of penalty. We're already into the final quarter of this race, and right now Port Hercule has been a free-for-all.
1.5 seconds the gap, GB just looking to close it in. 100th after 100th, millimetric margins will make marvellous outcomes in this race. We highlight Chesnoid Gaming though, F1 Alex all over the back of him, looking for a manoeuvre into the tunnel. That will be brave into the Novell chicane, keep it side by side. Oh, a slight cut from F1 Alex, probably using up one of his tokens in the process. He's not giving that one back though, that's P13.
It is, so Ryan is on Rainbow Challenge, conceding green intermediate tyres, which are out there, which will say that is what is needed. But for this, 2 seconds is the gap out in front, then a further 2 to Razin Chai, and look at that at the front. It is soft place, hard place, medium.
All the Rainbow games being played here at the Principality. Who is the jewel in the crown though? Who will sit on top of the throne as royalty here after this race in Monaco? At the moment, it all looks good for Tiamat Marduk. Alex Gillen still looking for that way forwards though. But I will say it again, superlative showing from the McLaren driver. Drive through, contact, spinning, didn't matter. He's still in that top 5. He's going for that high average. He knows strength is on his side. Of 1 minute 9.7 from Tiamat Marduk. He's flying out there.
He is absolutely launching. Another 3 for Concept 7, and the gap just looking like it is a bit too far at the moment for everybody else. You've got Lolanova in 7th, trying to keep the average up, and is doing a great job of it. Meraki in 9th. Just keep your eyes out on some various other drivers who are doing a great job of it. There is still scraps on there for 13th with F1 Alex under pressure now from Chesnoid Gaming through Louis Chiron, and now over through the swimming pool chicane, possibly the toughest chicane in all of motorsport.
The return fixture for Chesnoid Gaming. The home leg wasn't so good. Now the away leg. Alex is squirreling left, right and centre. Down the inside of the final corner. There was always going to be contact. Luckily, they're both still pointing in the right direction. Maybe some DRS. Still Alex Gillen looking for a way past to look to carve an avenue through on Jorrit van Heffen, but he still remains steadfast in defence.
Van Heffen is doing everything needed to make this defence work. Covered into the Nouvelle chicane, and you know at the Nouvelle chicane there is actually a restaurant that normally finds itself there. It gets moved away for the racing purposes. That has a 2.6 out of 5 on Google review, which is about the chance that Alex Gillen has of getting by Jorrit van Heffen right now.
You know what they say, money can't buy taste? Lap number 18, 3 tours to go. Tiamat Marduk is in his corner to take home the win at the Principality. He absolutely adores this venue. He spent all the time before this race calibrating pedals. We said the era was back of pedal calibration. He said, no, I'm just starting something new. And he's having a wonderful time out there.
He needs to try and say, look, I want to be part of this Creator Series, not just being at the back. As now finally there was clearance for a brief moment, but Jorrit van Heffen has got himself then through and got through on Alex Gillen, who, remember, his tyres will be screaming late on. But now there's the clearance. Thank you, goodbye. Gonna get that one done, and wonderfully done. Alex Gillen back into control.
That's how you do it. Distraction tactics, the highlighter car getting in the way of Jorrit van Heffen. Alex Gillen says, I'll take that. Excellent stuff. Top 4 from a drive-through and spins and whatnot. So we come up to the last lap. Round the final corner comes Tiamat Marduk after all of the chaos, after all of the problems he has faced. This could be it.
This could be it, and here's the key as we watch F1 Alex and Chesnoid Gaming scrapping. Those tyres will be fading for Tiamat Marduk. The gap is 1.2 seconds. It was up as high as 3 at one point in this race. So is Ben going to start fading late here in this one? We watch with GB, who wants to win this one on track. And if they tangle GB and Tiamat Marduk, Razin Chai is only 1.6 down the road, so can definitely find a way to make something happen. GB knows he's got to get there, and there is 2 bits of traffic in front. They absolutely bash their way down the Fairmont Hotel and over towards Portier, the start of this run around the Port Hercule, as they now start working out, well, do I have left to hold myself steady? GB knows that he wants to win this one on track, but it's all about starting position. Some would say after it went horribly wrong at Spa that Tiamat Marduk would have dropped back, try and get a good place and build the margin. 0.3 of a second, 0.2 of a second. Look at the run by GB. They're going to give it everything into the Raskas. Is it going to be GB's on circuit? They're going to go running in between each other. Now the final corner. It's a pure drag race over towards the line. GB's going to get it on track, but it's Tiamat Marduk who will take the win here at Monaco and say, I am right back in it.
Simply superlative. Tiamat Marduk, he's done it. After all of the gremlins, the devil on his shoulder, he says, not today. It is a race win. It's the Principality. No more sweet of a venue. GB rounds out the podium with the 3 seconds. Razin will take P2. Alex Gillen home in P4. Safso even making his way through to P5. Excellent stuff. If he did well in the first race, trends continue to be true. Lolin Ober finishes up in 7th place. Whew, what a fixture. Can we do Monaco every time like this?
I think we absolutely can. Ben there, right behind us, wants to chat to us. No, you're going to talk to Kieran McGinley, mate. See you, Ben. But everyone now starts to work their way over towards the line. We still wait for the likes then of Concept 7 and F1 Alex. They're trying to go through. ITV just outside of a top 10, crossing the line. But this is giving a lot of vibe to remember. It is chalk and cheese for that next race because it will be heading to Austria.
It will indeed. We've got to do the calculations as well. What will the averages be? What will the grid look like? As we head into the finale, F1 Alex finishes in, I guess, an unlucky P13, given how it could have ended. Top 15 is rounded out, and by the way, I did the calculations on the penalties. It's over 100 seconds worth of penalties. They've done a masterful job out there. In reverse, Ryan L83 crosses the line. It is a rainbow challenge to remember.
It is a perfect flick spin to end what is the heat out there of running, and it's going to be all brilliant. With your race winner right now is one Mr. Kieran McGinley.
Thank you very much. Yep, I'm here with our race winner, Ben. He had to show off he's got 178 BPM now. You see it. Well, you might not be able to see it, but Ben, that was quite a Monaco Grand Prix. I'd love to do Monaco again if you were able to do that. And a great battle with you and GB at the end. I mean, wow, talk us through it.
It was stressful. It didn't need to be... It didn't need to be that stressful for how fun it was. Yeah, I mean, I started at the front. I was trying to play it fair, but then literally 19 cars behind were like, oh, damage is off. We could just float round through the corners and like wall ride and stuff. So I was like, oh, okay. I need to adjust that because I was getting undercut while I was staying out long. So I realized halfway through, and then yeah, GB had the legs on me on the hards. He was very consistent, and yeah, I was crapping myself on that last lap.
Well, that sets you up nicely. I mean, not the greatest first race, but there might have been some shenanigans with your rig beforehand.
Yeah, so I don't know who it was, whether it was GB, whether it was Alex, but my downshift was upshift and my upshift was downshift. I think my wheel rotation was on 2,500 degrees, so it was like 3 trucks worth of steering rotation. So it kind of messed me up a little bit, but you know, it got me pole or third place for Monaco, and well, maybe I should be thanking them now.
Maybe. Well, of course, you've got Lolin Ober as well, who I think finished in the top 10 in that race, so he's going to be one to watch in terms of average grid positions. We'll get the guys to work out where the grid positions are, but how are you feeling heading towards Austria? Do you think you've done enough to sort of get a top half start?
I don't know. I mean, my pace at Austria is pretty good. It's one of my better tracks, same with Monaco. I'm just happy I won Monaco, to be honest. Anything from now is just a bonus. I'm going to have some fun. Hopefully have some good battling with Lolly, Jake, Alex, GB, and keep it civil this time.
Congratulations, big boy.
Thank you, bro.
Good to see you win, eh?
I finally won Monaco in CS, so
Monaco,
there we go.
baby.
This one counts.
That one does count, yes. Creator Series Winter Cup, Monaco heat winner, Ben. I mean, talk about the sort of the facility here, how the day's been so far. I mean, this means a lot, even at, you know, wall riding and all sorts, when you're at 178 BPM. I mean, talk about, you know, LAN event and whatnot. How's it been for you so far?
Yeah, it's been a great event that Williams and Creator Series have put on. The facility is awesome. I'm looking around at all the heritage in the room. You can see all these old helmets driven by, you know, legends of the sport, trophies. You know, we're inside an F1 factory and we're playing the F1 game. And, you know, we get to call this our job. So it's absolutely incredible. It's a great event, and kudos to everyone for making it happen. And kudos to you guys as well for tuning in, because you guys make this possible.
You do a heart, there you go. That'll do. There you go. Bad one, but there you go. You've already mentioned Austria, pretty good at that one, but it's known for having DRS trains. You know, 3 of them back to back, especially after lap 1. What's going to be the trick and the trade going into the final race?
I think just consistency. Look, we're not as consistent as we are back home. We're not, dialed in and super, precise with where we're putting our inputs. So it's going to be a bit messy. It's going to be a bit choppy. And I think just surviving that early onslaught will be key. There still will be close battles, but I'm not too worried about DRS trains backing us up too much.
I mean, I do have to ask, we are at the Williams Experience Centre, the Atlassian Williams Experience Centre. I've already had, a couple of questions, couple of answers. So I'm going to ask you, Albon or Sainz?
Oh, Sainz, yeah.
Okay.
He's underrated.
An all-time Williams driver, who would you back?
Oh,
it's a tricky question.
All-time Williams driver. I mean, just on the spot. Oh, let's go Ayrton Senna.
Oh, that's 2 for Senna. That's 2 for Senna. See, you're in good company with Olinoba. There you go. I had to get him to. He chose 3, and then I had to get him to narrow down to 1, and he was Senna. Go Senna.
I'm not going to lie. Nigel Mansell was the first one to pop into my mind, but you can't go against the GOAT.
Great minds think alike as well. Lolly said Nigel Mansell. Nige, red number 5. There you go. Well, Ben, it's been a pleasure to have a chat to you. Go and have a cool down. It seems like you need it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find the nearest pool. Cheers, guys. Enjoy the last race.
Cheers, Daniel Ricciardo. I want to see the pose as well. Well, with that then, we'll hand back to our commentary team for the race results for the Monaco Grand Prix.
So let's take a look then at your race results. Tiamat Marduk getting it done over Razin Chai, and GB68, who won it on track, would fall down to 3rd position. Alex Gillen will take a big 4th place out there ahead of Safsho, and Jorrit van Geffen falling back to 6th. Lolinoba with a 7th place finish, I think might just have to start from the back in the final race ahead of Adam Sanderson, Meraki and Chappers getting a well-deserved top 10. You look down the order, Izum using 11th ahead of Chesnoy Gaming and F1 Alex with Concept 7 and Gwatz then 14th and 15th. You've then got Hoodie Pete, Super Noodle Bagel, and then Mr. Dale with Ryan L83 and Heather making up the bottom of the field. But really here, Carl, you have to say, this has been all-out craziness getting ready for the final coming up.
Couldn't agree more, honestly, and I think it perfectly encapsulates everything to do with Creator Series. Honestly, I mean, it had everything. That Monaco race in particular had everything. All the ingredients for a good Creator Series race. It had drama, it had chaos, it had crashes, but with damage off, they took the opportunities, they ran with them, and that was excellent to see. One final race to decide it. Let's have some fun out there.
From the caves and caverns of Monaco, we head over to the Styrian Hills in just a few moments' time. Back over with your main presenting crew.
On the roaming mic now, and before we get started, we've got our second giveaway winner. So congratulations to Liam Mellins08. Congratulations to you. You've got yourself a giveaway win. We'll give you the next keyword in just a couple of seconds' time. But I've got a couple of Alpine drivers to have a chat to here in the Williams Experience Centre. I know, it's great. We'll start with you, Razin. 2nd place in that race. I mean, that was a hectic Monaco Grand Prix, if I've ever seen one. Wall riding to no end, but 2nd place isn't bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, we weren't starting off with wall riding initially, then a few others were doing it, so we thought, okay, why not? And then, we had an unfortunate 10-second corner cut penalty, which cost us the win, but I mean, recovered the PT from the back of the grid. It's all right, I'm not complaining. It's a good race.
Yeah, well, I mean, good race. I mean, 20 laps of absolute medlem. And it's almost as if, as Ben said, as soon as the other 19 drivers figured out there was no damage, that was it.
Yeah, literally that. And I think me and my team, obviously, Gwatz came in strategy, and we said, right, boxing lap 1, boxing lap 2. That's what the strategy. And it was working well until it didn't work well. But we had a plan, yeah.
Yeah, it's one thing I always forget, the 2 stop at Monaco. Just how much does that sort of change up how you approach the race?
I mean, completely. I mean, everybody, you could see half the grid box lap 1, half the grid stayed out. It was a complete chaos-like race. People undercutting, people coming out on top. So, yeah, adds spice to it. It's not a boring 25% race, so I'll give it that, yeah.
I will ask as well, because Jake is one of our louder Creator Series commentators. Did you hear him at any point, especially on the final lap?
Maybe. Briefly. I heard a bit of shouting and a Jake raspy voice come through, so I presume that was Jake, yeah.
He's been saying he's on minus 16 dB compared to Carl there, so he's wearing that like a badge of honour. Well, congratulations on P2. Austria coming up, how you feeling?
Yeah, it should be good. I think Austria's a good, easier track to race at, so I think hopefully there should be actually some good racing. In terms of that, side-by-side battling, obviously it's a longer distance race as well. So yeah, I think it's going to run for a good race. Should be good. I don't know what the points are like. Who knows if there's constructor points or whatever, but we'll fight. We'll fight for it. Yeah.
Well, it's all about average grid position, so we'll all find out together. So.
Okay. Well, suspense.
Suspense is killing me. Gwatz, well, I'll come to you next. Thank you so much, Razin. Gwatz, obviously Monaco, baby. Was it P15 you got in the end?
I think it was lower than that, to be honest. Yeah, it was not ideal. I think it's not anyone's fault, but I got taken out on like lap 2 or something, I think. So the strategy cooked as Raz improved. So yeah, I was pretty confident coming into it, but yeah, I didn't really get a chance to show the full potential of the strategy. But yeah, it was all right. It was all right.
I mean, how's it been so far for you here at the Williams Experience Centre? It's I've enjoyed it, and I'm just watching on. How's it like driving here?
It's really good, actually. I mean, it's a bit weird because the rig that I have at home is in like GT position, you know, so I've never sat in this kind of rig before. So it's definitely weird to get used to, but yeah, I mean, all the equipment's really good. This place is crazy, honestly. Like, I've never seen so many rigs and PCs all in one place before. Yeah, not really seen many F1 cars in person as well. So like looking through the museum, that was cool. This place is very cool, very cool. Yeah.
And I see you've got a lovely shirt there as well. World's fastest unicorn, powered by Sparkles.
Yeah. It's gotta rep the goat. You know, I thought this would bring me some luck. I thought this would bring me a P3 like Science, but I mean, we still got one more race, so you never know. Yeah, hopefully
you never know
bring the luck.
indeed. You never know indeed. I reckon there's a podium. Channel your inner Science. Channel your inner smooth operator. You'll be absolutely fine.
There we go, mate. There we go. Hopefully. Yeah.
Gwatz, I'm going to give the honour. We've got to have a tagline or a tag word for the next giveaway. So we've had Bottle and we've had Williams.
Oh, what, like they have to say it in the chat, is that?
Yeah, that's right. What would you like the next word to be?
Oh my gosh. What were the words that we already had?
So we've had Bottle and we've had Williams.
Can we do Baldy?
Baldy?
B-A-L-D-Y. Yeah,
B-A-L-D-Y, there you go.
There's a lot of bold people in Creator Series, so we've got to show them some love. They don't really get much love, so we'll do Baldy.
There you go then, our next giveaway then. Exclamation mark Baldy, B-A-L-D-Y. Just get that production, make it live. Don't forget as well our main giveaway at it's exclamation mark giveaway. It's that simple, there you go. For the main giveaway for a sim rig from Williams Sim Racing worth about £4,500, so get on in there. That giveaway will be revealed later on. But don't forget as well the Williams Gaming Club Discord, exclamation mark WGC. So get on those and get involved. Gwatz, thank you so much for the chat. I've been authorised to give my inner Martin Brundle, so I'm going to go with the mic.
Good luck. I'm going to love that. That's going to be great to watch back. Yeah, good luck.
Let's find out, hey? Let's find out. Right, thank you so much, Gwatz. Go and mingle.
Yes, good luck, mate.
Thank you very much. Right, let's have a go. First behind you, we've got Concept 7 there, so I'm going to sneak a microphone in. Concept, how are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you very much. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. How's it been so far for you?
I won't lie, it's been a struggle, but I can always bounce back next race, so I've got to keep my head up.
How was Monaco? Monaco baby or not so Monaco baby?
No, I was in every wall. I used every wall to my advantage and still finished P14, so it wasn't very good.
How's it looking for Austria then?
I'm going to do my best, obviously. It's probably still going to be a maximum top 10, but I believe I've got what it takes, you know. Got to be confident.
Well, you have to be confident.
Exactly. I've just got to show it. So.
How's it been here at Lassian Williams Racing Centre, the Experience Centre?
Genuinely been an absolute honour. I mean, it's amazing what I'm using. I've never used this sort of equipment. It's absolutely phenomenal, and I'm very honoured to be here, to be fair.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Right, I've been asking everybody, so I'll ask you as well. 2 questions: Science or Albon?
Science.
It's all Science so far. So far, so good for Science. How about all-time Williams driver?
Oh, George Russell.
George Russell. That's our first for George then.
Up the George. Go on.
Up the George. I mean, his best performance, 2nd place at Spa. Do you count that? Chat, do you count that?
Yeah, you got to count it. It's George Russell. You got to count it.
Concept 7 has spoken. That counts, and it's history. He's got a podium in a Williams. Concept, thank you so much for the chat. We'll look to see you and work out for you in the grid.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Thank you very much. That's Concept 7. Let's have a Chappers is here. Chappers, good to see you. Good to finally meet you. How are you doing, sir?
Doing very well, thank you.
How's it been so far?
Incredibly fun. Really enjoying being here, and it's really good fun to meet everybody as well.
Talk us through your first 2 races as well, because obviously Monaco was great until everyone figured out damage was off.
Yeah, so we all realised the damage was off probably by lap 1, so everyone was wall riding, and it was I got spun turn 1, but I managed to pull my way back through the field a little bit, and yeah,
Yeah, it was good fun though. Good to work my way through with everybody wall riding, and I still managed to pull a top 10, so we'll take it. You know what I mean? So.
Absolutely. What's the feeling going in towards Austria?
I'm feeling pretty decent. Austria is one of my top 5 tracks, I would say. So I feel pretty comfortable around there. I'm pretty confident, but we'll see how the guys manage on the wheels as well. But yeah, it's been really just fun being here, and I'm hoping I can have a good race.
Yeah, I was going to mention as well. How has it been in the Experience Centre?
It's been really good. I tested the wheel this earlier on before the races happened. With me, I have to have the paddles on the back. And the first time on the wheel was pretty fun. It was a bit of an experience. My shoulders hurt after about 20 laps, but we managed to get to 1.2 off my controller pace on the first day, which isn't too bad.
Not bad at all. Okay,
Right.
I've been asking everybody, so 2 questions.
Okay.
Sainz or Albon?
Sainz all day.
Oh, it's all Sainz. It's all Sainz. He's having a great time. And how about all-time Williams driver?
Oh gosh.
I get that question. I get that a lot.
That is a tough one.
Reel us through a couple.
We got George.
George.
Senna did drive for them at one point. I'd probably have to say Senna.
No, that's another one for Senna. 3 for Senna so
I'd
far.
say Senna.
You're in good company. You're in
I'd
good
say
company.
Senna.
Senna, there you go. 3 for Senna so far. Chappers, thank you so much for the chat. I'll go and let you mingle.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, let me see if I can find anybody else. I've still got Gareth's phone. And do you know what? Adam, I'm in my ear right now, and I can see Adam is talking on the microphone. So I'm actually hearing what he's saying. That's not distracting at all, is it? He's done all right today, hasn't he? He's been one of the louder voices in the behind the rigs, and always, you can't take the Devon Butler out of the Adam Sanderson, can you? Dale's right behind you there. I'm sure he'll love a chat. Dale, come and have a chat with me. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing very, very well, very, very well. Enjoying my racing today. As you can see, everything's been going swimmingly, sticking to what we know, the walls. So, yeah, it's been going very, very well, very enjoyable.
I mean, talk to us about Monaco, because as I've spoken to a couple of drivers, it seemed like as soon as everybody found out damage was off, all bets were off.
As soon as we hear damage is off around Monaco, everybody's going to be wall riding. As soon as I saw Gillen jump past me, he got the drive through, I was like, right, we're going to have to keep up with him. All we can do is wall ride, so we did. We wall ride it round, but yeah, it does ruin the tyres, gliding them across the wall, so yeah, not too good.
I mean, the less we talk about Australia, the better. In my mind, it never happened. But how's the rest of the day been so far?
It's been incredible to come here, this amazing facility, and be able to enjoy it. To see where this all started, 20 friends in a group chat, being like, let's do something, and now we're here at the Williams F1 facility LAN event. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
And you're one of the titans as well. I mean, as you're one of the driving forces as well. How, satisfying is it seeing someone like Atlassian Williams, have the Experience Centre, LAN event, and everyone in the same space?
It's unbelievable to think anything can happen. The mainstream media that's going on these days, not everything is just sitting in an office. You really can do anything from sitting online and playing a computer game these days. The world's your oyster, and you can end up in places like this just from playing a game.
Right, I think people are being brought back to their rigs. But you know what? That's not going to stop me. I'm going to ask you 2 more questions. First off, Sainz or Albon?
I'm an Albon fan.
We've got an Albon supporter. It's the first one. Congratulations. That's a handshake, apparently.
Oh, we love Albon round here.
And how
I'm
about?
not saying I don't like Sainz, but Albon for me.
How about all-time Williams driver?
Oh. I like Albon, I'm going to stick with him. He's through and through for me, and, he's stuck and persevered. I like him. I've raced with him before on Formula 1 as well, so we've got to stick with our boy.
You see, there's the bias shining through.
Absolutely.
Albon at the double for Mr. Dale.
I'm taking it. Anybody that's taking Sainz, Albon needs to be taking it.
There's our Albon stand. Thank you so much, Mr. Dale. I'll let you get on and get on with getting back into the rig. He's going to go in DNF. Thank you so much, Mr. Dale. Let's have a chat to Chesnoid as well. Let's go around the back here. He's got Doritos in his hand. Other.
Hit me up in the DMs.
Ches, how's it been so far for you?
Really good fun, actually. Yeah, Monaco was an experience. There was a bit of tactics going on with myself and Yorit at Haas. Thought if I just park it and let him get as far down the road as possible, then maybe we can kind of play the defensive game. Then people just wall road round me, and that tactic kind of went straight out the window, unfortunately.
It did, yeah. As soon as damage was off, that was it. All bets were off as to what was going to happen.
No, exactly, 100%. You knew it was like, is it faster? Is it not faster? And then you just watch someone completely disappearing at 3 seconds down the road, and then you're like, I'm going to do that from next lap onwards for the next 10. Works as a tactic if damage is off.
Absolutely. It's a solid tactic as well. I was going to ask as well, how's it been so far for you today?
Oh, so much fun. Yeah, the setup they have here at Williams is absolutely top notch. And obviously having all the guys together and doing things in person is always an incredible experience. And you get the competitive rivalry and you actually see to get the visual representation of how you're annoying someone else and kind of rising to it and adding to it is always a fantastic experience.
Brilliant stuff. Right, I'm going to give you 2 more questions and pretty quick fire. Albon or Sainz?
Albano.
Albano, another one for Albano. Mr. Dale's absolutely delighted with that one. Punching the air in celebration. Albano. And how about all-time Williams driver?
Oh, Damon Hill.
Damon Hill, there you go. There you go. Why Damon Hill?
96 was my first year in Formula One. And it was the year that Damon won the championship, and then there's the iconic Murray line that sticks in your mind, so it was just meant to be.
Brilliant stuff. Ches, I'll let you get back to the rig and get back there.
Appreciate it.
Go and get us set up.
I'm going to go and get some sweat laps in on time trial first.
Good luck in Austria. Yeah, you're going to need it. Right, I'll tell you what. Should we go right into the heart of the battlefield? Let's see. Come with me. Come with me and let's jump in there. Oh, we have an Alex Heron here. Pit lane reporter, Alex Heron. How are you, sir?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Yeah. We're taking over pit lane duties from this handsome chap right here.
Who's that then?
It's you.
Right, okay.
You, honestly, so handsome.
Well, I'll let you enjoy your break, but we'll see you later.
In there as well.
Oh yes, there is Lolly Nova right behind, staring at me. Right, let's go into the battlefield. I'll see you in a bit, Alex. Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Dale there. Right, let's see who I can try and get a word with. We've got F1 Alex here. F1 Alex. We've got a camera here. We're live. How are you doing, sir?
I'm very well. How are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad. How are you feeling up towards Austria?
That's the best I can do. You know, first race was great. Second race, not so great. Monaco's not my track. Neither is Spa. So Austria's a little bit better. So hopefully we do a little bit better there.
Absolutely. And I mean, how's the day been so far for you?
Incredible. Literally one of the best sim racing experiences I think I've ever been involved with. Shout out to Creator Series. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to TK in the commentary and Gareth Allen. What a legend.
What a legend indeed. Okay, I'm going to have to wrap this up, but 2 more questions for you. Albon or Sainz?
Albon.
Albon's getting a comeback here. I think it's 4 for 3 if you're counting at chat. How about all-time Williams driver?
George Russell.
That's 2 for Russell. 2 for Russell. Why George?
Because he's a legend.
There you go. That's all it needs. That's all it needs. F1 Alex, thank you so much for the chat. I'll let you get set up.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
And with that then, I'll just check with my producer that we're ready to go then. I'm going to have, actually I could look over my soldier. Yes, I can see Tom Squared. Look, exclusive footage. It's Tom Squared. I'm getting ready to hand over to them. No, Marek, I'm not pointing at you. I'm pointing at Tom Squared, our lovely commentary team. And speaking of which, let's hand over to them for the finale. Tom Wilkinson and Tom TK Knight.
Well, welcome back, everybody. One final round stands in front of our creators here at the Creator Series Winter Cup, and where better to host our finale than the Styrian Hills here, Tom?
Picturesque, that's the first word that comes to mind. We often describe it as a glorified go-kart track. And from what we've just seen in Monaco, I think we could be in for something equally as exciting and equally as chaotic.
We certainly could do indeed. Of course, 10 corners across the circuit, an incredible elevation rise as we head up to turn 3, and a lot of room, shall we say, for carnage, especially as strict corner cutting has been turned on.
Which we don't know if the creators have realised yet. So we're going to go from wall riding through the Lowe's hairpin at Monaco to 65 seconds worth of corner cutting penalties for every single person taking part. So look forward to that, everybody.
I'll tell you what, I loved Monaco. I want to throw it out there. It's not usually that I enjoy a Monaco race. These creators have not only put on a show today, they put on an absolute fiesta.
100%. Mandatory 2-stop helped with that as well. We had so many diverging strategies. Everybody was all over the place at one stage. I think Alex Gillen was in every single position throughout their race, from 1 down to 20.
He absolutely was, and it was absolutely fantastic to see. And for a moment, there was hope that GB could have got a win there as well. The penalty may have quite counted him out of it, but who better to get a win than Tim Muddock?
The Monaco master, even though he has never won at Monaco in the Creator Series before. This is his first Monaco victory, despite being the street circuit specialist that we know him as. So, yeah, I think he'll be pleased with that. I don't even know if he knows.
No, I don't think he does. He's not aware. I've just seen in the background Alex is well and truly taking a rest with his feet up on the pedals.
He looks pretty relaxed. He looks pretty comfy there.
Out of the way, they might be able to see him.
Midfield. Can we see him there? The socks up there, just the flash of white there. Very comfortable in his surroundings, I think you can see.
Certainly so. And of course, who can talk about Monaco without talking about Jari van Heffen? Of course, two times winner at Monaco. pretty much undefeated until he rejoined, I think it was either this season or last season. But one of those masters of a circuit that actually does really well.
He was pretty solid as well, considering there would be a little bit of rust there. So I think he'll be encouraged by that performance. He got embroiled with Alex Gillen. We saw the wall riding battles going up through Masnane, through Casino Square, and of course into the Lowe's hairpin, which was very fun to watch. I think we can all agree on that one.
I absolutely agree. It was one of those classic Creator Series races that I really wish we'd actually get more of in the series. We're not going to take this too seriously. It is a bit of fun. We've seen wall riding at the lowest hairpin. We've seen absolute carnage. And I'm sure the viewers at home will agree with what we're saying to the point where I loved it.
I concur heavily. Remember back to Season 1, Season 2. Those were the vibes. And if you couldn't work out what it was like in here, it was bustling. It was very, very fun. Shouting across the room, trying to see what people were making of the little battles we were having. Vibes absolutely spectacular.
I'll tell you what, I was sat on Kieran McGinley's couch before we got ourselves ready. I was watching the race on the big screen. If you can see, if you watch in the background, there's some seats in the sofa. Absolutely lovely to watch, enjoy the race, especially with the fantastic commentary that was Jake Sperry and Carl Peranik as well.
Always on the ball. Always on the ball, the pair of them, aren't they?
Absolutely, every single time. It was perfect. Let us know in the live chat as well if you're enjoying it, because I really hope you should do. Let us know down below whether you're watching on any of the 5 platforms that we're broadcasting on live here today from Williams Experience Centre.
100%. What an atmosphere, what an environment. But I think Alex Heron might be ready and might be waiting in the wings for us. Alex, where are you? Who are you chatting to?
I am over by the corner where we have our pole sitter for this final race this afternoon. And we're going to go over to him now. Alex, you are obviously on pole for this Grand Prix, coming off of the Monaco one, which was a bit of a, let's say, interesting affair. What's your thoughts going into 36 laps of Austria?
Well, it's a long one. Obviously, all in strange rigs. I don't think there's going to be so much wall riding this time, and definitely not any jump starts or anything like that. Probably just a one stop. But yeah, it's going to be close. I understand I got pole position because my mum named me with a name beginning with A, so I'll absolutely take that. My mum saw that coming 33 years ago, clearly.
Yeah, I think that is the way. That's why I was called Alex as well. So you're always at the front of your thing. But overall, what's your thoughts of this event? Because it's been so much fun here today, even though just the fact we got 3 races on.
Yeah, I've absolutely loved it, to be honest. It's been fantastic. This facility is amazing. Just to have 20 rigs in the same room is, I don't think I've ever seen this many rigs in one room, to be honest. It's absolutely amazing to have that. Plus, they've got rigs in the other room and stuff. Like, it's really cool. And the actual event itself, it's awesome to have everyone here, and you can shout them and nudge them and stuff if you want to, and even do interviews and stuff. It's next level. It's really special to be a part of.
Yeah, it really is. But yeah, good luck with the race, mate. And I'm sure we'll chat to you maybe if you win it at the end of the race. Let's find out. We're going to go through a few more people here, and I'll keep an eye on my commentary duo when they let me know it's time to throw it back over. And we'll head over to the man that I told I was going to come have a chat to. I'm not throwing it back, Adam, as much as you want me to. But yeah, how's it going, mate? What are your thoughts on that last race?
Well, I mean, I wanted to do the Rainbow Challenge, of course, so achieved that, which is great. Found out the inters were actually pretty good around Monaco. I kept up with Adam for about 3/4 of a lap, so we've done well. So yeah, just got a bit of fun anyway. So
yeah, I think it's the main thing about Creator Series here, having that fun, and he's starting a bit further back down the grid, but there are chances to make those points.
Exactly. Well, Austria, we know turn 1 and 3 is going to be carnage, so probably the best bit is to be at the back. I've got a good strategy in mind that I'm going to do, so hopefully my teammate beside me doesn't do what we did in Australia and double stack and cause some issues. But the aim is to finish, and maybe top 10 would be a good one to wrap it up, but we'll see.
We will certainly see. Good luck for the race. You look like you're going to be getting started with it any second now. But here we are, folks. This is it. It is almost time for the finale here of the LAN event. And it is Christmas time. I am wearing my Christmas hat. But for now, it's time to throw it back to the commentary duo of TK and T-Dub.
Well, it is time for a look at the starting grid for the final time this afternoon, and what an event it's been. We're going for a back to front, and this time it will not be the big names towards the back. We're going on average position from the 2 races we've had, and on the back row, well, it's 2 drivers that were towards the front for the majority of the previous races. Heaver alongside Mr. Dale, an interesting battle towards the back. That turn 1 is going to be a big pinch point, especially at the midfield.
Certainly one, if you're starting from the back, you want to try and avoid, and row 9 essentially of the grid will be made up of Hoodie Pete and Ryan L83, which is a fantastic pairing of the Williams and the Vico.
Just ahead of those two, we have Super Noodle Bagel starting alongside Chestnut Game, both of them getting stuck in the first 2 races. Expect some battles between these two, in particular on that opening lap.
Certainly will get feisty. If you like your bagel seasoning with a little bit of spice, but on the row in front of them, 14th place goes to Isa, using 13th. Lucky again for some is Concept 7, just slightly over double his favourite number.
All the concepts in the business. 1 to 6 were a failure. Just in front of them, Gwatz, very good in the first race, not so good in Monaco, and F1 Alex was actually pretty consistent across both races, just finding himself outside the top 10.
And Maestro in the F2 cars finds himself a little bit delayed in the Formula 1 cars here this afternoon, but Chappers makes a top 10 start here in Austria alongside our winner from Monaco, the king of the Principality, Timo Marduk, who starts from 9th.
Has got a bit of work to do though, with some of his main rivals starting in front. The first one is Jorrit van Geffen, flute playing potentially some point during this race, and Adam Sanderson very consistent as well throughout that, netting himself a lovely P7 position on the grid.
A distraction technique I heard from the Dutchman Maestro himself, but starting in 6th place. As we await the graphic on our screen, it will be the snake himself, Meraki, alongside the man who's got now more hair than pretty much the entirety of the grid put together, is GB68.
The best recovery in the Creator Series was GB68's hairline. Just in front of them, PS1 Hagrid, Season 1 champion Sapso with Lodanova, who won the first race at Spa this evening, starting from P3.
And here we go then, your front row for a 50% race around Austria. Of course it had to be. In 2nd place, Razin Chai, and a 2 times Creator Series winner, Alex Gillen, lines up from pole position.
Quite the threat for everybody involved, with those two in particular on the front row. We saw at Spa, it was another short run down into turn number 1, and it was pretty chaotic, wasn't it? Yes, we had some of the slower guys starting at the front, but that big pinch point at the apex, bit of a sausage curb on the inside and the outside as well, and that can leave you Tony Hawking it a little bit if you're slightly wide.
Well, we did hear there were some shenanigans afoot as well for the car of Timo Marduk. Someone had swapped around his shift up and shift down paddle, essentially, which left the Australian not only feeling a little bit upside down or the wrong way up, but did start from a reverse gear. So hopefully there's no more shenanigans here this afternoon as we get ready to go racing in the most picturesque Styrian Hills. For a 50% race around Austria, 36 laps is your race distance, and I can see behind us all the drivers getting themselves ready as well. Let us know in the live chat who you are supporting, who you want to win this race, because whoever does will take home the first ever Creator Series Winter Cup.
And what a laureate, what an award that would be. Just going back to Timo Marduk, people hit his shoes as well, so not the best of starts going into it.
Certainly did indeed, but you've got 5 lights above our head. Jorrit playing the flute to the tune of the lights, but we now wait 5 lights out and we go racing. The McLaren of Alex Gillen getting an amazing pull away right from the start. Razin Chai hot in tow towards the first corner. The Ferrari Lodanova looking for a move round the inside, but it's going to be GB68 who gets an amazing launch out of the first corner as they run up the hill through the kink in turn 2 to the turn of turn 3. Can Sapso try and lunge a move on his teammate? I don't think he's going to be able to. Chappers got disqualified, parking in a dangerous location. Heartbreak for the Williams.
Hasn't even made it to the middle sector of the first lap, and we're 19 now down already. Chappers, not the best of starts, I think is the best way to put it. Sapso was balked through turn 1 as well. That's why he lost out to his teammate GB68. Battles are plenty going on in a tricky downhill braking zone at turn number 5. Alex Gillen still in the lead, but not comfortable. Razin Chai right there as the Aston Martins do battle again into turn 6.
Fantastic battling. Sapso gets the better of GB on this occasion, up to P4 once again, and the Aston Martins will have to rejig their approach to this race. We'll have a look at the tyres in the next few moments, see what everybody started on, but keep an eye here on Gwatz, who's been a bit of an underdog for the most of this race so far, and for most of the races that have happened. He stands a little bit quiet, but he's had good results here.
Really strong pace as well. Saw that in space going through Spa. Look at Timo Marduk right underneath the rear wing of Adam Sanderson as well in the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th position. He's saved many careers on the internet as Gwatz, yet to save his own though, looking to do that today.
Heartbreak for Gwatz given out by the Creator Series Facts Finder, and that is a rather unfortunate one to come out first. On this race here in Austria. Watch the team at Marduk, who's just holding on. Gwatz gets the better of Adam Sanderson though, into the braking zone, and Jorrit van Geffen as well, displaced by Mr. Dale J.E., who I think has found a new lease of life here in the Styrian Hills.
Well, from the back row, the ultimate turnaround, already finding himself inside the top 10, albeit getting it from all angles. Jorrit coming back at him, Isa losing in the battle for 10th place as well. Adam Sanderson losing places on that previous few corners. Look at the two RBs getting stuck in with the senior Red Bull car. Are we going to be 3 wide? No, because I think John Isa has just about got the leg up on the 2 behind.
He certainly has. Ryan L83 though has been displaced by Mr. Dale, once again finding form in that Red Bull racing car, which he did for so many seasons. And after 283 days absent from the Creator Series, what a comeback this could be. There is still hope.
100%, back and back with a bang. Out in front, that gap has stayed very, very small. Razin Chai sniffing the gearbox of Alex Gillen. Very very enthusiastically, I think is the best way to put it, as Lolanova snatches the fastest lap of the race, going purple, maybe making Sasso a bit purple behind with the pace the Ferrari's got.
Sasso is certainly going to be a little bit rattled by the pace the Ferrari has shown. And of course, let's not forget what happened in Spa. It was a battle between those two as they tried to sort out who's gone tumbling down the order. That's John Oldham using Harris down in 17th place, off into the grass at turn 1. And that V-Car well and truly going back to his natural environment where he drives rally.
Once again, getting back on surfaces he's more acquainted to in his rallying career. Tim and Martin, by the way, picking the pocket of the current Creator Series Champion. Miraculous, great start for Ben from P9. Also on the hard compound tyres, let's not forget. Now it's the two Aston Martins, one of which is former teammate, sat just in front of him.
Keep an eye on Razin China. Look at the gap that he's managed to close up towards Gillen. He was nearly a tenth and a half off the rear of that McLaren car as they made their way down through turn number 4 and turn number 5. As you said, the tricky downhill braking section, one that you have to get millimetrically perfect. But he pieced his place Heather slightly further down for 17 and 18. But the battle, the DRS now lends itself to the Alpine, who in tow is bringing through Lolinova, Sasso and GB as well.
There is a big break in that lead DRS train. Only 9 cars part of it. Everybody else has disembarked as Tim and Martin punches in the fastest lap of the race. 3 seconds. The gap between Sanderson and Van Heffen, who's still getting stuck in, this time with the Sauber of F1 Alex. We saw Ryan L83 as well. Big damage to that front wing.
I do wonder if there's a little bit too much fluke playing in the earlier stages of this Cup and not enough attention. On this final race to the inside goes, I think it was one of the Aston Martins on their teammate who tried to maybe displace one of the others. Dale and Ryan still having a good tete-a-tete. And I think he's lost out to Chesnoid Gaming as well, as that's the Red Bull round. Dale, no!
Then tumbling up the hill through turn number 3. It might have been, yes, it was Ches with that 10-second penalty, clattered clearly into the side of the Red Bull car. F1 Alex making up for it as well, getting past the other Haas. Not a very good couple of corners for the Haas team. Through goes the Sauber. Back into the top 10 goes Alex, although I don't think it's quite done. You're fancying it maybe around the outside of 6, trying to find a little bit of leeway, and he's just spooked F1 Alex slightly wide, still wide on the run up into turn number 7. Could barely fit a playing car between the wheels, and now it's the Haas car that files on through.
You're happy with that overtake, the smile, the little smirk on his face that he's got over in the rig just behind us. You can tell that was one that he certainly wanted to try and get done at the first time of asking Razin Chai. You can see the train as they run up towards the first corner. Nobody wants to make a move yet. I think a lot of this will be just done on the pit stop and the final lap dramas, the typical top-level racing that we've come to expect.
Just digging in at this stage, making sure you're thinking about lap 30 to 36 rather than just lap 5 and you make a bit of a blunder and a bit of a mess of the race when it was looking all rosy. We saw it on the previous lap, you mentioned it, GB chucked it up the inside of Sasso, slightly unsuccessful, but look, Alex Gillen might be a bit vulnerable here for the first time.
I think he's certainly going to be. Razin Chai has got to run in towards turn 4, looks to the inside, a very famous move for Razin Chai, can't quite put it off on this time around. Gillen holds on to the lead for now, with a gap dwindling down towards the single 10s, looking to turn 6, can't quite make it on this occasion. Can he look to try and keep going?
Ducking, weaving left, right, really under the cosh is Alex Gillen, former 2-time champion, slow through 7 as Razin gets back onto the gearbox, becoming very acquainted with the rear geometry of that McLaren car. Lolanova just sitting, watching and waiting. Very, very good spectator role with the 2 Aston Martins, so just a little bit further back.
Patience, well and truly the name of the game at the moment for Lolinova. He knows he does not have to make the move yet. He can let these two essentially scrap it out here, and the position may as well come to him if we see those two collide. It's been a tale as old as time in the Creator Series, where the front two end up, well, coming together.
Italian Stallion through turn number 1. Tried English pasta for the first time yesterday. On an unrelated note, he now wants to head back to Italy. Make of that what you will, everybody.
Yeah, I don't want to say it was interesting pasta, but certainly not the standard I think he's come to accustom in his homeland, and one that he wants to try and swiftly try and forget. Keep an eye on F1 Alex, now sends it down the inside of Joran van Heffen in towards turn number 3. Can he try and get the move done? They push wide, but look at the lead. Razin Chai tries it. Gillen holds the inside line. The McLaren fighting for his life now to try and hold on to the race lead.
Had to throw the defensive shape for the first time, and now Razin chucks it down the inside of turn number 6. Bitter contact, once, twice, not quite thrice. Lolanova fancying his chances of maybe upsetting the apple cart. For the time being, it's Alex Gillen who holds firm in the lead of the race, but a little bit of argy-bargy. Not for the first time either in the Creator Series between this pair.
Won't be the fast, well first, it won't be certainly the last as well as we continue through this race. We're a 6th of the race distance through as we cross the start-finish line. Keep an eye on that Scuderia Ferrari as they try and maybe chance a move on Razin Chai in 2nd place. It's incredible to see how they're moving forwards.
Another question to ask you, TK. Is it a bit cloudy now? Is it a bit overcast after it was looking fairly set fair to kick us off?
It is looking rather overcast. I don't want to make assumptions, but who knows? We might see a little bit of the wet stuff going down on the circuit here. It has been known to happen. Styria is quite often described to be a part of a microclimate, so to speak. Down the inside, I think that was Safso on GB or the other way around as they couldn't quite get themselves figured out. GB is the loser out of that 2, and Team Mark now trying to come back through the field.
GB just caught napping a bit there, had to send it down the inside of Safso because Tiamat Marlin was nipping at his heels. Now it's the outside of turn number 4, slightly laid on the brakes is the former 2-time champ, back in the colours of Papaya, and the Green Machine I think is going to be defence, has got to be brave, got to be ballsy around the outside of 6, but does concede defeat on that occasion. Are we trying the cutback? Does Ben keep it online? Yes, he does, and that is opportunistic stuff and very successfully done.
The up and under couldn't work there, but I don't think Safso is maybe committed enough to trying to get that one to work. But the Australian now once again on a charge. He wants to go back-to-back, not only in Monaco, but to win the Winter Cup as well. We're expecting rain probably in the next 10 minutes or so, and I have been told it is going to come down heavy when it hits.
Air your umbrellas, everybody. This could get very, very interesting. GB just looks to be struggling a little bit. The lead changing hands on the run up the hill into turn number 1, though. Through goes Raz and Chai. Alex losing out there, and a little bit wide as well over the sausage curve.
I think that tie is now coming into fruition for the harder compound. Bagel with the 3-second penalty, but look at Alex Gillen into turn 3. The DRS helping in towards the braking zone. Almost couldn't get the car slowed down enough, locking up to that front right-hand tyre, but somewhat forcing Razin Chai to take evasive action. But keep an eye here. That's going to be Meraki holding off from GB68 as they run down towards turn 4 here. Who's going to be brave on the brakes? Because that is what pays off here. The Rebel holds the inside line. GB trying to turn in as if Meraki's not there.
So tight, barely enough space for the pair of them. It is the current Creator Series champion that files on through up into P6 ahead of GB. Watson Adam Sanderson still very much in this picture as well. And it is raining, starting to come down. Safso's dropping places. Through goes Ben, through goes Meraki. Clearly conditions deteriorating very, very quickly already.
Here we go then. Rain was expected in about 10 minutes time. It's well and truly come quicker than that, but keep an eye on what's going on. Who's going slowly? Who's into the pits? Gillen is the first of the drivers to bounce. I think Lonnie Nova following him in. It could be a strategy, but if it doesn't rain hard enough, this could not pay off.
You can see the spots on the camera then. Problem for Tiamat Marlin, problem for GB as well, because they were following their teammates. Radically opting to stay out. That is good for Watts, who was right at the back of this straight, still very much in contention. It is, of course, the green striped intermediate tyres. Will we go as far as the wets? We don't know how wet it will get, and we know that they're not a particularly good tyre.
Who's had an issue? I think that's Mercedes Heather, not quite how they're finding issue through turn 7. The car just spinning around. I wonder if she's got maybe a puncture. We'll keep going, we'll keep an eye on whatever is going on. The Mercedes trying to keep going. We've got Heather facts coming up on your screens. Deleter of socks, we've been told. She mentioned on her stream the other day that she doesn't like driving with socks on, or the vice versa. I couldn't quite remember which way around it was.
How can you get the traction? Can't get any feel. Something we have seen. Lolin Ober's dropped a couple of places. Abhorrent pit stop for the Italian stallion. That's why he's behind the crown. The recently crowned Creator Series double champion. Guat's right in there as well. Safso, P10, losing out to the Alpine as well. We saw it really struggling 30 seconds or so before he came into the pits.
We have got some information as well as to what quite happened with Chavez. DRS disabled. This is almost perfect timing for the drivers up in the lead of the race. They went one extra lap. The grip, I think, was almost certainly there. Can they get into pit road? Oh, amazing track limits at best. Who's going in? That's wide for Razin Chai. Couldn't quite get the traction. Can he get the car slowed down to avoid a 10-second penalty? Yes, just about. But surely that's going to hurt the confidence.
Well, he whacked the barrier. I don't even know if he's got any damage there. Didn't see any carbon fibre confetti. Missing the left-hand end play on that front wing. That is going to be a huge handicap for the rest of this race. He does exit the pit lane back ahead of Tiamat Marlin, but here comes this train already on the intermediate tyres. Alex Gillen from Meraki, Lononova, Quads and Safso.
The one extra lap was not the play, it seems, and we watch Alex Gillen retake the race lead. 6/10 clear of Meraki, 6/10, well, further back to Lolly Nova. Where's Razin Chai and Team Marlin going to come out? It's 5th and 6th, no, make that 6th and 7th respectively as they continue to work their way forward. Team Marlin gets the better of Safso in towards the tricky turn 3. The Aston Martin tries on the outside. Oh, it's contact between Team Marlin and Razin Chai. Again, a tale as old as time, Tom.
Two Alpines were tussling and Ben caught up in that with Razin just slightly bolt battling away with Quads now inside of Safso on the run down into turn number 4. See who gets the best of this. Is Team Marlin launched it down the inside way too late on the brakes, almost collects his former teammate and takes Safso out wide, allowing Razin to slip back past the pair of them.
Well, that's a dangerous move. I think if that was in a game of Monopoly, you do not pass go. That's straight to jail. Do not collect $200. But the Australian's still on the attack for Razin Chai. I think he feels there's a little bit of vengeance in as he pushes the Alpine right to the extent of the track. And I think all 4 wheels well and truly over the line there for the Alpine. But I think both of them coming away without a track limits penalty.
Both of them in big trouble with that front wing damage. Razin clearly struggling a lot for front downforce, wiggling the back end of the car as well. Quads with a 3-second penalty. That's the first of the big names to pick up a corner cutting penalty. That could prove very, very crucial.
Yeah, Sam P4 at the moment, and of course has a good opportunity here to make a run, essentially for a podium, but of course we could still see penalties across the board for all of our drivers. Strict track limits penalties so they could have that opportunity, especially in wet weather conditions. It won't be rain to the end, but we might see some carnage.
And we don't know if it's going to get even wetter than it is now. What we should say about Gwat's good record around this track, it might be in the opposite direction, but his first podium in the Creator Series was at this venue at the Austria Reverse Ring.
It absolutely was. And of course, a really tricky circuit to pick your braking zones. We watched Concept 7 get the better of Ryan L83. You can see the penalties stacked up all the way from 11th place down, all the way to Isaac Musing down in 18th place. In Concept 7, don't ask what happened to the other 6 concepts.
We do not speak of what happened to the previous 6 concepts. That's why it's Concept 7. Not running position 7, though. He's just taken 12th place off the hands of Ryan L83. Bit of no man's land for this pair. 8.5 seconds to Yorid in front, and then another 4 seconds back to Super Noodle Bagel. Fairly equidistant, actually, if you look at the guys towards the back. 4, 5, 6 seconds separating every single one of them.
Well, some say the 8th concept actually became the Stag, if you know, you know. But who knows? For the time being, we will watch the 7th one continue to race through in 12th place. But he does remain penalty-free, so if he is able to get into the clutches of Jorik van Heffen, he might be able to try and pull off an extra move, but we could see them all bunched together again.
100%. We don't know if he is the Stag either. I mean, some say he doesn't like getting his helmet wet, so he doesn't particularly want to come into conditions such as these.
That is very true. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a retirement if it was actually the Stag running in these conditions, because as we saw at Winton back in the iRacing series, it wasn't the best outing for him.
No, Charlotte Roval as well, the Stag had a bit of a stinker. Looking out on the inside goes GB, trying to take 7th place off the hands of Raz and Chai. Robust is the Alp in his defence around the outside, squirming away on the traction zone down the hill through turn 3, and on the run to 4 we go, still eyeball to eyeball. I think the Alpine just in the ascendancy with that limited front downforce. GB has the high road down the inside, and there is absolutely naught that Raz can do about that one.
Not at the moment, but he might have a comeback for him as they make their way in towards the tricky double left-hander, but especially the wet conditions with that front wing damage that he's continuing to run. He's going to lose so much downforce in this section, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see both Aston Martins maybe try and work together in this instance.
Got to be careful, especially if drivers do want to switch to the wet weather tyres. The full wet compound, if the rain does continue to bucket it down from the sky. So just got to be careful there. There is the gap between the 2 McLarens and the 2 Alpines. It's the Aston Martin just needs to make sure they don't tread on their own tails.
I think that's the issue that we could, especially if the rain gets heavier and we see either the switch to a full wet tyre, or we see a switch again to dry tyres should the conditions allow it towards the end of the race. We might see that infamous double stack come into fruition.
Remember as well, last time we had a wet race at Austria, Tim McMartin staying out on the Inters, he was clawed back by Elray Guri, who stayed out, or pitted I should say, for the soft tyres when it started raining, or stopped raining right at the end, and that was potentially the best finish we've ever had in the Creator Series.
Quite possible. I mean, if you count in, the season 6 finale where Ben won on the final quarter at France, surely that has to be in the Creator Series Hall of Fame. But keep an eye on Meraki. He's slowly slithering his way forwards and has got himself back in that 1 second window of Alex Gillen. No DRS to help him, but he could get a little bit of toe, a little bit of slipstream, because there's a lot of long straights here.
Slippery character, like in the slippery conditions as well. Alex did at one stage get the gap over 1 second. Jake has just managed to claw that back, getting into the rhythm and the flow in these conditions. Lolly doing a good job. Gwat's doing a very good job as well to cling onto the coattails of this leading trio, I should say. And then you've got Tim McMartin, nearly 3 seconds back with that front wing down, but has managed to put on over both Aston Martins, who are with their whole front wing.
I think surely you've got to consider him to be in an Abu Dhabi situation again, where he needs a bit of a miracle to try and get back into this race, because at the moment it is all or nothing. It feels like the race we had a few moments ago. 3 seconds for GB68 for track limit penalties. Surely that's going to be heartbreak for one of the Aston Martins.
Taking a volley of abuse as well from all of the creators sat around him, absolutely lapping that one up. GB picking up the 3 second penalty. If we're looking at the leading contenders, himself and Gwat's now just treading on eggshells a little bit now, because we know when you start getting track limit warnings, they can really spiral around a circle like this. Aston Martin Civil War now, he's picked up the 3 second penalty, chucked it down the inside of Safso, though I think it was the RB of Isa Musing going slowly in the middle sector. But that is clinical from GB getting ahead of his teammate, especially after getting a bit of bad news at the start of the lap.
Yeah, it wasn't the best way to start this off, but look at the track map here. Heather down in 19th place, being caught by our leaders, Alex Gillen, Baraki, everybody else. I believe ghosting to be on in the lobby, but it's going to cause a visual distraction at best, maybe a little bit of interference at worst, whether that be intentional or not, Tom.
100%. It is going to be a little bit off-putting seeing a car in front of you, maybe less so for the drivers in the queue. This is the first time the entire race, I think, Alex Gillen has had somebody in front. Yes, it's not for position, of course, but just needs to adjust the driving style ever so slightly. Still comfortable out in front, hasn't shown any signs of weakness so far. Gillen has been bulletproof in the first 14 laps.
certainly has, and at the moment looking like a very strong contender to go from lights to flag in this race. He's pretty much at the halfway point where lap 18 will be exactly halfway through. And of course, Creatures have got to adapt to this mental aptitude as you see a little bit of a slide from Heather just out of the first corner, but an easy pass for everybody else. I do think the Mercedes is going to cause a little bit of drama into the turn 3 braking zone, even if it's just missing some. It's Meraki who goes through the ghosted Mercedes and nice and calmly up and continues on their way.
Can be a little bit hard just to spot the braking point when you have got that ghosted car in the way, but Jake negotiating it well. We've got a yellow flag. I think the Mercedes has spun, and that will be Heather that has dropped it out of turn 3. Face first with the barriers, and that is not good news at all.
It's not indeed. Apologies, I'm not laughing at Heather spinning out. I must conclude, Yora has started playing the flute in the background a shot, and I've got one of my earphones off, so I can't mute it out as much as I'd like to. It is rather fun. If you do watch Yora, you'll know he's a bit of a character, isn't he, when he's racing?
Character, I think, is an understatement. The beautiful tunes coming from that flute over there in the corner. Currently holding P10 as well, so multitasking, triple threat perhaps with the musical playing and the F1 driving.
I struggle to drive F1 cars by themselves, let alone play the flute at the same time, so surely there is a skill involved in that. I'm not quite sure which skill it is, but we will continue through.
Like the wind howling through some wind chimes in the corner, isn't it? Just every 10 seconds or so. TK's absolutely lost it in the corner. We are going to bring up a little bit of a tidbit about Yora as well. Mozart fears this man. That is because of those musical capabilities that we've been exposed to.
It absolutely is, and it's lovely to hear as well. Like, taking the event not so serious. Again, that's the whole point of the Creator, isn't it? When back in the inception in season 1 and into season 2, 3 and 4, where it was a group of friends coming along to race one another in a not serious environment, and we love coming back to this sort of environment.
3 letters, one's an F, one's a U, one's an N, fun, and that is the main prerogative for the drivers in here. Alex going to just a little bit extending the lead, going through turn number 5, got it back over 1 second, and Jake just having to keep his wits about him with the Italian stallion, still very much clipping at his heels, and what's just dropped out of 1 second, obviously no DRS with the wet weather conditions we've got, but just about holding on. GB with that 3-second penalty, not really going to benefit too much, and in fact, Razin Chai dropping even further back might just help out GB.
Of course, there's no necessarily team orders that are going on here this afternoon. It's not like we're going to see GB help out Sapso. Unless he really fancies it, never say never, because the two are really close friends. Both have technically been in the series since day dot and have known and raced each other for a very long time.
I've got to try and do something about the 5 cars that sit in front, which I'm not an expert on their racecraft, but I think it's going to be slightly challenging to try and get them all out of the way with a little bit of team, like a little bit of bulldozing going on perhaps.
Well, if only we knew the race director, I'm sure we could have an Abu Dhabi 2021 sort of situation, but Hoodie Pete being dispatched by Chestnut Gaming down in 17th place. Keep an eye here, that's going to be Adam Sanderson going for the move on Razin Chai. He pushes him wide, he's not quite the fairest of racing, but Adam Sanderson giggles off in the distance. He wants this, he's taken this, and that's P8 for Sanderson at the moment.
Absolutely loves it, and he gets a little bit of flute playing to celebrate his overtake as well. Nothing Razin could do as he was run out of road, and also onto that dangerous sausage curb, in particular in the wet, that will spit you violently into the Armco.
I can see Adam's got an earphone off, so he can hear everything that's going on at the moment. A little bit of wiggle there from Super Noodle Bagel as Mr. Dale trying to chase him down. Another penalty to the way of the Rebel Racing car. And who's that coming out the pits? I think that's going to be Heather, who's made yet another stop, I'm assuming, for that earlier contact with their best friend Barrier.
Has put the wet tyres on though, so the conditions clearly deteriorating. Battle for 13th rages on. Dale down the inside, going to nab 13th place off the hands of Super Noodle Bagel, but gets his braking all wrong. The Sauber can fight it back. Mr. Dale returning to the Creator Series for the first time in 238 days. We've said that a number of times, battling away still down the hill into 13. He has managed to very successfully and efficiently get that overtake done.
I think you need to read that fact again. That's Mr. DNF actually, and unfortunately for Super Noodle Bagel, who goes wide into that complex of corners. Dale's dispatched him, which is a very incredible effort for himself, albeit down in 13th place. Unlucky for some, lucky for others, as we now watch Tia McMardock and GB68 battle it up the hill towards turns 3, through the kink to the second corner, but the Aston Martin has got a run here, looks to the inside of the third corner. Can he get it slowed down in time? There's no contact between the two of them. Incredibly fair racing. Tia McMardock holding the outside line, keeps the position, and that is what you love to see.
Got the power down really well, was almost the master of his own downfall because he was deep into turn number 1, no traction out of the curbs either, and that was allowing GB to get ever so close down into the brakes, so both were cranking on the steering lock through turn number 4, trying to get the car rotated. GB trying to get the car straight as well so he can slam the right pedal down so he can get on the power as early as he possibly can. 3 seconds the gap, 2 quads in front. Important for Ben if he doesn't get a penalty, of course, in the remaining 18. isn't it, of this Austrian Grand Prix. GB just battling away, grinding away. They have dropped Safso as well.
I think GB's been to the Duncan Hoffman School of Drifting, if you've seen anything that the esports star has been posting on social media recently. Pretty much every single track that he wants to try and appear at, he seems to drift around every single corner. I wonder if GB's been taking some lessons in the meantime. Keep an eye on Meraki, but GB fact coming across. This is the first time in his history GB has not been seen wearing green, and I can confirm he's not in green today.
He's back in the green car though, back in the Aston Martin that treated him so well in his Creator Series career so far. Look at the battle out in front though. The top three converging on each other. Jake backing into the 6-3, maybe even a little bit of battery. This is the closest he's been to Gillen for quite some time, ever since we strapped on the intermediate tyres a few laps ago. Just desperately squirming to get the power down. The other McLaren going backwards as GB nabbing 5th place off his hands, but a little bit wide, maybe a little bit of bump and run as well into turn 3 as they continue their tete-a-tete down into 4.
All this is doing them though is losing time to Gwat's in front. So that 3-second penalty could have really helped out the likes of Tim and Modik and gained him not 1 but 2 positions at the moment as they both go drifting around turn 4. Traction at an absolute minimum top.
Ice rink, ice skating, not a lot of grip out there, still no grip as they desperately tried to get the power down. Is Ben thinking about it into 6? That would have been slightly unwise, I would have said, especially with the front wing damage that he's got. Razzie Jai's dropped about 25 seconds. I wonder if he's been into the pits to fix that damage or if it was just a bit of an error.
I do think he's actually kept that damage on the car. I wonder if he just had a bit of a spin-off. I'm sure we can have a look in the next few moments. Hoodie Pete picks up a 3-second penalty for track limits. You can see the numbers that are listed along the side. 3s across the board, 6 for some. I did see someone with 12 a minute ago. I do wonder if they pit and served that off slightly earlier on. But 3s and 6s mainly across the board. We watch still with Team Malik as they try and chase down GB68 in towards turn number 1. The rain continuing to hammer down here in the steering hills.
GB unleashed though, look at that. Dropped Team Malik to the tune of a second already. You can see the damage limitation that Ben's having to try and work through with that front wing damage. And GB could be a threat to challenge the group in front. Admittedly, with that 3-second penalty, probably not going to win the race, but could very much be the joker in the pack as he catches our 4 races in the lead.
Tell you what, this is a really interesting situation we've got at the moment. Lonnie Nova, race winner today. Meraki, current champion. Alex Gillen was reigning champion in season. It's a bit of a stretch, but I'll allow it on this situation. And you can see just in the distance, Gwat's in that Alpine, throwing it around the corners, trying to chase up and catch up with this front trio, trying to make it a quartet as we make our way through Concept 7, getting the better of F1 Alex. We saw Alex a little bit too relaxed earlier on. Feet up on the pedals, got the toes and the dogs out and all. Unfortunately, hasn't seemed to pay dividends for him this afternoon.
Doesn't need to fight it too hard at this stage. 20 seconds off the back of Adam Sanderson, but 3 seconds going to be added to the time at least of Concept 7. Not sure how many warnings he's on. Through the final corner we go. The Williams of Hoodie Peak goes wide in front of Gillen. Meraki, Lolano with Gwat's actually taking about half a second out of them in that middle sector.
He absolutely is. Continues to run through in towards turn number 1. Lonnie Nova. Who's that going to? I think that's the Williams of Hoodie Pete. I think just allowing people through. They're racing.
100% backing away very, very strongly. Watson catching him pretty quickly. GB catching him as well. He's taken about a second out of the leading quartet in the previous lap. Safso's just lost out to Adam Sanderson. Safso actually in the pit lane. So is that for the wet compound tyre? Maybe not fancying those Inters anymore.
I don't know, maybe the Inters have run their course because don't forget they've already done, what is this, 13 laps on them if memory serves correctly. Went in around lap 8 and that is a new set of intermediates on the Aston Martin. Keeping it nice and green. And Safso, let's have a look at what we have to say about him. The undefeated champion in the PS1 Hagrid competition. And of course will be reigning champion next year because I have a feeling it will not be disputed.
100%. He is the one and only recipient of that over and over again. Is the legend that is Safso. Look at GB catching them very, very quickly though. Now just a second and a half off the back of Gwat, so he's still keeping it fairly so-so, the gap between himself and the leading trio. Tim Martin keeping GB relatively honest as well, equidistant from 3rd back to 4th, back to 5th, back to 6th. And then you've got Adam Sanderson a further 9 seconds off the back, and then Safso on those brand new intermediate tyres.
We've had some information come through about Meraki, about the battery level that he's running quite infamously. I don't want to say he's bad at running his battery level, but he has an over-exaggeration quite often to burn battery more than his teammates and his compatriots. At the moment, sat at about 40%, and in Meraki's book, that's like he's got a full charge.
That's pretty decent. Learning quite clearly on the road, isn't he? And quite happy just to sit behind Alex Gillen for the time being. Not under massive pressure from Lolano, but this is probably the closest Lolly's been in the last 10 laps or so. So Jake has been very solid, very proficient in second position as well. What's now just 1.0 seconds off the back of them. GB 1.6. This top 5 are starting to converge on each other. Alex Gillen still has been bulletproof so far. He doesn't quite have the confidence maybe in the pace that he had in the dry in these wet weather conditions.
I wonder how much drivers are going to start to switch their attention to race end now. We're over halfway through. We've had an additional 4 laps on that 18-lap midpoint, and now we're only about 14 laps off of the race finish. And of course, whoever takes the top spot here at Austria will take away with them the Creator Series Williams Winter Cup. Of course, the inaugural Winter Cup. We get yellow flags fly again. I think that's going to be having, I don't want to say a disaster of an afternoon, but certainly trying your best.
It's not ideal when you're over 60 seconds off the back of the car in front. So yeah, a little bit of a disappointing one, a little bit of a scratchy one, it has to be said. Look at the penalties for the drivers in front of her. At least she's kept it clean. 3 seconds, 6, 3, 3, 3, 3, 6 and 3. Look at that, Meraki really close to the back of Gillen through the final corner. Lolly right on the heels of them as well.
Here we go then, the battle well and truly starting to hot up. We got closer and closer to the lava, to the flames that are going to come this way. Meraki looks to the outside. Turn 1, is this going to be an up and under for Meraki? He tries it, can he get the traction down the run up the hill? No, he can't quite. Gillen holds on by the barest of margins, but the attack has been made. That initial football certainly didn't play on Gillen's mind.
Well, there was a bit of bumping and grinding. He just has to be careful because Lolly lurking there in position number 3. But like you said, definitely laid his cards down on the poker table that is the steering wheels here for the Austrian Grand Prix. 3 tenths per second, the gap between first and second. Less than 2 tenths between second and third. As Lolanova galloping around the outside. Jake has to throw the defensive shape into turn 4. Is there going to be the time of day given to the Italian on the outside of Bright? Massive whack of oversteering. That puts pace to that assault.
Unfortunately for Lolanova, couldn't quite get the traction down. He saw him just move to the outside where the track is so much more heavy. But keep an eye around inside. Got the better of Concept 7 as well, down in 9th place. But I don't think he's going to have the opportunity to try and pull his way forwards.
And this is a quintet battle as well. They may have 3-second penalties, but Watson GB can definitely play spoiler in this battle. 4 tenths back to the Alpine, further half a second back to the Aston Martin. This could be quite the spicy battle with 13 to go.
Don't count out Guatz at all because he has the capability on his day to be one of the drivers to be contended with. I don't rule out the possibility of him getting past Gillen and then making a charge 3 seconds in advance. Yellow flags again. I think that must be the Mercedes. I don't think it was Heather this time around. I think that might be the other Mercedes of Adam Sanderson, who had a bit of an issue there. We run up the hill. Gillen still leads from Meraki from Lolly Nova. Guatz and GB as the top 5.
And I tell you what, Ben's not too far away either. Only 1.4 off the back of this lead group of 5 could make it a lead group of 6. Guatz batting away, trying to defend from GB, who fancies it around the outside into the brake zone of turn 3. Bit of a wobble for the Alpine on the exit, and that allows the Aston Martin to steamroller past. That is 4th position for GB. Guatz bumped down a spot.
GB is one of these races when the wet weather falls. He is sometimes at his prime. If you remember back to the day he got his first win, a very wet and windy Baku down in Azerbaijan, and one of the best racers out there on the circuit managed to get his win. And I wonder if those instincts are starting to come back into that Aston Martin.
Ben feeling good out there, doing what he likes and very much liking what he is doing. Bit of a gap forming between the Ferrari of Lolanova in 3rd and the Aston Martin of GB in 4th, just as that battle was going on. Tim Radek half a second off the back of them. Pulling over to the right there is Lolanova, and just trying to think to duck out of the slipstream with the turbulent air of Meraki in that battle for 2nd and 3rd, I should say. He's got a little bit of breathing space on this occasion. It wasn't the case last time around.
But the quintet has now become a sextuplet. 6 cars now in top contention. Tim Radek remains penalty free, so automatically, if nothing else, will jump up to 4th place if they finish in this order and with the closeness between the pack. But of course, I do expect things to change. Has it stopped raining, Tom? Because I can't see too many on the screen at the moment.
It's definitely not stopped raining. I think it's still absolutely bucketing it down out there. You can still see the I was going to say spots of rain. I think the rivers that are still forming. Razin with a 3-second penalty. We've now got, just 7 drivers that haven't exceeded track limits more than 3 times and picked up at least 3 seconds of corner cutting penalties. But look at them, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, all in the same picture frame.
And then 10 seconds back, Adam Sanderson, who can't quite keep up with the lead pack at the moment. I wonder if there'll be a few words being said after the race here this afternoon. He's in a Mercedes. He's got no arguments to make. He's in one of the fastest cars, albeit they are equal. But Adam Sanderson has some work to do.
Certainly making some arguments towards yourself as well, as there was a big whack of oversteer. First for Guatz through 6th, and then Tim Radek sliding in sympathy as well, just putting them slightly off kilter. As Lolanova again ducking over to the right-hand side on the run into the penultimate corner. I do see your point about the rain hasn't subsided at all, but there is definitely maybe some dry pass on the second. It doesn't look as wet as it did maybe 10 or 15 laps ago.
There's almost certainly that dry line forming, which I think is what Lolanova was doing. He's just moving to the outside, get some of the wet weather or some of the rain that is still remaining on this circuit, because those tyres are only overwarming. Heather, no! He's been running a perfect race all afternoon, albeit down in 19th 13th place, but unfortunately violated track limits just one too many times, and she finds herself with a penalty. That's a 9th through 19th, all with penalties. And we've I'm hearing Mr. Dale once again finding the wall.
I don't know where he found the wall, maybe on the entry into turn number 4. Super Noodle Baby says, thank you very much, I'll pick up P13 there, missing a massive chunk of this front wing. The other battle here as well is, are we going to have every driver pick up a 3-second penalty? He's into the gravel, cascading, bumping over it he goes. I think he's got to take a trip back down pit road, you would imagine.
But in his defence, laughing about it. Absolutely fantastic, what we love to see. I'm going to go try and find that piece of front wing. I'm going to take it home as memorabilia, I think.
That'll be good, yeah. Well, missing all of the front wing. I thought it was just part of it. No front wing at all. A plank of wood would give more front downforce than what he's currently running on that Red Bull car. And yes, he is into the pits with 10 laps to go. And Alex Gillen maybe just extending his legs ever so slightly out in front, just trying to put a marker down. Maybe he might get caught again, but just saying, look, I've got this pace in my back pocket I can use. Gap extending over a second for the first time, I think, in about 10 laps.
I tell you what as well, I was expecting Bert Mylander to have made an appearance in this. Unfortunately, I've just been digging through the drawers here in the corner. I found his holiday request. Did someone approve that?
Walt's way wide, by the way, through turn number 1. That might give a couple of cars an opportunity. I think Tim Monik again following in sympathy there, because he's now comfortably over a second off the back of them as well. Just seems like if one driver makes a mistake, very easy just to follow them in these conditions.
Well, they're all a very friendly bunch. If one driver makes a mistake, they all just want to try and do the same, make them feel a little bit better, and it drags them all back up in the order. But Tim Monik now right on the rear of Gwatz, who's only 1.1 seconds in his own right off the rear of GB6. So you can see how close the drivers are just in front of them. Dale's had a bit of an issue, and there's screams coming from the cockpits, and I think he's trying to go too wide alongside Hoodie Pete, who's gone well off into the runoff zone of the exit at turn 3. All of the wing remaining intact for the Williams car this time around, but drops down the order again.
You get the sense there might have been a shoulder barge or a sucker punch off the circuit. It's now Ryan L83. It's going to do battle over the dizzying heights of P15 between himself and Mr. Dale. This epic duel that is going on between this pair.
Let's have a look at Ryan L83 then. With his recent performances in the F1 series, we can understand or make speculation about what the L in his name stands for. I possibly couldn't make any comment on that, Tom.
No, that is for you to speculate and for us just to leave there and back away slowly.
Although, we have to give him some credit in the iRacing series, one of the forces to be contended with.
Might have bottled the end of that championship, which we don't necessarily need to talk about. Gap out in front continues to extend though. Alex Gillen now 1.6 seconds in his back pocket over the current Creator Series champion. Is that GB just for a moment thinking about it down the inside into turn 3? Thinks better up for the time being, but once again another drive just making their intentions plain and obvious.
I think he's trying to replicate a Madonna song here. Just like a prayer, does that come into fruition? Who knows? GB68, I think with that penalty is starting to maybe explore the bounds of evolution as he tries to go down the inside of the Italian Stallion. Does he get the traction on the dry, well, the wetter part of the circuit essentially? And I wonder how much these intermediate tyres are starting to burn up. That dry line is, well, so defined at this moment in time.
Look at the numbers, 19 laps they've done on this compound. Surely going to try and extend it to the end of the race. If not, we see dry weather and they do jump back onto a set of soft compound tyres. It could be a mad scramble in the last 5 or 6 laps of this race. Stay tuned. The rain has definitely subsided. It was bucketing it down only a couple of minutes ago. Now just ever so fine weather.
Yeah, it's starting to come down to this issue where we could see the potential for dry tyres to run towards the end. We're kind of having speculation up here in the commentary box. We've spoken to our weather analysts and everybody else that's up here in the box with us. We've probably around the last 2 or 3 laps, if memory serves correctly. But looking at the weather radar, we can't really tell.
Keep sticking our hand out the window to see if we can feel the rain coming down from the skies. 1.4 still the gap out in front. Once again, GB shaping over to Leo. This time, he's going to make the move slightly out of control. They're locking the front and the rear, steamrolling down the inside of Lolanova, who, well, had to take avoiding action there. Does take 3rd position, the Aston Martin, but I don't think Lolly will necessarily be too enamoured by it.
I think GB again taking some advice from maybe Isam, using the reverse entry almost into the corner, gets the move done, and I'm sure Lolanova manages to avoid any major damage or drama to his car, but would have been somewhat surprised. He breaks to the corner, he suddenly sees out the corner of his right-hand side this lean green racing machine just flooring it into the corner and somehow getting it stopped. But for the time being, GB sits in 3rd, but that penalty will surely drop him down the order more.
Flash of green going past the flash of Scarlet Fry. Another one for Lolly. I wonder if he's just starting to struggle and grapple for grip with those rear tyres. Alex Gillen looks so comfortable out in front. Nearly 2 seconds he's put on the head tops of that group behind. Just circulating very nicely, doing his job, not taking any liberties either. And keeping himself very much in the strongest of positions, going into what might be a tricky phase of the race to manage with the weather.
I think you're absolutely right. If we do see that rain subside, you can really start to see how much it is starting to, I don't want to say brighten up again, because it's not, but it's not the heavy rain conditions that we were seeing a few moments ago. It's still a little bit hazy out there on the run from turn 1 up to turn 3, but it's certainly lighter than it was when we were potentially conditioning for the wet weather tyres.
Fitting rather than raining, I think, is the word to put into our mouths now, and it will be a discussion, a conversation drivers are having. Do we throw the dice and go for the soft tyres? I'd be surprised if some don't, because, I mean, they've not got a lot to lose in this scenario. First is the only place that's going to mean a lot to them.
The question will be, they'll have to wait, first and foremost, for that rain to stop. The dry line might be there, but it'll only get wetter and wetter as the gap continues to evolve. The latter stage, you look like the looks of Adam Sanderson down to Sasso, down to Raz and Chai, the 20+ seconds that separate those 3 drivers, where you'll really see the effect of letting the track have a little bit more rainfall on it. You'll have the more tricky conditions to try and navigate through. We watch GB here cresting over the hill. He's got Meraki, Justin, so we've got Super Noodle Bagel, who's down in 13th place at the moment. And as we can see, all packets of Super Noodle Bagel have been recalled because of a skill issue defect. They can be returned though at all good retailers.
Probably not going to be returned yet, holding P12 out of the position he needs. Look at this, Joris into the pits onto the soft tyres, I believe. We were talking about rolling dice. Who else is going to fancy it on the soft compound tyre? He doesn't look particularly speedy at this stage, and it might be a little bit of an adventure on this opening lap and the subsequent 5, you would probably say.
Well, he's playing the flute while he's racing. Is he using an 8-ball to do his pit stop strategy here this afternoon? Who knows? But if this works out, this could be incredible. He doesn't quite have the traction. You can see the lap cars coming through on him. The likes of Tim and Monica and Quats as they run down towards turn number 5. The question will be is through turn 6 and 7 as to how much grip he actually gets through those corners.
I can give you an answer, it's going to be not a lot, I would say, but yeah, it wasn't actually as bad as maybe I thought it was going to be previous to on the run through turn 3. Look at this, getting engaged with each other. Razanchai and Safso, remember about 10 laps ago, Safso bailed on the leading crew to get a brand new set of intermediate tyres on. Hasn't made any real impression, and Razin, who's been the wars, and it has to be said, over the past 20 laps or so, does get back ahead of the Aston Martin, albeit with that 3-second penalty there under absolutely no pressure from behind. Equidistant as well, 11 seconds to the car in front, 11 seconds to the next car behind of Concept 7.
Lottie Nova's got past Quartz as well, up in 4th place, into the pits. Here we go, what tyres are going on the Ferrari? The lean red racing machine. I don't know what I was going to say there, I kind of lost my train of thought, but let's have a look. Tyres going on. It's going to be a fresh set of intermediates for Lolly Nova. Can't quite bank on a soft set of tyres with 4 laps to go. Surely the tyres could have held on.
Must have been fearing punches, has to be said. Going to be behind Adam Sanderson, and at that point, if you are going to get a puncture, maybe it is just worth the risk to chuck on the set of soft compound tyres. If you can get the energy into them, get the temperature, get them to fire up to your desires, could be a masterstroke at this stage. He's going to limit himself to P6 at best, probably. So it's an interesting strategy call. Yes, they've been on these tyres for over 20 laps, but maybe they could have just babied them a little bit more and get to the end, not giving up those extra 20+ seconds.
We are hearing reports as well. Some drivers' tyres, not naming names, have got rear tyres at about 65%. So as you're rightly saying, in that puncture territory, and will continue to develop into that puncture territory in the latter few laps. We'll see anything roughly above 70% or so. It's typically when we expect to see potential punctures. It is a little bit RNG, unfortunately, from the F1 game, but who knows what we can see. If this championship gets decided on a puncture, cinema.
Oh, Jake's into the pits though. He's dived into the pits. Big gaggle of cars here. Dale battling away with Yorit, who's still struggling on those soft tyres. Ches involved as well. Ryan at 83 coming through past the pair of them. Dale into the gravel, just trying to keep hold of it through the slide. Exasperating stuff in the midfield there. Yorit's actually about 10 seconds up the road still. Through goes the Aston Martin. I believe that is Safso in a little bit of clean air. Jake is coming out on the inters again.
I think that was to be expected, considering the performance of Joran van Heffen. Down in 6th place, and Adam Sanderson, who was down in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th place at one point. He was 10 seconds off the road. He's now in 5th. If he can hold on to the tyres, who knows? Could we see an Adam Sanderson win here this afternoon?
Be an interesting one. It almost does kind of lock Alex Gillen into a position of odds-on favourite. 3 seconds ahead of GB, he's got a penalty. Yellow flag is out, I think, for a Mercedes that spun, chucking it down the inside of 3. We go with Jake and Long over, renewing the spoils. It's the Italian stallion that holds it and rebuffs the assault around the outside. Jake a little bit balked there at the apex, just having to back away for the time being.
Keep an eye there, the undercut has worked. Lottie Nobis jumps Meraki in the pits. That's fascinating stuff from the Italian stallion. So going 1 lap early, the fresh set of tyres has worked. Dale picks up another penalty for track limit violations. FIA Race Control certainly not too happy with the native English driver down in 17th place and adding insult to injury. As you can see, all the tyres across the board there. A wave of green with the slight exception of red from Mr. Flute Man himself.
What we know about this circuit as well is in the dry, it is a marginal one-stop race. It is marginal between the 1 and the 2 stop. You can go for the 1 stop, but you are definitely at puncture territory and you're adventuring again.
No,
Down for a time though, as he dropped it, I think maybe in the middle second, trying to look on the track map.
Yeah, through the 6th corner to the exit. I don't think there was any attempt to make the corner there, just based on where his car has parked itself. So Mr. Dale adds another one to the tally, and surely I think that's 67% or so now. And we up on the screen. Mr. DNF returns after 283 days, only to have 2 DNFs to his name here this afternoon.
Not brilliant, 66%. Is that more or less than his average? I'm not 100% sure on what the average DNFs are.
It's pretty much bang on. I think it's about 63% from the hundreds of races that he's done in the series before today. So hey, at least he's consistent across both LAN events and in real life.
F2 champion as well. Can never take that away from him. One of only a few as well. This battle rages on. Could we be getting a McLaren 1-2 here? Could Tim Malik, he's around about 3 seconds off the back of GB. Could all of this end in Alex Gillen and Tim Malik is first and second?
Who knows? Who knows what we're going to see with just over 2 laps to go. Will anybody else pit though? That'll be the question. Or are they going to try and hold on to the tyres at the moment? The 5-way scrap at the front, or sorry, the 4-way scrap up at the front. Still, the quartet continues to run its way through.
Adam Sandson's lost a lot of time, now 12 seconds off the back of the top 4, with Lonanova and Meraki for company as well. Razi Chai right with them, also pitted around the same point that Safso did, so Adam's going to be treading on eggshells. Rear tyres absolutely destroyed and trying to cling on to places as best as he possibly can. Razi's into the pits at the start of the penultimate lap. Could this be the one? I don't see the streaks on the halo anymore, but 10-second penalty, and if we were going to see a charge at the end on the soft tyres, that has just been eradicated.
Well, that's unfortunate for Razin Chai. Well and done. Surely it's time to go home for the Alpine man, but we have been told 77% rear left. Well, it's good. Oh my goodness, Harry Potter's on the circuit, everybody. I've seen a car fly.
Can't go round and can't go over and tries to go underneath Adam Sandston into turn number 3, clearly on a bear hunt, now battling on the run down into turn number 4. There is a gap to the inside. Adam Sandston going defensive. It is now dry. Lots of drivers strapping on the soft compound tyre. Gap pad in front has come down to once again over the top. Meraki with a penalty as well. These two getting very comfy. Looks like Adam Sandston trying to get into the Ferrari car.
Maybe he feels a little bit more in comfort in the Ferrari. It would be a jump from Mercedes to Ferrari, which we have seen happen in recent years, with Lewis Hamilton, of course, making that step. But Lonnie Noba on the 2-stop strategy running through at the moment. Look at the lead of the race. GB up within a second of Alex Gillen. He's well and truly poured him in on the final lap here as we go into turn 1.
Gillen really struggling, losing time, hand over fist. He can afford to back it off a little bit and make sure those tyres don't puncture. 6 seconds of penalties now for Watts. I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference. Should be P4 for the lead Alpine car, but GB for the second race running could take this over the line if DRS is enabled, but the penalty might kick him out of position to win.
It could, but if he can push Alex Gillen hard, I wonder if the puncture territory could do the job for him. One lap later, did GB go in towards the pit lane here, but this is going to be a feisty battle here. Ryan picks up a penalty. Team and Malik to the inside of Gwatz though. This could almost secure a second place finish if he can try and gain about 9/10 of a second over the course of this lap we run through. To keep an eye up at the front is Meraki getting the better of Adam Sanderson, who can't stop falling down the order this afternoon. He's had a bit of a hair raiser, and that's quite ironic for a man that's had a hair transplant in the last few weeks. But look up at the front, it's Alex Gillen. Of course it had to be Alex Gillen as he comes around the final corner through turns 9 and turn 10. Can he keep the title contention by the barest of margins? He's going to be able to do it for the first time ever. Alex Gillen, Creator Series Winter Cup winner.
Go Gillen, go over the line, just about getting over on those inters, running on the rims you would imagine, right at the death. GB pressurising him all the way up to the line. Ben in P3 as well with Gwatz, a very, very commendable fourth. Battle still going on the soft tyres, significantly faster. We've just seen Safso absolutely blast past Concept 7 as if he wasn't there. Might need to move on to Concept 8 now.
We said it could come right at the end. The optimal conditions for dry tyres. Safso comes around the final corner. He'll finish almost surely in 9th place on second. Raz with another, well, the 10-second penalty that he did not serve earlier during the race. That would drop him out of contention for P8. The order will shuffle as all these penalties come across. So Safso finishes 8th. Concept 7 finishes in 9th. Raz in 10th. And who's that dropping through the order? That's Ryan 83. All the way down to 15th. He bends into the exit of the final corner. Isaac Musing in 16th. Hoodie Pete will finish in 17th with Heather in 18th. Once again, cars going flying absolutely everywhere. And our DNFs for this afternoon, well, of course it had to be, is Mr. Dale J.E. Chappers F1. But for the first time ever, Alex Gillen wins.
Does indeed, and it was pretty comfortable, wasn't it? And that is the tricky question. Tyre management, we saw drivers have to bail out of it. They had to get shot of their inters because they weren't going to get to the end, and they couldn't strap on the softs. It was too early because the rain was still coming down. And a masterclass in management, as we've seen a number of times over the years from the two-time champion and now first and inaugural winner of the Creator Series Winter Shake-Up.
Absolutely fantastic. And a podium celebration on top of everything else. And, you know, as the old phrase goes, bing bong, let's go Gilly on. And I believe in the next few moments he'll be in conversation with our native presenter, Mr. Kieran McGinley. And I can confirm he's ready. So we're going to throw to Mr. Kieran McGinley, who's back at his couch.
With our, well, I'm going to say it, Alex, congratulations, you are Creator Series Winter Cup champion. How does that feel?
Can we call that a third championship, maybe?
Let's ask Gareth. Or chat, what do you reckon? Well, talk to us through it, because obviously you've had some strong positions, a second and a fourth leading up to this. Crowning achievement, how are those rear tyres at the end, hanging on by a thread?
By a thread, yeah. I think I had about 84% tyre wear, something like that at the end, so very much in puncture risk. I pushed to get the gap to Meraki, which worked, and then looked at my tyres and was like, oh no. And I saw the gap to GB with the penalty. I was like, okay, just take it easy. Just treat the throttle pedal like it's got an egg underneath it. Really careful, because at that point, hopefully only a puncture can rob me, so I just had to be so careful. But yeah, no puncture, thankfully.
I mean, GB in those last, well, once the rain fell, he just came into a race of his own. Were you sort of worried, or were you back in that 3-second penalty to work in your favour?
That definitely helped. I was surprised other people boxed. I guess they were more worried about their tyres than me. Yeah, so obviously I was thinking just concentrate on Jake, Meraki, keep him behind, all good. He was I think he had slightly higher wings than me. He was definitely a bit quicker than me in the wet, but my low wings kept me ahead. Dirty Air, as we know, super strong in this game, so that kept me ahead. But yeah, so it was Jake I was trying to keep by. It wasn't until near the end that GB was suddenly on me, and I was like, hold on. But the 3 second definitely helped.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when the rain started to fall, turned into a bit of a different race. You managed to get the gap over Meraki. How important was that sort of 1.5 second gap there?
Well, I was still assuming it was going to dry up at that point because I didn't have any buttons mapped for the radio, so I couldn't ask about weather report. So I was a little bit in the dark. It was supposed to dry up. So I was thinking, okay, be careful. And then once it started to go away from that full wet conditions and there was a drier line, I was like, right, let's lock in now. I had an ear cup off my ear listening, and I was like, right, that's going on the ear. I'm locking in. I managed to pull a bit of a gap, about 2 seconds I think I got to, which definitely helped, but I also probably murdered my tyres, so it could have gone wrong.
Well, it's been a great day. Creator Series Winter Cup champion. I mean, how's the day been for you here at the Atlassian Williams Experience Centre?
You know what? I should thank both Creator Series and Williams for putting this event on, because it's been amazing. It's been so good to be in that room with 20 people all racing at the same time, with a proper LAN setup, with you guys doing a proper show and everything. It's been genuinely incredible. It's probably been the best sort of professional event that I've ever been a part of. So yeah, this venue combined with you guys put on the show, it's been absolutely mega.
Okay, let's take it back a little bit, because Monaco. I do want to talk about Monaco because that was one of the races of all time.
Well, yes, it's Creator Series, damage was off. I was like, you know what, let's jump this start from the back of the grid. We know clear air is really important in Monaco. I think I needed one more lap to really put myself out of dirty air. But to be honest, it kind of worked for me. I didn't intend to take new tyres on lap 4 and lap 5 and then go to the end. That wasn't my intention. But with the traffic in front, I was like, I just don't want traffic. And yeah, it worked out. Definitely a bit of wall riding, so a little bit controversial maybe, but I was far from the only one. So
well, if there's anyone who will read the rule book and just sort of say, what does the rule say? What does it not say I can't do?
Yeah, I'm waiting to be yanked off this sofa any minute now, to be honest. But
yeah, who by? I don't know. But hey, here we go. Right, 2 final questions for you. It's a common theme. Albon or Sainz?
Oh, do you know what? They're both so close, aren't they? They're both absolutely mega.
You could level this up.
Oh, really? Is it close? For me, it's got to be Sainz.
Oh, Sainz pulls ahead then.
Okay.
5-3, I think that is, chat, if you're keeping count. And my final question then. All-time Williams driver. Who's your favourite?
All-time Williams driver. Wow. I mean, it's probably got to be Senna, isn't it? It feels like a bit of an obvious answer, but
Three for Senna.
Yeah,
you've
got to go for it, haven't you? So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex, I'll let you go and celebrate. Congratulations on the victory. Well done indeed.
Oh, and, sorry about the sweaty hand, but
you don't have to apologise for that. You worked hard for that one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll get you at the presentation very, very shortly. I'm just going to have a word with my producer. We're ready to throw over, are we? I hope so. Otherwise, I've just said goodbye too early, and I think I'll hug you.
On.
Well, I'll hug you. Yeah, we're still on. I'll hug you. There you go. There you go. Oh, I'm such a professional. There we go. There we go. Okay, I've got the word now. Thank you so much, Alex. Congratulations on the victory. And now we'll hand back over to our commentary team for the race results.
Oh, it's so nice, isn't it, just to see the camaraderie between our resident host with the most, Kieran McKinley, and of course our Williams Creator Series Winter Cup winner. And of course, who else could it be? The man that is inevitable in his own right, Mr. Alex Gillen, who takes not only the trophy, but of course all of the bragging rights to come with it here at the Williams Experience Centre, which has been an absolutely fantastic day out. But your complete results then, your top 10, it's Gillen from GB68 from Team Marduk, making it a McLaren 1-3. And then Gwatz in 4th place. Lonnie Noba finishes 5th. The Italian stallion having a good comeback right at the end there. Adam Sanson scavenging an absolute bare minimum 6th, with 7th place going to Meraki Safso. Gets a fantastic result in 8th, fair play to him. 9th place goes to Concept 7. He can stay as a 7th Concept for now. And 10th place to Razin Chai.
He was in the wars a little bit, wasn't he, Razin? Bless him. Just behind was F1 Alex. There was a big gap, wasn't there, between the top 10 and the group behind. Behind the second Sauber as well, Soup Noodle Bagel, and then 13th, he might have felt unlucky in the race. We felt very lucky to have his presence all around this venue, Jorik van Geffen, giving us the entertainment if we needed any more of it. Chesnoid Gaming ahead of Ryan at 83. The guys at the back all strapping on the soft tyres. A very fun end to the race. Isam using ahead of Hoodie Pete Heaver. And then your 2 retirees, Mr. Dell, as you could have expected. Could have put money on it going into it, couldn't you? And Chappers with that disqualification on the opening lap.
Absolutely. And it was one of those situations that was one of the predictables, unfortunately for Chappers, you know, with the controller disconnecting. It's something that is so out of your control that it is heartbreaking a finale. Obviously, we didn't restart in Australia, back in Albert Park, but of course we didn't restart here this afternoon. But we're going to throw it back to the man himself, back on his couch for one final time, to you, Mr. McKinley.
You're not going to believe this, TK. I've left the couch. I've left the sofa behind because for the final time then we're going to do our small giveaway winner in that last race. So congratulations to Much_. Congratulations on winning that one. That's one of our last ones. But don't if you've missed out on the giveaways, don't worry. ! Giveaway. The Williams Sim Racing rig is still live. So make sure you head over there and enter the giveaway. Don't forget as well to join the Williams Gaming Club at Discord. ! WGC. Right, and with that, I'm going to put Gareth's phone away and I'm going to announce now our podium. You might see behind us, we've got a podium here. So let's get our top 3 ready then. So in 3rd place in the Creator Series Winter Cup, it was Mr. Tiamat Marduk, Ben Daly. Well done, Ben, yeah. Up onto 3rd place then, the Aussie in 3rd place. 2nd place then in the Creator Series Winter Cup was GB. Well done to GB there, 2nd place here. But our winner and our first inaugural Creator Series Winter Cup champion, Mr. Alex Gillen. Congratulations to our top 3. Pose for the press. There you go. Pose for the press. Jancy's at the back there. Make sure she gets a good shot. Oh, sweaty armpits from Mr. Gillen. Lovely, lovely stuff. Pose for the press. Great racing today, especially in that one. GB came alive once the rain came down, didn't you? Yeah, absolutely. Lovely stuff. Lovely to see it. Right. Well done, gentlemen. All right, we'll have a grab with Alex. Obviously, we've just been on the sofa, of course, but Winter Series champion. I mean, these two gave you a good fight.
They did, yeah, they really did. I think definitely helped a bit by Ben's issues in the first race. That definitely helped him stay away a little bit. So the fact he fought back to 3rd was unbelievable. And I was sat next to him in that final race and he was absolutely raging about his damage. Just kept seeing hands being thrown everywhere. He was fuming, so yeah.
Oh, great stuff. And obviously a great day. I mean, we only spoke about a minute ago on the sofa, but how great has this day been for you?
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, we even got a podium. I didn't even know this was here. This is so good. Like, genuinely, this is absolutely amazing. So, hey, I mean, the inaugural, let's keep fingers crossed, maybe every year. I mean, I'd be keen. It's great.
You go. There you go. Looking forward to it. Alex, thank you so much. Enjoy the championship. I've got a little something for you before the end, so stick around, will you?
Yes, I absolutely will. It sounds great.
Great stuff. All right then, 2nd place then. Thank you very much, Alex. GB, great stuff. I need to get it. So Gareth, get me that one. Anyway, GB, 2nd place for you. When the rain came down, you came alive. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I ran the lowest wing setup. I ran 0-0 wings because I thought it's going to be hard to overtake in the rain. Dirty air as well in Sector 2, so I guess it paid off in the end. But all of us are struggling at the end on tyre wear. It's great that the 2 that's on the podium with me were sat right with me because I was able to shout at them in the race, and I was trying to get hold of Alex as well towards the end of what's your tyres, but he was too locked in. Yeah. But yeah, it was really good. It was really fun. Good race.
Yeah, great stuff. Obviously, as well, land setting here at the Experience Centre at Lassie and Williams. I mean, that's got to be such a vibe.
Yeah, it was amazing. It's the first LAN event I've done, actually, I think. And it was incredible, really good. It's my audio on the headset was dialed quite down towards the end, and you could just hear TK on the comms going crazy and everything going on, which was a real vibe. So, yeah, it was great to be a part of.
Great stuff. And second place there, did you need maybe a couple more laps, or was that 3-second penalty just a bit too unattainable to beat?
I'm not going to lie, Monaco may have gotten me that 3-second because I kind of didn't realise it was strict track limits, was pushing the limits at the start, got a couple silly warnings, and then the third was later on in the race. So, yeah, I think without the penalty, it's hard to tell because Alex was tyre saving at the end. Definitely had the pace to win, but I got held up so much in Sector 2 behind Meraki and Olinoba that it was... I don't know, we'll never know. Maybe add on an extra lap, maybe, we would see.
Well, we'll have to find out when we run our second cup. We'll have to speak to Gareth about that one.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good.
Well, GB, thank you so much for the chat. We'll enjoy second place. Well done.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And third place then, let's grab the man, the Aussie, Mr. Ben Daly. Ben, hello. I mean, the rain came down and completely changed that race. What was it like from your point of view?
Tense. It was like a regular Creator Series race at the end. Monaco was like carnage and crazy, and then Austria was quite sweaty. We're all very close. I said we weren't going to have DRS straight. That's exactly what we had in the first half of that race. But yeah, I mean, I made some good progress. Alex was ahead, had to do an extra lap under wet conditions, which wasn't ideal, but I think, you know, the overcut actually worked out pretty well. Came out in good traffic, came out ahead of Safso and was just able to work away there. I got a bit of damage behind Razin, so that made life a little bit tricky, but I think it protected my rear tyres. By the end, I was on like 90% tyres, so I think without the front wing damage, I would have had more oversteer and I probably would have got a puncture, so I'll take it.
I mean, P3 at the LAN party, that's got to be up there.
Yeah, I got a win in one of the heats and the P3, so I can't complain really. So had some good racing, and hopefully you guys at home enjoyed it too.
We certainly did here. And right, thank you so much, Ben. Well done on the P3. And right, there's one more thing. Come follow me. There's one more thing I need to do because I've got this ready. Now, when we started this Creator Series Winter Cup, it was really important that we had a worthy trophy at our disposal to make sure that our drivers got. Come with me again. To make sure that it's an honorary Winter Series Cup, we had to get a fitting trophy. So where is he? Mr. Alex Gillen, here is your trophy for the Creator Series Winter Cup. It started off as ice, it's now water. Congratulations, Mr. Gillen.
Thank you. I mean, I have seen some pretty nice trophies on the table. I can't believe I'm not taking one of them home.
Well, this is a nice trophy. What are you talking
about? No, this is the best trophy in the room. Yes, thank you.
Enjoy it.
I'm not going to drink it because I don't know what you've done to it.
I've done nothing. Cross my heart. Well, anyway, congratulations, Mr. Gillen, on winning the inaugural cup.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
And thank you very much. Well, what can I say? What a series, what a cup we had. And in the end, it was Alex Gillen who took the inaugural top spot. Well, I want to do that all over again. Do you? Well, make sure you tune in, make sure you subscribe and you follow on YouTube and Twitch so you make sure you don't miss another race ever again. I'm sure Gareth will be busy at work with season number 12, but he told me he's taking a break until January, and you know what? He's earned it. But make sure you do stick around on all the socials as well, and make sure you shout out your favourite drivers, and perhaps we'll see you in the next race. In the meantime, though, from us here at the Atlassian Williams Experience Racing Centre, it's been a pleasure to be behind the microphone. A big thank you to all of our production crew in the background, working hard to make sure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. To both our commentary teams as well for giving us such great insights into the action there. And of course, thank you to you for watching along here at the Atlassian Williams Racing Centre, the Experience Centre. From me though, Kieran McGinley, it's been a pleasure. I hope it's been a pleasure for you too. In the meantime, take care of yourselves and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.